Fancy.
Okay. We're ready.
I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Texas State Board of Examiners of Professional Counselors. Today is Friday, February 12th, 2021. It is 9:04 a.m. We are meeting by video conference due to the continued suspension of applicable provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act because of the ongoing COVID-19 safety procedures. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 2. Christina, will you please introduce staff?
Sure. So myself, Board Administrator Christina DeLuna for the LPC Board. We have the 2 board attorneys, Rayanne and Mary Scola.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call out the names of our board members. Dr. Taylor.
Present, here.
Dr. Loretta Bradley.
Present.
Dr. Jody Elder.
Present.
Ms. Brenda Campanone, have you joined us? Not at this time. We'll keep an eye out for her. Ms. Janie Stubblefield.
Present.
Okay. Ms. Vanessa Hall.
Good morning, I'm here.
And Mr. Garrett Nairn.
Present.
And any chance we have Pastor Roy Smith at this time? Okay, at this time, I will note that Ms. Campanone and Pastor Roy Smith are absent. If they do join us later, we'll make a correction to that. All right, like I mentioned earlier, we've got a lot to get to today. The goal is to be efficient and effective. I'm expecting a lot of discussion on several of our items. The reality of doing this over Zoom is that it can kind of get cumbersome at times. I don't really need to give you instructions on how to handle this, but please be respectful. Wait your turn until it's time to speak. I want to hear from everybody that wants something to say. But we do have a lot to get to, so we're going to go ahead and jump right into it. Christine, I think we need to make a note that we do have a quorum, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then we're going to go ahead and move on to number 3. We have 2 minutes to approve. First of all, the minutes from our prior meeting on November 6th, 2020. If you have a chance, pull that up and take a look at it. And I will need a motion to approve the minutes.
So move.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. And I had a second from Dr. Bradley.
Yes.
Thank you. All in favor of approving, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved unanimously. Now please move on to the minutes from our December 8th meeting. Look those over.
That was an arduous meeting.
There's a typo. My name is misspelled in the motion.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Move to approve with corrections.
Second.
I second.
Okay. All in favor of approving the now edited version of the December 8th meeting, please raise your hand. Say aye.
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 Thank you. Approved unanimously. Christina, I have signed both of those and I will get them to you after our meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 4. This is a discussion regarding having our meetings done through a recorded method as opposed to written out on paper. We had some initial discussion about this last time. We're going to have some brief further discussion on that. So Daryl, did you want to add anything to that?
I don't remember if we broached this subject with the LPC board. I know we talked about it at the council level, but I'm not sure we've broached this subject with the board yet. What I have asked Christina to include, and I've asked all the boards to do this along with the council, I would like y'all to consider whether or not you would move from maintaining written meeting minutes to relying upon the audio or video, well, the audio recording of the meetings as the minutes of the meeting. The statutes allow us to do that. I know when people look at minutes, they're like, oh, that can't be that much work. I'd rather just keep the meetings, but there's a lot more work that goes into this than just the 2 or 3 pages that you see here. Staff have to take copious notes while this is going on. We have to go back, sometimes listen to the meetings again. It takes some time to do this. And I know a lot of people think, well, I mean, what's it take you, an hour? I'm like, bricks in a wall add up, and an hour here and an hour there, that takes Christina away from doing other things that I could have her doing if we could just rely on the audio recording as the official record of the meeting. So it's totally y'all's call. If you want to continue using the written minutes, we can do that. But I would like to use Christina's time for other projects than drafting minutes and us reviewing them and editing them in the office and then presenting them to you for approval.
Daryl, my first question is that in a post-vaccinated world, when we go back to meeting in person, are we still going to record these somehow?
Yes, I plan on still continuing to use Zoom to broadcast the meetings. I think the public has probably gotten used to having this level of access now, and to take that away, I don't think that's really an option anymore. So I think we're going to need to continue to record and broadcast these via Zoom.
Okay, my second question is, I know there is a rule that the minutes have to be signed.
Correct.
So will there be a
we
statement adopting the recording?
Well, we'd have to change that rule to reflect that the audio record. You could either just do away with the rule and just as a vote say this is the official record of the meeting, or you could put it in rule that the audio or video recording is the official record of the meeting. I will add that one of the things when we broached the subject at the council level, one of the things the council asked me to look into was the ability to generate a transcript of the meeting. Zoom does have that capability. If I turn on the closed captioning function, I don't know that I can do it in this webinar. I don't think I can, but in future council meetings, what you're going to see is we're going to be broadcasting with closed captioning going on. Zoom has artificial intelligence that will do it for us, and it will generate the transcript automatically. And then I'm probably going to post that transcript along with the audio recording on the website, because you can merge those files. If somebody wanted to download it, they can be merged, and then you can be listening and it'll be showing what is said along the way. So that's probably, the council hasn't decided if they're going to transition from written to recording yet, but either way, I'm probably going to do the closed captioning and the transcript.
Daryl, you answered one of my questions, which was about accessibility law, and that we would need to provide a written transcript, even if it wasn't requested by stakeholders. That's something that I think we need to provide. My concern about that is, as someone who does Zoom recordings for my students at SMU, Zoom does a very poor job of picking up on professional jargon. Even sometimes there are things on that transcript and I'm like, oh, I didn't say that. And so it would be, I believe, important for staff to still spend time recording the transcript generated by Zoom for accuracy, which would require listening to it and comparing it to the transcript and correcting it. And I guarantee you that is a horrendously time-consuming process.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah, Zoom.
That's counterproductive.
Yeah.
I've
The
had this same problem. Excuse me. This is Loretta. I've had the same problem with Zoom. I teach by Zoom, but when you go back to the recording, the transcription is just not accurate.
My question is, I think that as a board member, I'm interested in striking a balance between using staff time wisely, because I think that is to our benefit, but also to make sure that we are doing what we can to uphold as much stakeholder accessibility as possible. And I will tell you, as a previous stakeholder, sitting in the room, listening to board proceedings, there were times where I couldn't tell from the discussion who made the motions, what the final decision was. I couldn't follow the discussion. And so I think that I would go read the minutes to say, oh, that's what they decided. Because even hearing it, sometimes it's hard to tell what was being decided in the room. The board members knew exactly what they were saying and discussing, but as a stakeholder in the audience, I did not. And so I have found the written minutes to be really helpful. But I also, as a stakeholder, understand that the minutes are a skeleton. I mean, it's just who made the motion, who seconded, and what was decided. And it doesn't include any of the discussion and the reasoning for those decisions, which is where the meat and potatoes is for stakeholders. They need to understand why we're making these decisions as a board. And so I really see the benefit of the audio in that stakeholders could have access to those discussions. So I can see it from both perspectives.
So 2 questions for you, Daryl, if I may. First, what if I accidentally wear the same ensemble? People are going to think I don't have extra clothes or something. I don't care for that. But more seriously, could we not just say that the transcripts are like disclaimer at the top? This is a transcript from Zoom, not verbatim. Please, because I get the transcripts are there more for ADA purpose, I would imagine, and just allow the written, the video or the audio to be the official record is kind of what you're moving for. Is that something that we can do? Would that save staff's time and limit our liability for the transcript?
In fact, that is what we're kind of contemplating at the council level, is the transcript will not be the official record. It is there. It's posted there as a matter of convenience, but the official record is the audio or video recording.
Yeah, and then just like disclaimer, this is not what Dr. Taylor wears every time.
Well, okay, so I'm bringing up 2 issues off of that then. Dr. Taylor, go to GQ and get some new wardrobe.
Never GQ, no, not
No, never, okay. Well, so my question is then, just to be like, have this frank discussion as board members, if I know that there's an audio recording out there of every word I've said in a board meeting that is made public and that can be lifted out and then a little snippet potentially used against me, does that change the robust discussion of board members in an open meeting to know that verbatim our words will be made public? Just curious about everyone's thoughts.
So I believe that is already the case.
Okay.
So we before we went into pandemic zone, Christina will or Georgia would bring a tape recorder and record the entire
And then is that made public record for anybody to access?
That is public record, yes, because it's a public meeting, so there has to be a full record of it. Yeah.
Okay. And then in the last BHEC meeting, it was brought up that if we are indeed going to just post an audio recording, that perhaps, because these meetings go on for hours, perhaps we could have it posted in conjunction with an agenda that would say item 3 was discussed at 7 hours and 50 minutes. Item 10 was discussed at 10 hours and 20 minutes, so that a stakeholder who was interested in accessing that particular discussion could fast forward instead of having to listen to the entire meeting. Like a timestamp.
Janie, you had something?
Yeah, Daryl, my question, you say audio or video. So how likely is it to be video, or are we really just talking audio?
My preference would be audio because of file size limitations. The video stuff, when we had that 6-hour council meeting over that social work issue, that file was almost 3 gig. I can only upload, I want to say right now, my file size limitation to the website is 150 meg. So the audio are much, much smaller files. I may be able to up that on the website. I don't know, but uploading the audio or video to the website probably isn't as good of an option. I'd have to tinker with that and see, but the audio I think is definitely doable.
So
Now,
what
we
we're really
still
talking
keep
is
the
audio.
video. Yeah, we still keep
Okay.
the video. Now, if y'all are just dead set on the video and you're like, look, we'll do it, but this is what you're gonna have. I'm okay, then I'll have to go back and see what I can do. See if I can make that happen. But right now, I think we're just talking about audio.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Daryl,
Go ahead.
I apologize, Dr. Elder. Go ahead.
Well, I was just curious, would the process for approval and posting for public access be expedited using an audio recording? Because for now, the minutes are written, they're not approved until our next meeting, and that's when the access to public, it goes public, right? But if it's an audio recording and doesn't require any editing or review, could it then be posted quicker than the next meeting, or would it have to wait for approval at the next meeting?
I mean, I guess y'all could make it. I don't see why you would wait. It is what it is. I ought to just be able to upload it and go. I don't know why we would wait for y'all to listen to it all over again to say, yep, that's how it went down. That doesn't make any sense to me, but.
Daryl, I'm wondering, I know there's been some discussion at the BHEC level, like Dr. Elder had suggested, with essentially kind of like a timestamp at what point of the recording certain things were discussed. Excuse me. I'm wondering if a compromise position to where, yes, we have the audio or the video, however, we have essentially what is a written index to that video, to where the determinative outcome to an agenda item is listed on the paper summary and a timestamp of when that item was discussed. So it's kind of a pared down version of the full written version, but it's basically a guidebook or an index to the outcomes from the meeting and at what point the specific agenda items were discussed. Can that save time? Because I think that's pretty useful for someone who wants to take a look at, ooh, I like that decision, I want to see what was discussed, or I really don't like that decision, I want to hear the discussion on that.
You know, yes, I mean, we can do that. Just the direct answer is yes. I guess where I get into, is it worth the time of differentiating between this is the time the discussion on the topic started and here's where the decision was made?
I don't think we have to do that. I think we just need to say agenda item number 9, board approved unanimously. Discussion begins at 59:07.
I think what the chair is saying is more like a table of contents.
Yeah.
That would allow someone to say, okay, I don't want to read the whole thing. The part I'm interested in is blank item, and they can go to that quickly, read that, and then if that's all they're interested in, they've got their thing. That would save time for that individual. Now, what I don't know is, would it save time for staff to get that information together?
Yeah,
that's what I'm a little worried about that. I'll tell you what I would suggest, since we're not in a rush to decide this thing now. I don't want to let it boil on the stove forever, but why don't you let us use this meeting as a test for that idea? And then we can bring that back to you at your next board meeting and y'all can see unless y'all got other ideas you want to float around right now, but let us use this meeting as a test of how that looks, because this is probably going to be a little bit longer meeting, probably a good test run of that idea.
Okay.
Christina's gonna hate me.
In light of that, then I move that we table this topic for purposes of research and then bring it back to the agenda for our next meeting.
If I could just add to that, I like Daryl. I'm fine with tabling it, but if Daryl is saying, let's view this as a test run, if this is going to be an example of the possibilities under this system, can I respectfully add that to your motion, Janie?
Certainly.
So I just want to be clear, is the motion to timestamp this recording or just post the audio recording only?
No.
Motion is to table the vote so that we can research to see if that's going to be more work on the staff.
Oh.
And then we can make a full decision at the next meeting.
You're still going to get the same type of minutes you've been getting in the past for this meeting, but we're also going to show you an audio recording with a table of contents like Dr. Bradley suggested, showing you this is where the agenda topic, the discussion began. And then y'all can decide how you like the way that looks. And if you don't like it, well, we'll scrap it and talk about something else.
Yeah, real quick, if I may, just some clarification. Are we saying that we're uncomfortable with this system if it cannot have the indexing, or that we are comfortable with the video system, but we would really like to have the indexing? Like, are we saying that we'll do it without the indexing, but we'd love to have that, or we will not do it without the indexing? Is that kind of the temperature that I'm hearing? Which way are we going? Which way?
What I am suggesting is let's see how much staff time it will take. That way we can then actually evaluate what we're voting on.
Yeah, let's just assume it takes way too much time. Would you still be comfortable with the video, or would you not be comfortable with the video?
I would personally be less comfortable with the video if we weren't able to timestamp it in some way to increase stakeholder accessibility.
Okay.
I agree. I like decisions that increase accessibility as opposed to decrease it.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Interesting. My thought would be that the video would actually increase accessibility because then they get to see the entire process. We're just not timestamping it for, or maybe we can, which would be great. But versus a minutes, which just says this occurred at this date.
I think it increases accessibility if you have kind of the table of contents summary. Tells you this is the decision that was made on this agenda item. This is the timestamp where discussion begins.
Mm-hmm.
What does our legislature do, Daryl?
Sir?
I agree.
Does our legislature timestamp at all?
No, the legislature is not. You have to just physically scroll through that thing.
Yeah,
and it is
I
a
recalled. Yeah. Do any other organizations out there have the ability to index like that?
I don't know of any other agencies. I know the nursing board is, what kind of kicked me off on this was the amount of time I have to spend reviewing minutes. It's aggravating for me because I'm like, I don't like proofreading those things. But what kicked it off was I visited with the nursing board, and they're looking at moving away from written minutes as well to just the audio recordings, audio or video. I can't remember what Kathy told me, but
yeah. My fear is, while I love the idea of indexing, I think it's just going to be a massive add to staff's time, and it's actually just going to either become a net neutral, or it's going to end up taking more time than creating the minutes. That's my fear.
I second Dr. Stubblesfield's motion.
Why I'm not a doctor.
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
But do you play one on TV, maybe?
Okay, so we have a motion and a motion from Ms. Stubblefield and a second from Dr. Elder. And the motion is to essentially table this decision till our next meeting, where we have additional information about about the possibilities of doing this through indexing. So all in favor of tabling, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion is tabled.
Can we get, Mr. Chair, can we get some directives for staff so they know exactly what they are doing, so that we get proper measurements?
Yeah, the directive for staff is, I apologize, but it's going to be exactly the same written minutes for this meeting. And in addition, we're giving you bonus work, and that's to give us a sample for how it would look like with a table of contents with the video times marked for the start of each agenda item, and if there's any determinative outcome on an agenda item listed in the table of contents. Is that correct?
that's what I understand.
Well, I apologize for the additional work, but hopefully that means that there will be less work in the future, because we will all like this new system.
I kind of suggested it, so you really don't. Well, we brought it on ourselves here. So.
Thank you, Christina, in advance.
I'll take the hit, Daryl. You have to see it. You have to see them every day.
Okay, much appreciated.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on. Number 5, we have some discussion of an executive order on increasing economic and geographic mobility. Christina, will you tell us a little bit about this?
Yes, so related to the executive order documents that you have there, what I can add to this is the LPC board over the last couple of years has been working on, making regulations easier to get into the profession, while ensuring, public safety is still a priority. I know the board is continuing to look for ways to alleviate, any unnecessary requirements or whatnot. So that's related to the executive order. For that second section that I sent you guys, it's a PowerPoint presentation for the Interstate Compact. That one there is something that the LPC board needs to start thinking about to see if they're in favor of it or not. There's no action needed at this time, from what I understand, but it's just something that you guys need to start thinking about to see if this is something that the board wants to be a part of.
And if I can add just a little bit to that, I think Daryl would probably like some direction on how the board feels about potentially entering into an interstate contract. I know psychology has entered SIPAC, which is about 15 states entered into it, and they can practice telepsychology in all the other 15 states. Now it's due to a legislative change. There'll have to be legislative language introduced and passed. But Daryl, correct me if I'm wrong, you'd like to know just sort of the temperature of the board, how they feel about it, and if they're opposed to it or if they like the idea of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you all that I think compacts are a good idea. I like SIPAC. SIPAC seems to be working. We've broached this subject with the social work board. They were supportive of a licensure compact if one were introduced. I understand that you don't have a bill before you. You don't know what the compact language is. So I'm not asking you to be married to something you don't yet know, but just in general, the idea of a licensure compact for mobility purposes, how do y'all feel about it? Because if I get asked about it, I'd like to be able to say, okay, well, I've talked in general with the board and they detest the idea, or they'd like to, they want to see it, but they're certainly open to the idea.
Daryl, I would say I am open to the idea, as I am presently going through licensure in another state, to be able to, serve clients that for continuity of services type of thing. And in terms of mental health, I would very much be in favor of it so that our clients can continue the quality of service if they're, comfortable with telehealth and things like that. Certainly, if they are geographically not near their present counselor and they want somebody that is geographically near them, we're going to support transitioning our clients as well. And so I think from what's going to best help the client have continuity of services, I would be in favor.
I absolutely concur with Ms. Stubblefield's perspective. I had the benefit of speaking with Mary Alice Olson, who is working at the federal level to draft the LPC Interstate Compact. She forwarded me the draft. I've looked at it. Its Texas requirements are substantially meeting or exceeding what is in the compact for any state that wants to participate. And I think it's helpful not only for licensees' portability, being able to practice in other states, but the long run, it benefits our clients. So I would support it and also invite you all. There's a fireside chat, which is kind of like a led discussion on the 17th of February at noon that you can join by Zoom. And it is led by this Interstate Compact group. They're going to be talking about the compact and sharing information about it, and I will be participating. So I'm happy to forward that information to you all if you're interested.
Yeah, Daryl, first, I just want to say, I think we did a phenomenal job about a year and a half, 2 years ago, really getting ahead of telehealth, because we totally opened it up for everybody, for CEs, for supervision, for associate hours. So I thought we did a great job with that. Obviously just seeing that as a useful force and then doing it before the pandemic hit. So our people were just set up to go. So I think we've been doing a great job monitoring those trends and staying ahead of that. So I was very, very happy to see our hard work pay off there and set us up for success in that regard. I also want to just agree with what everyone's saying. I think the compact's an amazing idea. I also have been working with Mary Alice as well. She's amazing. And some other of the great people in the other boards of our other states that are also working hard to kind of make these things happen. And I really think it could be a big step forward for licensure, for our profession as a whole. So I very much want to see that happen. Absolutely.
What would be the downside? I can't find one.
Corporate practice of therapy globally, worldwide or something. Some large company comes in and just like takes over therapy. Like what happened in Toy Story,
I think the other piece that, to make you guys aware of is, as clinicians, if you are licensed, if you are paneled with any of the insurance panels, you do a centralized application basically that then goes out to the various panels. And so for clinicians who already participate in insurance panels, they understand going to that one place and then it being disseminated, having a central information hub, if you will, and information then being disseminated where it needs to, instead of having to, go to those 15 different states and updating your license in 15 different places. So,
Dr. Elder, I'll tell you some of the arguments that I have heard against compacts. They're not practice related, or they're more of a political argument, and it stems from loss of sovereignty. In other words, the sovereign now no longer has direct control. Once you enter into that compact, in order to regain that control, you have to pull out of the compact. So I'm like, you always have the ultimate trump card as the sovereign. You can say, we don't like how that's working. We've got too many bad actors maybe coming in under it or what have you, and we don't feel like we can control them, so we pull out. So I don't know. I've always had a little trouble. To me, that has always seemed like a weak argument, but that is what you'll hear.
Well, one of the things that I was impressed by in the compact is that every state who chooses to pass that law and participate in the compact has a representative on the council who then has the ability to influence what those rules are and how that is governed. So I don't think we forfeit by participation. We don't forfeit our jurisdiction. We just have to be more collaborative. But yes, thank you for that.
Daryl, has there been any directive out of the governor's office about their position on this?
No, sir, there has not. In fact, I haven't talked specifically to the governor's office about this because I kind of wanted to take y'all's temperature on it before I did that. I didn't really want to just march in there and go, hey, I like this idea. Then y'all go, no, we don't. We don't like that idea. So once I get this directive from y'all, that'll be one of my next calls.
And like you mentioned, the closest comparison is the Psych Compact?
SciPac, yeah.
Okay. And that's been working well? It
has, yeah. And Mr. Hyde is the commissioner for the council on SciPac. So he's the one that has to go to the meetings and do that voting like what Dr. Elder talked about, handle all that. The only when we did SciPac, there was no opposition, nobody complained. I mean, it sailed through rather smoothly. I remember Senator Taylor asking me, why would we not do this? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I think it's a good idea. I think you should do it. I got asked that during sunset, but the ledge views things like the medical physician compact. That's viewed a little, that's not viewed as favorably as this type of compact is. So I'm not sure why, but I just hopefully that stain doesn't come over onto us. It didn't at SciPac.
Has there been any discussion from our stakeholder organizations on this?
TCA is working on this and I believe supports it.
Okay. Good to know. I'd want to know how they felt about it.
I think they're looking for sponsors. Some of us received emails about it. And so I think TCA is, well, I think they're in the process now of working on to obtain potential sponsors. So I think they're for it.
I thought the goal was that it would be past this legislative session. At the very least, it would be introduced.
I think the problem is they're trying to find a sponsor who will carry the
Yeah.
bill. One of the things that's going to cut against us this session is the narrowed focus of the legislature, given the pandemic and the budget issues, and the directive that, hey, we've got to really whittle down the number of bills that are being filed and considered, because we're having to manage our time much better now. So that kind of cuts against us, I think, this particular session. I will tell you all one other advantage to a compact, and that is I am seeing more and more, I'm hearing more and more rumblings out of DC about we have got to do something about interstate practice of medicine and mental health care and, telepractice. And I'm going to cover some of this whenever we do our legislative update in a minute, but I think you're going to see a pretty significant push. I mean, you've seen that executive order signed by President Trump. There's been the Obama administration has signed, they've issued reports basically chastising the patchwork regulatory requirements in the jurisdictions. My point being is I think you're going to see, given the pandemic, a significant push to create some kind of overarching practice. And if we don't do something, and I think the compacts are a good way to say, hey, we've done something to address this issue that y'all are fussing about at the federal level.
I think this issue goes back many years. When I was president of the American Counseling Association, portability was a huge, huge issue. And I think this compact has the opportunity to be an important step in this process. And I'm for it. So I just think anything we can do to enhance services to clients and increase portability from one to another is very important. And it's been resisted for years. And I mean, there's no really good reason that it isn't occurring. It's just, I think this is a good first step. And I think if some of the professional associations get behind this, it can move forward.
Dr. Elder, if I could add just one other, I don't want to say it's a negative, but just to elaborate on that point, some of the things that SciPac is tackling is there, and the question they have, because I think it's a very good thing. One of the issues that they deal with is if somebody is practicing providing telepsychology in another state, to a patient in another state, they need to know the rules and regulations of that particular state. So if you have a patient, let's say in California, where Terasoft applies, but you're in Texas and it doesn't, you know the rules and regulations, what may not need to be done in particular instances. So there are things like that that do affect it, and there's also, how the complaints will be investigated. There's statutory language for both jurisdictions work together to share information so that they can investigate things. But those would be some of the difficulties, I guess, that they'd have to tackle. But I think for the most part it's working well, though. So
Thank you. I have. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Ellie.
No, I'm familiar. I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Hyde, because I think I have heard discussions before of where does the jurisdiction lie? Is it where the client is, if they're in a different state, or is it where the clinician is? And then which state board gets to process or has the jurisdiction to process and rule or sanction on those complaints that might come up. And so I absolutely see the complexity of navigating all of that. And as a licensee, I mean, if I'm in this compact and I can practice in 10 states, then I need to be able to know and comply with all laws and rules and regulations in all 10 states. And that's overwhelming. So I absolutely understand how complicated it can get. Thank you for that.
Daryl, do you want any sort of a vote from us, or did you just kind of want to bring this up and see how warm the water was on it?
That's all I was looking for. I don't need a vote from you because there's nothing we can commit to at the time. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a visceral reaction of no, you know, I don't want that, but it sounds kind of the opposite, that everybody's certainly open to it. So that's really all I need to know, Chair.
Well, before we leave this topic, I did want to ask, in the executive order, top of the second page, it sounds to me, it's top of the third page, sorry, that there's some real mandates here for action. And I'm wondering, on whom do those mandates fall as far as reviewing rules within 90 days and submitting a report? Where do we begin that process?
I think that's more for federal agencies than it is state agencies. Fortunately, we're our own sovereign, so they can't boss us around yet. We haven't lost that yet. We don't take any federal money, so they don't have their hooks into us. So
Thank you.
we can tell them to go pound sand right now. Just don't ever take federal money, or once they get their hooks in you, you're done.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Christina, can we make a note to include this in our agenda for the next meeting? Just kind of get a status report, especially since we'll be nearing the end of the legislative session at that point.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on. Item number 6 is review and possible action on application denials. Christina, will you update us on this?
We currently don't have any application denials to bring forth to the board today. This will be an item, a standing agenda item on cases that there may have been a denial through the legal process, but the board still has to review that final decision. So as those come, you know, they'll be presented to you all, but at this time there are none to review.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 7, which is discussion and possible action on Rule 681.13. This is the first of 3 petitions that we're going to work through this morning. The first one, 681.13, involved impartiality and non-discrimination. We did have a staff response on this one that came from council. Patrick, can you briefly summarize the response, and then we'll discuss after that?
Sure, absolutely. So one of the requirements by the statute is that we must respond within 60 days, either initiate rulemaking or deny the petition. This particular rule deals with the exact subject matter in question that we submitted to the Texas Attorney General for an opinion on. And so staff looked at that and had to make a decision because the meeting was beyond the 60 days. So we went ahead and denied the request, citing to the fact that we have an open question to the Attorney General. And until that's answered, I don't think it's advisable to write any rules about this subject matter until we get an answer from the Attorney General. So we went ahead and denied it, but we let the petitioner know that we would present the letter to the board so that they could look at it, and if they wanted to discuss it and take a different action, that you certainly can. But as of right now, it's been denied.
Patrick, I got the impression that the petition was nearly exactly on point to the question that was submitted to the Attorney General coming out of the BHEC and social work discussion. Is there any variation from the petition that requires or would warrant our discussion, or are we just content to wait for the Attorney General position and then kind of revisit this?
I think that's correct, because essentially what it looked like to me is it was asking for an adoption of rules that are in social work rules that are the subject of that Attorney General opinion. And it would look pretty much almost verbatim. There might be a word or two difference, but it was exactly on point to what we are asking the Attorney General to provide us an opinion about. So I wouldn't advise to take any other action until we hear back from the Attorney General. And once we know heads or tails, we could then take this matter up, this idea up for a rule later at that point, if you want to. But as of right now, the petition is denied unless the board would like to take a different action.
When do we expect to hear back from the Attorney General? Or not we, but when does BHEC expect to hear back?
They technically have a 180-day turnaround time from, I think, the date it's received. That is, I don't want to say often exceeded, but it can be exceeded. There's no consequence as, if they don't make the 180 days. Frankly, I don't expect a response while the legislature is in session. Probably, if I'm in their shoes, I'm going to see if the ledge will take this issue up so that it'll render the request moot. So I just candidly, I'm not looking for a response from them while the legislature is still in session during the regular session.
Is there legislation pending on point?
No, sir.
Okay.
But the time for filing bills isn't over yet either.
Gotcha.
So it still could be.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick, just some color from the council. So at our last BHEC meeting, that's when we pushed this up to the AG's office. I just wanted everybody to know that this is not us just ignoring this issue, that the council is taking it very seriously. And it needs to be an issue that's addressed amongst all the boards, not just one or two. And we all just need to kind of be on the same page about it. So that's the delay here, is that the council just wants to ensure that everybody is in sync and that we're all approaching this the same way so that our citizens, have great access to mental health care.
So I absolutely agree with the fact that there's not really much we can do at this point. We need to hear back from the AG to find out how we can proceed. My question is, how can we make sure that this particular petition remains on the front burner so that once we hear back, we're able then to put it on the agenda and act or respond to it? Because I think there were some great points made in the petition, and I don't want it to end up being lost as we wait out the AG's opinion.
I think to that point is when we get a response from the Texas Attorney General, we would present it to not only the council, but also it's a public document. Everybody will get it. We can present it to the other boards as well. And so once we have that, then it can be discussed and next steps can be taken at that point.
I would also add, Dr. Elder, even though the petition has been denied, that doesn't preclude you from just sua sponte, this board on its own or you on your own, bringing the issue up again at another meeting. So just because the petition is denied does not preclude you as a board member or this board from taking the issue up on its own. You have that right at any time,
Okay. I think
regardless of what petition.
Right. Thank you for that. I just want to make sure we don't forget to, we've denied, but based on we're waiting. So then I want to be sure we respond at a later date. But I think given that we're waiting on the AG opinion, it will naturally come back around for us to discuss.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on item 7? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we move on, I'd like to make a motion, if I can, that we go out of order. Is that okay? Am I still muted?
No, I was going to ask our board administrator if we could jump ahead to agenda item 9 and take that one up first.
Yep.
Does that require a vote, or can we just kind of do it?
No, we can just do it.
Okay. At this time, we're gonna jump ahead to agenda item 9, and we're gonna circle back to number 8. Agenda item 9 is discussion and action for a petition that we received regarding Rule 681.92. So if you will grab that.
And Mr. Chair, if you'd like for me to give a quick summary of it, I guess, why there's not a
Yeah, I was
letter.
just, this is a proposal for if you have a doctorate that you do not have to have 3,000 hours. And Patrick, if you'll explain the response to that.
Right. So this was submitted, I believe, a week or two ago. If I remember correctly, Ms. DeLuna received it about a week or two ago. So since it was within the 60-day time frame to present to the board, staff did not go ahead and submit a response. But the planned response, I believe, should be along the lines of section 503.302 of the Occupations Code. That requires 3,000 hours after a master's or doctoral degree. So I believe what he's requesting in a rule change would contradict that specific statutory language. But I don't think that there's statutory authority to propose and adopt that particular rule change that's being asked.
This is Dr. Elder. Mr. Hyde, thank you for that clarification. If it's in statute, there's not much we can do about it. But I did want to add that I think there are 3 requisite areas that we look to as counselors to show and demonstrate counselor competence, one being knowledge, one being attitude, and the other being skills. Those are kind of the 3 main areas. And I don't think that you can take from one bucket and put it in another bucket and say that it's sufficient. I think that we would still want to make sure that skill-based 3,000-hour internship is there to gain the client contact, and that I don't believe that that can be counterbalanced with extra classroom time.
I also understand that they could do them conjointly. I mean, this, an individual in a doctoral program could be under supervision and acquiring the hours, so they can be done simultaneously. Is it more work on the individual? Yes. But then by the time they're done with their doctorate, they've also got their license, basically. And Dr. Elder and Dr. Bradley, you guys are in the academic world. Am I
Yes,
not
I have
understanding?
doctoral students who are not only completing their PhD, but concurrently they're obtaining their LPC. Part of a KCREP doctoral program, they have internships required. And what we do is just to make sure that they're doing things, well, I'll just say in parallel fashion, but it does work. I have that all the time. Not 100% of the students elect to do that, but the option is there.
Well, there's an option, all right, and it is a tough one, let me tell you. To go
Well,
to school full
I didn't say it
time.
was easy.
No, right? To go to school full time and try to do your hours.
Right.
That is aggressive. But I agree with obviously with Patrick that it's in statute, so there's nothing we can do about it. I don't have a direct negative reaction to this. I don't mind the idea. I don't mind exploring it at all. Obviously, of course, it would have to go through legislature and there'd have to be a legislative change. But I do agree with Dr. Elder that I don't think more knowledge equals more experience. So I think that is a concern that have to be explored. Also, I am concerned that most of our doctoral programs typically don't have more counseling experience, right? You're not doing more therapy. You're just going through more knowledge of therapy, and you're learning how to be a supervisor in some ways, which you do get credit for that, by the way, if you take that supervisor course, right? So that's good. And then you're working on your research and your dissertation. And that's the vast majority of them that I'm familiar with. I'm sure there are some exceptions out there, but that's just kind of where I am on it. I'm not opposed to exploring it. Obviously, there is a immovable hurdle that we cannot deal with at this time, but I would be open to a larger discussion.
So basically, this 3,000-hour statute is rearing its head again, and kind of, I don't want to say frustrating, but it certainly stands in the way of making any changes to that requirement.
Yeah, Daryl, I will say the statute with academics and with the experience, the way it's written, really does handcuff our ability to make rules for our people in a lot of ways. It feels that the statute is a little too detailed. You know, instead of just saying, hey, you need X number of experience, figure out how you want to do that. Hey, you need this kind of degree, figure out how you want to do that. It's quite granular the way it's written, and it is a little restrictive.
Maybe if it did something more like, as hours determined by the board, give you a little more flexibility.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I want to go on record too, this is Loretta, as saying I'm certainly amenable to further discussion on this, because if there is some way to help students, we want to keep them in the field and we want them to be licensed as quickly as possible. So if there is some way not to compromise academics, but to find that balance whereby this might occur, then I'm certainly amenable to further discussion.
Is there any additional discussion? Okay. Christina, do we actually need to vote to deny the petition? Is that the correct procedure on these?
We haven't submitted a denial yet, and we'll need to,
Okay.
so it would be good to get a vote.
I'm sorry, Patrick, say that one more time. So we do need to vote on it, or we have to wait until it's been submitted?
No, yes, it would be good to get a vote on the denial. Since the denial has not been made yet, with the staff hasn't submitted a denial, we would plan to do that, but since we can present it to the board, it would be good to get the board's vote on it. Yes.
Dr.
Yes, I'll
Elbow,
vote.
make a motion that we deny the petition based on the fact that statute requires the 3,000 hours of clinical experience.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of denying the petition, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the petition is denied, but there's been good discussion on circling back to that idea and further exploring it further. So at this time, we will go ahead and circle back to agenda item number 8, and that is discussion and possible action on Rule 681.91. This was presented to us by Ms. Summer Allen on behalf of LPC Associates of Texas, and it proposes 4 rule changes, each of which are related to the associate and supervisor relationship. Again, like as in item number 7, Patrick drafted our response, and so I will let him give you a summary on that response, and then we will proceed with the discussion following his summary.
Right. So again, much like within 7, this was submitted before the 60-day time frame. So a decision had to be made whether or not to initiate rulemaking or deny the petition. So the rules are basically a 180 from what are currently in the rule, and so we didn't feel like it was prudent for something like this to be initiated, this sort of rulemaking, without board consent. So we did deny the petition. If you look at it, it's talking about the way that LPC associates could represent themselves and conduct a practice. And again, they were taking away things that are specifically stated in the rule. So they were denied. It was denied. We let the petitioner know that we would present it to the board so that it could be taken up at this point, where the board could consider making some changes to the rule. But I think there's sort of a bigger discussion to be had about some of the relationships and prohibitions put on LPC associates. I don't know that this specific language is maybe the ones that might want to be considered if you do want to consider some language, but it might warrant greater discussion on this topic.
I'm happy to begin the discussion.
Sure.
Before, I was going to say, Chair Halbert, would we want to hear from the petitioner or maybe TCA on this before we begin the discussion on it and kind of get their take on it? Get those two.
If procedurally we are allowed to, I'm open to that. It was my understanding that they intended to speak during the public comment. Is that not the case?
They probably will if we don't allow them to hear. I just, since public comment will be taking place after this, I thought it might be beneficial and kind of help inform our discussion if we hear from them now rather than kind of after the fact, is what I was thinking.
Okay.
I
so
mean, procedurally you can, since this is
from it would be Dr. Allen and TCA.
Dr. Allen is the one that submitted the petition, and then TCA being kind of our primary state association. I think it might be a good idea to hear from them, see what they think on these suggestions as well.
Okay,
Chair, would it be,
Christina, do you see?
would it be
Go ahead, Dr.
agreeable,
Taylor.
would it be agreeable to just do public comment on this subject now so that anyone here could voice their opinion, or should we just listen to Dr. Allen and TCA?
You could do public comment now. I don't recall what y'all's time limit is on public comment. Given the depth of discussion I'm anticipating on this, I thought you might want to have the ability to maybe question the petitioner or maybe TCA's representative rather than just be listening.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, my
Sometimes.
thought process is that this is going to be the bulk of our meeting here today, I'm sure. And if we have 116 people here, I'm sure a lot of them have public comment on this. So if we listen to them now, that will help us form our decision-making process. And then they won't have public comment later, probably.
And in all reality, that was going to be my comment, is I really want to hear from all levels of licensure, because I don't feel like we're really getting a representative of what other levels of licensure think about this particular change to our profession, because it affects all of us in the profession.
So if I can, Mr. Chair, I think maybe, do we need a motion or just a recommendation that we listen to Dr. Allen, then TCA, then we open it up for public comment, and then we begin discussion?
Does the board prefer to maybe put this at the end after public comment? Have the rest of the meeting and then save this to the end? Or do you want to do it now?
Okay, with proceeding with the topic now, I like the idea of hearing from stakeholders. I would just want to make sure that we were hearing from anyone who wanted to speak, not just limiting the public comment at this time to the petitioner and our professional organization. I would want anyone who's present in the meeting to be able to speak and say what they need to say about the topic, as long as we keep that to a specific time limit for each participant.
So we can just jump to public comment, just jump to number 20 now, and then start back at number 8. That's what we're on, right?
Would we then allow public comment again at the end of the meeting, or is this in replacement of the public comment that would be offered?
No, I'm quite certain that there are people here that don't have an opinion about this and want to make a comment on something else. So I'd like to listen to those people.
Okay.
So just public comment related to agenda item number 8.
Christina, the way I'd like to do this is if Dr. Allen is prepared to make her public comments at this time, I'd like to hear from her first.
Okay.
I would like to follow that up with TCA, and then open it up to public comment on this issue under the 3-minute usual limitations on a public comment. That's my preferred.
This is Loretta. Wouldn't we also want to hear from TASES, Texas Association for Counselor Ed and Supervisors, because they would be involved and they usually have a representative at our meetings.
I do see some of them here. So I guess at this point, everyone who is interested in public comment related to this issue, if you can raise your hand in the Zoom functions, and then I will go through and look for the specific people first. I do see Dr. Allen And then I'm going to try and find everyone else in the order that you all have requested.
Yeah, and Christina, I agree with Dr. Bradley. If following TCA, if we can hear from TASIS, and then we will proceed with open public comment.
Okay. So let me make sure Dr. Allen, I can get her. Dr. Allen, are you available to speak at this time? There she is.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi.
Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you all. Thank you to BHEC and the LPC board for pouring through a very long, lengthy, and troubling document that I don't think you were anticipating. I also appreciate you adjusting the meeting and allowing for public comment on this particular topic right now. I do want to be respectful of time. And I think, as you can see in the letter that I submitted for written public comment, we have several issues, and I think they're multi-layered. I don't want to spend this time reiterating what you all have read and what was submitted in the board meeting materials, but the way I'm conceptualizing the issues that I hope you all can try to address is we have the fee splitting issue, of course. We have the 1099 issue, which I believe is a federal tax concern that is perhaps not within the regulatory authority of the LPC board or BHEC. I am aware that the Texas Workforce Commission is auditing LPC supervisors or places of employment that are misclassifying associates as 1099, and they are receiving fines for that. So I think that might be addressed there. We also have some concerns around addressing these issues. I think the simple answer at first is, well, fire your supervisor, file a complaint, and move along. However, I think that our survey results illustrate that may not be exactly feasible, particularly when we're looking at the backlog of complaints, which I know that you all are working very hard to address. However, we've had several members of our organization waiting years to have a complaint resolved. And in that length of time, unfortunately, they have already met their 3,000 hours, or they are in a process where they're having to reapply for their associate license, particularly in situations where LPC supervisors are, for lack of a better term, holding these hours hostage for LPC associates in some form of what may be considered retaliation, as there is no mediation plan on record as required by the board rules. And so a couple of things that I did just want to share in this time that you have allowed me that was not in my petition and not in my the long letter and survey results that I sent in. I know that there are concerns around LPC associates in private practice. I've heard those. And I think that some of the concerns stem from this idea that LPC associates are not clinically competent, not yet ready to own a business. However, many associates are on their second career. Perhaps they've already owned a business. I think that that should not be conflated with clinical competency. Other things that I've heard are that associates need to be in an agency where they are well supported. I'm going to take a moment to share a very short example. When I was an intern, I worked for an agency. My on-site supervisor did not hold a mental health license of any sort. At 8 o'clock at night, I was directed by the agency to go to a Walmart parking lot to meet a victim of domestic violence and provide some sort of, I don't know, Walmart parking lot car counseling. This is what I was told to do. I contacted my LPC supervisor. He instructed me not to show up. He was there for me. He did his job. He gave me clinical guidance and direction. And I believe this can occur across settings for LPC associates. Had I owned and operated a private practice at that time, I would have called my LPC supervisor and I would have done what he told me to do. And so I think that we sometimes want to believe that agencies provide a safety net for our novice counselors. Unfortunately, not all agencies are running in a way that is best for LPC associate learning or clinical competency. So the idea that an agency is the answer to this, I struggle with. Finally, I would just like to share that as you saw in the survey results, owning and operating a private practice, I do own and operate a private practice as an LPC. I pay self-employment taxes. I pay for my website. I pay for Psychology Today. I pay for marketing. I pay for consultation. LPC associates are engaging in these practices at the direction of their LPC supervisor. This is happening. What's not happening in my practice, no one's taking 80% of my fee. But when you think about an associate that is giving away 50 to 60% of a fee, paying self-employment taxes, paying for insurance, paying for a website, paying rent and other overhead costs, many of our associates in this state are making less than minimum wage. And so while I don't think that allowing them to own and operate a practice or take payments is the one size fits all solution, it's just going to fix this, I do think that it will empower them. And I think with the right supervisor, they will receive the appropriate level of supervision that they need to own and operate a private practice. I work with court mandated cases, which means that I collaborate often with LMFT associates. We are working with difficult cases, and they are fine. They are doing good work, they're receiving good supervision, and they're running their practice just fine. And so I understand that there are concerns around this. I'm happy that we have a lot of LPC supervisors who support these changes. As for the individuals that don't, the general message that I hear is that they are not yet clinically competent. And when we think about the 60-hour degree program for LMFT, the 60-hour for LPC, the graduate training experience is no more rigorous for our LMFT associate colleagues. However, they do own and operate a private practice. In fact, they are not even required to list supervised by behind their name. They do not have to inform the public in the way that LPC associates do. LPC associates have supervised by on every document that has their credential. The public does know that they are supervised, whether they own a practice or not. And so I don't know that anyone is engaging in mass efforts to ban LMFT associates from owning and operating a private practice for fear of not protecting the public. So when I think about this, I think about parity and I think about opportunity. And I just hope that you all do consider how we can support LPC associates in Texas and work to better align the mental health counseling boards. I hope that our members of our organization are here today. They did want to share public comment. Unfortunately, many of them were afraid of retaliation. They were afraid to come here and share what is happening for fear that their supervisor would recognize their voice or their name. That is alarming. And so I thank you for hearing this. I welcome the discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I think I've taken enough of the time.
Thank you, Dr. Allen.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Christina, TCA's representative? We have Jan.
I do not see Jan. I believe
I think it'd be Miss Bacon.
Dr. Bacon. Yeah, Dr. Bacon.
Good morning, board. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good morning and thank you so much. Yes, I am Dr. Catherine Bacon, the volunteer appointed liaison to the licensure board. Good morning, Texas. Thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss this issue with you, specifically this issue in the agenda. TCA certainly supports what Dr. Allen has spoke to, and that is equity and parity across the professions. Absolutely. And we're excited that the discussion is happening. One of the things that for myself as a supervisor, I think about is like my heart hurts when I read the survey results. I appreciate the qualitative comments that were included. And to hear that there are colleagues here on the call today who are afraid to speak out in public comment out of fear of retaliation, that sincerely hurts my heart as a supervisor. And TCA certainly does not support counselors not getting the support that they deserve, or being not allowed to practice their rights entitled in rules. And we absolutely support the discussion of this issue. For example, we imagine that it will be sent to Rules Committee to consider. And with that, another thing that's kind of come up is access from stakeholders to those committees. And so if this does go to rules, we would certainly want the public and stakeholders to be able to engage, in that dialogue, in that process. So we absolutely support the discussion, and we look forward to, the dynamics of it. Dr. Allen is correct. It is contextual. The survey results speak to that there are associates who report similar experiences to myself as a supervisor, commenting that they have the best supervisor in the world. I've been fortunate to work with counselors that I have learned so much from through that supervision experience. And so we want to be able to have that contextual dialogue, and want to make sure that as an opportunity to resolve a contextual issue is discussed, that the possible unintended implications for another issue are also discussed. It is contextual, it is systemic. It's not going to be an easy answer, but we absolutely support the dialogue of it, and hope that as stakeholders, particularly if it goes to Rules Committee, that we can continue to have access to that committee and access to those discussions. And thank you again for your service. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Bacon.
Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one brief question.
Yes.
Dr. Bacon, is it your position? Are you still here? Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir. I got automatically muted, but I can still unmute myself. Thanks.
Is it your position? What is your position on LPC associates owning, operating, and practicing independently?
The position is that it's not an easy answer, and that there's, possible challenges that could come with it, but that the context of it, the complexity of it does need to be discussed. For myself, if you're asking me personally as an LPC supervisor, I can tell you that for myself, it would give me a lot of things to think about. I'm not saying that I would be completely against it. It would be something that I would talk to the associate that I'm, or the new counselor who's not yet an associate, I would be interviewing, and they would be interviewing me, to see if it was a good supervisory match. That would be a conversation, that we would have during that time is, what are their career goals, and am I a good fit to help them get there? What are they going to need from me? Can I give them what they need? That type of thing. So my personal position as an LPC supervisor is that it gives me pause, because I would want to really think through all the possible pieces. And as myself being an owner of not an owner, but I run a nonprofit, which means I don't own it, but I run a business. I'm very mindful of the challenges of that and the liabilities. There's a lot of liability. And so there's just a lot of complex issues that, for myself personally as a supervisor, I would really want to think through before I felt like I could take that on. And as well as the associate, they deserve a supervisor who can give them what they need. And so I don't know if that totally directly answers your question, but I hope that gives you enough context to kind of see where my personal head is on that.
Thank you, Dr. Bacon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for asking.
And I'd like to also hear from TASIS, if we have a representative. Is it Mario or?
Mario.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Mario De La Garza. I'm the liaison to the board for the Texas Association for Counselor Education and Supervision. Excuse my voice, but I think several of us are maybe dealing with some respiratory stuff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And first of all, TASIS wants to also thank Dr. Allen and the LPC Associates of Texas for bringing this important topic, to the board and BHAG's attention because we also support and want our LPC associates to know as colleagues that what we saw and what we read in Dr. Allen's report is troubling. We like Dr. Bacon just said, we are concerned that some of these practices are going on, that some associates are feeling this way, and what was just said by Dr. Allen, that some associates are fearful of speaking in public comment. That is concerning, and we hope that the board and BHEC takes that into account and things are done in order to fix that. And that may, whatever that may be, I think it takes discussion in order to do that. We are wanting, TASIS is wanting parity and equal opportunity for our LPC associates. We know that we want them to have living wages. And so when we read that report, we were concerned about that. One thing though, that we want the discussion also to look at and to focus on though, is that I heard from several supervisors in regards to this coming up before the board who had reservations about LPC associates practicing in this way, or to the extent that the rule changes were wanting. And so with that unintended consequence, the discussion has to focus also on how would the supervisors then respond? Remember, it was a few years or in the recent past when the board started asking supervisors to do several more things. And there were several supervisors that said, it's too much, I'm not going to do that. And so I'm not going to be a supervisor anymore. If supervisors have to take on the additional liability of having to supervise someone in a private practice, I believe you're going to hear that they're afraid to do that. And so you may have an unintended consequence of not having enough supervisors for LPC associates. Now, so again, we have to engage in this bigger discussion as to, are our supervisors going to want to do that, or will they be willing to take on the liability of doing that? Again, I want to reiterate that I hear, and I think the discussion has to include that our LMFT associates, our colleagues in the LMFT field, LMFT associates are able to do this. And so what does that mean? Are there reasons why LPC associates aren't being given that same ability? Is differences in examinations, differences in clinical knowledge, things of that nature. So that has to be discussed. In terms of what Dr. Bacon also said, if this goes to Rules Committee, which I think the discussion probably will, TASIS also is in favor and wants to also make sure that the public is aware of those, and so opening those meetings up as well. So again, thank you to Dr. Allen and the LPC Associates of Texas for bringing this up. We are in support of they need to be heard, and we need to do something about these practices that we heard of. Again, there are some really great supervisors that are doing their jobs and providing excellent services to LPC associates. So we know that that's also the case too. But there may be some unintended consequences if this rules goes into effect, where you're going to have supervisors who stop supervising if they have to take on this liability. Thank you, board. Thank you, BHEC, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mario. Christina, is there any other stakeholder organizations that we want to hear from before we start open public comment?
I don't think so from the names, but yeah, I think that's all of them for now.
Okay, at this time, I would like to open this to public comment on this issue only, agenda item 8, discussion of rule 681.91. We are going to go 3 minutes per comment. We'll get a 30-second warning prior to the completion of 3 minutes. Patrick, will you keep time as usual? Thank you. Let's go ahead and proceed with open public comment.
Okay. First person I have is Linda. Linda, you are muted on your end.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Linda Ledwig, LPC Associate. I would like to thank TSB EPC and BHEC for their service. I'm in full support of changes requested by LPC Associates of Texas via written public comment. During my time so far as an associate, I have had 40% of my earnings taken, even when delivering services via telehealth with no cost to the practice. In addition to the 40% practice cut, my rates were preset at $40 a session, and this was non-negotiable. This put me earning $24 an hour for my work. Of that $24 an hour, I also had to pay for all supervision expenses running about $250 a month, all of my own advertising to build my own client base, the electronic therapy record program, office supplies, computer, scanner, copier, etc. I was a 1099 contractor with zero benefits and have had to pay both my share and the practice's share of payroll taxes since I was not classified as an employee. I had to build my own client base, so many months my paycheck was less than $175, not even covering the cost I had to pay for supervision. I operated as a contractor at a personal loss. Then when I left, I was told the clients that I got belonged to the practice and could not continue with me. This is the only therapist or other master's level job for that matter that I know of where you can graduate with your master's degree, must list who supervises you on everything, and are forbidden from owning your own business, and have more money taken from you before tax than the tax man himself takes for the work you do. Not being able to own your own business or take full payment for our services diminishes associates' ability to make a living and borders on, if not outright violates, equal protection. Our ethical code requires respect for autonomy, non-maleficence, justice, and fidelity, as well as social justice. Oppression is the state of being subject to unjust treatment or control. Exploitation is the act or fact of treating someone unfairly in order to benefit from their work. I hope you will consider through examples here that some of these current rules may be considered oppressive and exploitive of associates which can contribute to future shortages in mental health services to Texans. I was also asked to speak as a surrogate for someone who feared expressing themselves and their support and was not able to speak freely. He or she states, LPC associates lose total credibility by having to place supervised by on business cards, marketing materials, and websites. I was asked to speak at a charity recently and had to put supervised by in my bio. The charity felt it would cause lost attendance and wanted to remove it. It didn't matter about the knowledge or expertise that I had on the subject. It was very embarrassing. But having to put supervised by on all materials causes a perception of less credibility with clients and speaker platforms, which translates to lost wages for LPC associates.
That's 3 minutes.
Do I have a warning or no?
Sorry, I didn't give a warning. That was 3 minutes. If you want to wrap it up quickly.
I will. Thank you. I'm wrapping up for the other person. Regarding private practice, I have had to acquire all clients on my own through marketing networking, do my own administrative work, bill clients for services, and schedule individual clients just as I would if I had my own private practice. I am paying far more than the cut the practice gets than I would if I rented my own place. Additionally, I am paying a large monthly supervision amount. We appreciate your consideration and support for the recommended changes to create parity, equality, and alignment across mental health boards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda.
The next person we have is John Wagner.
That's right, John Wagner. Hello, like she said, my name is John Wagner. I'm an LPC associate and a member of LPC Associates of Texas. Thank you, members of the board and BHEC, for your service to Texas. It's healthcare providers and the people we care for. I support the changes Dr. Allen submitted for the LPC Associates of Texas. Board members, I am 54 years old, a sole breadwinner, a husband, and a father. In my time as an associate, I've been fortunate to find an excellent LPC supervisor who supports and mentors me in the profession. I am also extremely fortunate to have a well-paid day job to help me meet my obligations as the single breadwinner for my family, providing healthcare coverage, UT tuition for my daughter, mortgage payments, and providing savings to keep our homestead through 9 months of COVID unemployment, and providing material, financial, and service support to my elderly parents. My LPC associate colleagues usually maintain some additional level of employment to provide their primary income during their time as an associate, usually full-time and often in work that has nothing to do with mental health care, just as I do. If not, it is often because they have a spouse who supports them while they try to reach unrestricted licensure. Very rarely it is also simply because they have sufficient savings to live with heavily restricted income for 18 months or longer. At this point, it is unthinkable that I would quit my demanding day job in order to concentrate solely on the mental health care of my clients. It would be impossible to make a living and limits how quickly I can fulfill my licensure hours, further extending my tenure as an associate and limiting the number of people I can help in my chosen second career. This practical limit to my practice of counseling is the result of the state rules on private practice ownership and operation by associates. These rules create a false labor economy that LPC associates have no choice but to participate in, at a radical disadvantage relative to those who are our only recourse for employment. Not only who employ us, but who we are required by law to seek supervision from and to pay for their supervision. I want to stress that these problems faced by associates are not something that needs to be addressed by creating new restrictions, such as dictating W-2 versus 1099 status, or mandating certain terms of employment or supervision. This is a situation that can be resolved by removing rules, allowing associates to accept private payment from clients, as well as to own lease property for counseling practice and to operate a private practice business, would return the counseling labor market to a more naturally competitive state and return the practice of supervision to be more solely focused upon the training quality of new cohorts of licensed professional counselors. I want to thank you very much for your service and for the opportunity to speak to you on this topic. And I want to thank our Texas LPC supervisors for their excellent support and service. I hope you will consider and agree to implementing these changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Next person is Laurel S.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning. I'd really like to thank the board and the council for the time, energy, and effort that you give on behalf of the counseling profession. My name is Laurel Starkweather, and I am completing my master's degree in professional counseling, and I am also a member of LPC Associates of Texas. I support the rule changes being advocated for by LPC Associates of Texas. I will graduate soon, and I look forward to having an excellent supervisor, and I value this as my most important professional relationship as I accrue my hours towards full licensure. I have already encountered significant barriers to working in a private practice setting when I become an LPC associate. All of the prospective employers I have talked to have fee splitting arrangements with their associates, and many also charge for additional office expenses on top of that. This means that I will only earn 20 to 40% of the income that I generate, and that is before my tax obligations and with no employee benefits, all while paying the cost of supervision. With a substantial investment in my education and the ongoing need to pay for supervision, even with an advanced level of education, I will be unable to provide adequately for my family. I support the request for rule changes, which would allow me to own a private practice and accept direct payments. These changes would allow me to receive excellent supervision while also maintaining some autonomy for my financial circumstances. I appreciate that one of the purposes of BHEC was to align the standards across Texas mental health professionals. I believe these changes will create greater equity for mental health professionals, improve access to mental health care for all Texans, and increase LPC associates' investment in their career growth and in their ability to provide quality mental health care. I respectfully request that you consider making the rule changes outlined and requested by LPC Associates of Texas. Thank you so much for your attention to these issues and for your service.
Okay, next person we have is Sandra Martin. Sandra? Sandra Martin, you are muted on your side.
Andrea, I think I saw that you might have had 2 accounts in there. Wondering if maybe you're on your phone or something.
All right.
I'm assuming this is Sandra with, there she is.
Oh, did she come up?
Yeah, I just heard her. You got her muted, Christina. Can you unmute her?
She's muted on her end.
Oh. Sandra, if you're on the phone, you might have to hit like star something. I don't remember, or maybe unmute your phone. Does anybody know what the Zoom phone mute is? It's like star 61.
Star 6.
Star 6.
Yeah.
You might need to hit that. There she goes. Is she good now? No. Okay. Well, Sandra, if you figure it out, we'll come back to you, I guess.
All right. Next one we have is Kathy.
Yes. Hi, Christina.
Good morning.
Hi, this is Dr. Kathy Ibanez Llorente. I'm an associate professor at Texas State University. I'm also a board-approved supervisor in Texas and am currently actively supervising an LPC associate. Thank you very much to Dr. Summer for bringing this up and also for bringing together LPC associates for the purpose of not only professional development, but also advocacy, which is critical in our field. I think this speaks to that. As a counselor educator, when I have a classroom of students who are pursuing professional counseling degrees and marriage and family therapy concentration, there really is no answer to give them when we discuss the fact that some of them can open a private practice upon graduation and others can't, because their training truly is the same. There is no additional training that makes a licensed marriage and family therapy associate that much more clinically competent than an LPC associate. One of the other thing in looking at some of the proposed rules, I sincerely hope this is taken up. LPC associates deserve to be able to open practices, earn a living wage as well. But I would also caution with some of the proposed rules for supervisors, I think the responsibility for understanding business practices shouldn't only fall to LPC supervisors. In some way, depending on how it's worded, that responsibility would absolutely fall to the LPC associate in opening the practice as well. But it is a shame to see that supervisors are being fined for information that or direction that perhaps has not been given in how to classify supervisees or associates. I do also agree, though, that they need to not be penalized in this process. And so hopefully there is an equitable way for this to be resolved for LPC associates in our state. And again, to be able to open practices. There are 502 LMFT associates and there are 4,500 LPC associates. So those are 4,500 associates that don't have the same opportunity as LMFT associates at this time. Thank you very much for all of your work on BHEC and also Texas State Board of Examiners and Professional Counselors.
Thank you.
Kathy, can I ask you one question real quick?
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Are you are for LPC associates being able to open, operate, and own their own private practice right out of grad school?
So I will say, like Dr. Bacon said earlier, it is a complicated proposition. As a supervisor myself, I am operating out of a private practice in a limited capacity. I don't personally own a private practice. So I personally don't know if I would take on someone who owns their own private practice. But I know that there are supervisors out there who would have that ability. I don't know how many of them, and I think that would be an interesting part in looking at perhaps a survey of seeing competency for, I don't know how you determine that as I say the word, but determining competency of LPC supervisors who could supervise someone owning a practice and running their own practice.
Thank you for all you do at
Absolutely.
State University. Really appreciate it.
Sure, thank you.
Do MFT supervisors struggle with that same question, an issue of whether they would supervise an MFT associate?
The question I get from students a lot, they are wanting to pursue both licenses, LMFT associate and LPC associate. And so the only answer I can give to them that makes sense is that they would have to seek out a supervisor who has both supervisory statuses for both licenses, because that person ultimately would determine what that practice would look like for an individual who under one license could own a practice and the other license cannot. So I personally don't know how LMFT supervisors address that, or if it's a problem for them, or what problem it poses.
Dr. Ubanes, this is Janie Stubblefield. You gave some numbers there that there are 500 something LMFT associates. Of those 500 something, how many are practicing independently? How many of them own their own practices?
I truly don't know that number. I don't have access to. I would hope that perhaps that the LMFT board would have that kind of information, because I would, well, now that rules have changed, I don't know if that's what the LMFT board previously would have been cataloging for practice sites for their LMFT associates. So I see Dr. Elder shaking her head. So it looks like perhaps that information was not tracked by the LMFT board. Yeah, I personally don't have a way to know that. I know some of our graduates have, as LMFT associates, opened their own practice. And again, I will just state unequivocally, they are no more qualified than our LPC associates that have come out of our program. Let me rephrase that, I'm sorry. They are equally qualified. I don't want to make that sound like a negative. They're equally qualified as our LPC associates.
Thank you. And Janie, that was actually going to be my question too. So I appreciate that.
LMFT board, it would be a great question perhaps to them. And I think in BHECs strive to look at the boards across in a similar fashion. I think that would be a good question for the social work board as well, because some licensed master social workers are pursuing advanced clinical supervision to become licensed clinical social workers, but not all LMFTs have to pursue advanced clinical training. They can remain LMSWs. They don't have to become licensed clinical social workers, but that perhaps is a good question for the social work board as well, to see if there are rules in that area.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Tim Spears just told me, just so everybody's aware, that that information is not tracked at the BHEC level. So we do not have that kind of knowledge of how many LMFTs are actually in private practice, or how many go in and then try it and then stop trying it. So that information is not known, which would be very interesting to discover. Along that thought, that brought up several other questions for me, but I'm just going to hold on to those for the next comment.
All right, next person we have is Jamie. You are muted. There you go.
Hey, I am Jamie Talphayan. I'm a board approved supervisor and the director at Capital Area Counseling. I definitely want to speak out in support of Summer's documentation. I have had the opportunity working at Capital Area to see hundreds of interns. So I have unfortunately heard the stories and that you had the opportunity to read in the paperwork that you submitted many times over. That happens quite a lot. They are charged just astronomical fees in the private practices of the supervisors around town. And that's actually what motivated me to become a supervisor, is having seen that happen so many times. So there are a lot of supervisors out there, I'm sure too, that don't do those things, but there's many more that do. And it's difficult to be able to see them struggling and not have any way to explain to them why that's happening. LMFTs aren't having those same issues, and there isn't any way to explain to them why that is. Just like the previous speaker was saying, it's the same education level, it's the same level of training, and they can't have their own private practice. They're not able to have speaking engagements and market without having to say supervised by and list everything on every piece of marketing, but they have the same education level and all the same training. I just recently took on a transfer who lost her job due to COVID, her day job that was paying all of her bills. And the supervisor that she had previously had such high rates and so marketing fees and SEO fees and just fees for everything, to the point that she wasn't going to be able to support herself and her child. I mean, I can't imagine having that situation to where you don't know how you're going to be able to support yourself when you're working 35 session hours in a week and you've marketed to get all of your clients and you find yourself unable to do the things you need to do to support your family after you've put yourself all the way through school. And that situation happens over and over and over again. It breaks my heart to see it, and it happens way too often. So I just wanted to make sure I was here today so that the interns that are on here know that there's supervisors out there that support you. We want to see this change too. It needs to happen. So however many supervisors are on here listening, I hope you hit the raise hand button too. And at least if all you say is I support that, they need to hear that. And thank you guys for everything that you do for Texas and for our LPCs too. Okay.
Thank you, Jamie. Can I ask that same clarifying question again? Are you in support of LPC associates owning, operating, and working out of their own private practice or own independent practice?
Yes, I am. I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next person we have is Ashley Goalie.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to the board and the council to speak. I am in agreement with all of the rule changes proposed by Dr. Allen and the LPC Associates of Texas. Just my personal story, I have a great supervisor that works with me. I am one of the few who have gotten, one that's understanding, who has taught me a lot and given me opportunities. But I graduated with my master's in 2016. And I am just now in a position financially to afford to pay for supervision fees. That was one of, therapy is my calling. So just imagine being able, wanting to do something and not being able to financially afford to do the things that I went to school for. I paid thousands of dollars to go to school and couldn't even get out in the field to even be ready to practice something that I am passionate about. So I know there are a lot of reservations regarding, clinical proficiency and being able to operate in own practices, but there are going to be risks whether we open up a practice once we graduate or after we get our 3,000 hours. There are going to be risks there at any point in time, whether you're going into opening a practice, even being a licensed LPC after years, there still are going to be some risk to that. But I would like to have the opportunity to at least make the decision for myself whether I'm ready or not to open up my own practice and to still have the support of a supervisor. And I know my supervisor was one that was in agreement with that. So I just wanted to take this time again just to say thank you for everything that you guys do for us. And I hope that you do consider changing the rules.
Thank you. Next person we have is Jay Holt. You are muted on your side. I'm going to go to the next one and come back. Next one is Rodney Smith.
Good morning. My name is Rodney Smith. I am both an LPC associate and an LMFT associate, and I do not currently run a private practice and have been really blessed to have wonderful supervisors However, that's not the case for many of my peers, my classmates, and it's not the normal experience that I hear from from LPC associates. I just wanted to take a moment and voice my support for these rule changes. The current rules limit competition between similar educated professionals. As stated in the documentation, there's 40% of the counties in Texas don't have access to an to an LPC associate. And we believe that these changes encourage greater parity across the professions. Additionally, we believe that these rule changes provide greater access to the profession. As you've heard over and over again, many of the LPC associates are only making it through the profession and through these hours because they have a spouse or because they have family, or because they are somehow stringing together a series of placements and roles and finding ways to make ends meet. And this is not the case. Over 50% of the states, or about 50% of the states, allow LPC associates to operate private practices. And we believe that it's appropriate and grants parity between the professions. The current state limits the competition between the two professions, and we hope that through BHEC, taking a look, and this board taking a look at some of those things that are limiting the competition between the professions, that will get greater parity. So thank you, appreciate the time, appreciate what you all do, and would also want to take a moment to encourage members of the board to spend time with the LPC associates in your community, and not the students, not folks that haven't entered officially the profession yet, but to go to agencies, to go to practices, to spend time talking to LPC associates, and make sure too that you can hear for yourself in everyday life kind of what a realistic experience is for these individuals. So thank you.
This is Loretta Bradley. Ms. Smith, I appreciate very much what you said. I had tried to determine the number of states before this meeting that allow associates to do private practice, and I only came up with about 28%. Did I hear you correctly when you said 50%?
Yes, as I was going through, it looked to be about 50%. If you'd like, what we can do is submit some additional research to you, Loretta. If you'd like us
okay. I'd be curious to know which states, because I didn't find that many, but of course, it's very possible that I just had the information that ACA publishes on all the states.
Yeah, Rodney, that was also my impression that in fact only one state, Tennessee, has an equivalent license to ours that allows LPC associates to practice and operate independently. So I would love to see that information that you have for us.
So absolutely, I'd be happy to send you guys some stuff. So as you look at the way our statute is written, we have some specific things outlining saying you may not operate a private practice. And if you look a little further, then look at things like accepting direct payment, where we specifically outline steps like that most states don't. So I think there's a functional difference there. And
right.
We can send you guys over some stuff. I'm happy to send you guys over some stuff. I know
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we would definitely need that, because if you're saying that over 50% of states allow their LPC associate equivalents, which is a difficult thing to determine anyways, but you're saying that they can accept direct payment, not operate in their own independent practice. I guess there's some definition work that we would need to do to kind of figure out what exactly we're stating and what exactly we're defining.
Absolutely.
So I'd be very interested to get into that, and please do send it over.
And Rodney, you can send that over just to the main licensing email box, and then I'll be looking out for it or touch base with you.
I tell you what, rather than the licensing, send it to the general.
Oh, okay, general.
Yeah, the general.
Perfect.
Thank
Christina, if you'd hold on just a second, board, we are just about 2 hours into our meeting. I'd like to propose no longer than a 5-minute break. We have an indication that we have around 10 more public comments, but at 3 minutes each, that's another half an hour. I would like to go ahead, take no more than 5 minutes, and then get everybody back here, and we will continue on into public comment. For those of you waiting, I apologize, but we want to give you our full attention, and if we can take a quick break here, then we'll all be back and get back on to those public comments before we begin our board discussion. So if it's okay, everybody take no more than 5 minutes, and I will see you right back here. Started. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue with public comment. Before we do, I would like to acknowledge that we have added Ms. Brenda Campanone to the meeting today. She's been here. I've seen her name up there, but I just did want to reflect that for our official minutes, the minutes that are going to be done 2 times for this meeting. Just so we're all clear on that. Christina, let's go back to public comment again. 3 minutes. Patrick will give a 30-second warning. Let's continue on.
Okay. We are going to do Ellie Brown.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ellie Brown, and I am a very recent LPC as of less than a week ago. So I am a member of the LPC Associates of Texas, and I would like to state that I am very much in support of the changes that they are proposing. I became a counselor very late in life. Therefore, I had my husband's income to rely on. During the course of my training, I at one point did try to find employment that would help us make ends meet. And it was very difficult. Many people won't hire an LPC associate. Even if you don't go into private practice, they won't hire because you can't independently do anything. So that was very difficult for me. But like I said, I was blessed to have my husband to help. I had a very wonderful supervisor that helped tremendously. And so I learned the skills that I needed, but I feel like that had I been able to make a better income, I probably would have done more training. So I believe that these changes would make things more equitable across the mental health board. So I myself and our Associates of Texas would appreciate your consideration for these changes. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, the next person we have is Russ Barty.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have 2 things. First, my name is Dr. Russ Barty, and I am an assistant professor at Texas Wesleyan University, teaching in both the professional counseling and the MFT tracks. And I know that the training is equitable, and I am definitely for the parity of both the LPC associate license being able to be self-employed as the LMFT associate is. In fact, when the board changed, the nomenclature from LPC intern, which really speaks to, under the supervision of a lot more, to LPC associate, I was kind of anticipating that it would be following very soon that there would be move toward both the LPC associates and the LMFT associates being equal in that regard as well. So I just want you to know that I am in favor of that. The second thing, though, is that I am an LPC supervisor in solo practice. I do not hire any LPC associates, but I do supervise those who are in other agencies and groups and things. It has been my practice that my understanding that LPC associates could not be self-employed or practice independently in that regard. So I've always advised my LPC associates to get a job, to get a W-2, and to make sure that they are, the status is employee. Recently, I did obtain another a couple from an agency of LPC associates who are designated 1099. And I questioned that, and that pushed me to the Texas Workforce Commission ruling recently that their definition of independent contractor for business purposes, I'm not sure how clear that is with the independent practice or practitioner nomenclature or terminology for LPC associates. So at the very least, I would like to see the board make some kind of a statement of clarification of what it means to be independent practice. Does that mean that you are under supervision? And I think that's redundant and maybe stated that way. Or does that mean that you cannot be self-employed?
30 seconds.
Thank you. I'm through. Thank you very much. I appreciate all what y'all do. Fully support whatever y'all direction y'all want to go. I'm a fan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barty.
Dr. Barté, will you clarify that for me, please? Are you in support of LPC associates owning, operating, and practicing independently right out of grad school?
Yes, I am, both as a LPC supervisor, LMFT supervisor, and as a professor in a graduate program that teaches both professional counseling and MFT students, and understand that there is a very, very, if any, minuscule differentiation in the training, in the hours they get to be able to graduate with either a professional counseling degree or a marriage and family therapy degree.
Thank you.
Okay, next person we have is Dr. Melinda Fossil-Leewright.
Thank you. I am Dr. Melinda Faisal-Leewright. I am a board-approved supervisor, and I am part of a private practice. I'm also chair of the graduate counseling education program at LeTourneau University. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I will be honest and say I have mixed feelings about this potential change. Knowing what it takes to run a private practice is intense. It adds another layer of potential distractions. And although great experience, to have a new person, someone who's new to the field with their 3,000 hours to jump right into owning their own business after graduating can open up some potential distractions. And I do not feel comfortable taking on that liability of a supervisee who's going to immediately jump into owning a private practice right after graduate school. That's not to say that I would not ever change my mind. I just think there would have to be some better guidelines of what that looks like. And maybe that would be up to the supervisor, or maybe it's up to the board, or both. Just because I know the incredible distractions and day-to-day of what it means to run a private practice. It's intense. Again, I love what I do, but I would not have had that experience after grad school, jumping right into owning my own business and still trying to collect 3,000 hours and learn more of the counseling side, the crisis situations. And so I would just be mindful of looking at maybe some potential guidelines if the board does decide to move forward and allowing associates to own their own practice. With that said, I do agree about the financial hardships that associates face. Been there, done that. And I am on board on maybe we need to make some changes on that end. But a private practice doesn't necessarily mean that the financial hardships are going to go away. Because you have to understand, my first 3 months of private practice, I didn't bring home a paycheck. It went into the private practice because there are still bills to be paid. There's HIPAA compliance. There's making sure that you have your BAA agreements. I mean, there's so many details on the business side, that I don't want that to be another distraction to an associate who has no business background, and then
30
it's taking
seconds.
them away from the counseling skill set that they are also trying to learn. I appreciate your time and consideration. And again, at this point, I don't support it, but unless there's maybe some better guidelines or rules in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person is Dr. Franklin.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I am a board approved supervisor and I do own a private practice as well. I want to first start by giving a scenario. My spouse is a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, and on every piece of his documents, his prescription pad, he has to indicate a collaborating physician. So he's always under, well, he will always be under supervision. However, I do think that still is a claim to be held probably instead. With regards to my support to to operating a practice, yes. To Dr. Taylor's aspect, I don't know if I want to use the word independent. I like collaborating a lot. So I think there should be some collaboration in how the practice is operated. But I do support them being in practice. I do think there's two things that were brought up. There's the mitigation of liability for the supervisor, the way the current rules are written, as they are held fully liable right now. And then also just the other thing that the previous speaker mentioned was the training that goes into operating a private practice. You just don't, not everyone has the basics to operating a practice. So that knowledge and abilities and what kind of risks would come with it also need to be taken into account. Not to say that I'm opposed to it. Again, I am for the idea of LPC associates operating a practice. Some collaboration, some training requirements definitely should probably be in place. And as speaking from a supervisor perspective, mitigation on my liability as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Next person we have is Ebony Hamilton.
Let me mute. Hello, good morning. It's still morning, and I agree it's very cold. I would like to say first, thank you for the time and allowing me to speak. My name is Ebony Hamilton. I'm an LPC associate, and I am on the Leadership Council for the LPC Associates of Texas. Personally, I am fortunate enough to have a good and fair supervisor who supports me and does not create additional barriers to my career development. I am in support of the proposed changes. And I just want to say my fellow LPC associates and I are not simply here to state that things aren't fair. However, it is extremely disheartening to know that our former colleagues who took mostly the same coursework as we did, received the same training, but who in retrospect wisely chose to check a different degree plan, an entirely different career trajectory than those of us who chose the path to become an LPC. They have more privileges, they have more options, and are not restricted in the ways that LPC associates are. I've heard comments today that speak to the complications these proposed changes may present, and I don't think these concerns are unwarranted. However, as a reminder, the LMFT board has already set the precedent for this, and I imagine the LPC board could replicate the LMFT board's approach to this. Additionally, speaking from my heart, I would like to say that these changes have the potential to change our lives as LPC associates for the better. Not an understatement. We are the future of the mental health profession, and the challenges we face are detrimental to our livelihood in many ways, as you've heard. So we all appreciate the comments and support of these changes and your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person we have is Leah McDill.
Good morning, y'all. Thank you so much for your concern on these issues. I think that, well, first, I'm an LPC supervisor, and for 16 years, I teach at Texas State University, and I teach a board-approved 40-hour course for supervisors twice a year, and have great interest and passion in equipping associates. And I think that we're accidentally, unintentionally blending two issues. One is empowering associates. The second is please be careful how much pressure y'all put on supervisors. As you've stated earlier today, I think that y'all will unintentionally create a shortage of supervisors. If an intern of my associate of mine is dragged into a legal battle, I hold liability. A beginning intern, level 1 intern, I hold 100% of the liability. So if an associate is practicing independently, which I do support, my request is that y'all would please clarify the liability and responsibility for the supervisor. And if a supervisor is pulled into a legal battle, how are they going to pay their own legal fees when they're possibly making little off of intern income? So I support the independent practice. My request, again, is strengthening y'all's clarity of what liability you hold for the supervisor. The last thing of my request, I think the last request right now is limiting, thank you, Dr. Elder, is limiting the number of associates on a supervisor's license. Used to, it was a maximum of 8. Just this morning, I learned of a supervisor who has 21. Buckle up, 21. It happens to be the same supervisor whom a former LPC supervisor student in my class contacted me about a month ago on some highly egregious concerns on a different supervisor in town. And 12 supervisors, we all met in a CEU together to troubleshoot what are actual board violations that y'all could rule on. And it's that same supervisor that I'm now learning has 21.
30 seconds. That's
That's it. I'm done. I appreciate y'all's attention and your humor en route in a serious topic. And my request is to, I thought I was done, sorry. My request is to separate intern or associate responsibilities. And then if in private practice, what responsibility, liability, and legal bills will I be held responsible to as a supervisor? Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Dr. McDill. Great points. Christina, can you give me clarification? We removed the limit, a couple years ago, right? And just basically made it unlimited. Is that right?
So yes, you are correct. Yes.
And we did that for free market. And as I recall, in response to the Rural Health Council's call for assistance with mental health in rural communities, and people in rural communities couldn't get supervisors. So we said, hey, let's just allow supervisors to take on as many as they'd like, and allow the free market to rule that. Because if somebody wanted to only see, if as a supervisor, I wanted to only work with associates and not take on clients, I could do that. And then I could decide for myself how much of my time should be allowed in there. That was the train of thought that we had at the time. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes,
Right.
that sounds correct.
Steve, is that right? Were you on the board with me then? I can't recall those. I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 years ago. Dr. Bradley, do you recall?
That was before I got there.
Yeah.
I was on the board then, and that's what I recall.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I just wanted to make sure I was recalling that properly. Thank you.
Okay, next person we have is Liz Walker.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for allowing us to speak today and just taking our concerns to heart. I am a LPC associate just newly as in December, and I have started the process of getting these hours. And while I can be in support of others wanting to do a private practice, certainly as an associate, and that is what they would like to do, just learning all the ins and outs so far, it's a very scary process for me, and I would need clarification as to what the rules would be for that. But it is disheartening starting out in this, that I have, as of now, 3 jobs trying to make a living so I can pay my supervision fees. And I have a great supervisor. I do. He's very supportive. But just I have 3 jobs, and luckily I do have a spouse that makes pretty good money, so he's able to support me in this endeavor. But just the fact that I have 3 jobs and trying to balance that and my family and my children, it's just very hard to do. And if some guidelines could be made for like even like the telehealth, there's a whole huge process that I have to go through to even get paid for that, because you can only, at where I work at, it is like a nonprofit, so you have to pay cash or check, but they can't pay with a check because they don't have any checks and all this stuff. So it's taken like 2 to 3 weeks to get paid, and I still have to pay my supervision fees, and then the student loans are going to come due soon. So just take into consideration that it's just a lengthy process to be able to, and disheartening again, to have to go through all these hoops to be able to follow all these rules that you have to follow as an associate, and all the other professions are not having to do this. They don't have so many stipulations. And again, I just thank you for taking the time to listen. I hope I made sense. That is just, it's just disheartening starting off already. And I have 3 jobs just to make a little bit of a salary to be able to pay my supervision fees and my student loans and have a little bit left over. I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next person we have is Julia.
Good cold morning in Texas. My name is Julia Wesley. I am, full disclosure, I am not an LPC. I am an LMFT supervisor for Texas. And I actually am very much in support of all of the associates being able to open a private practice from the beginning. I have worked with several LMFT associates that have done exactly that and done great jobs at it. Whether they had a background already in marketing and being able to run a business of their own. I've known several people that have come to this career as a second career and were already owning franchises and things, or somehow running businesses other than this, and understood that it was a complicated process, and knew that they didn't know everything, and knew that they had to get people as part of their team to be able to run a good practice, and they've done a great job. I feel like it's terribly unfair to say you have to have a master's degree to do this job. And once you get your master's degree and you pass your exams and you get your license as an associate, oh, but you can't run a practice, that you can't run your own business. I feel like we have a very high standard in what we do. But once we reach the level of being able to practice, we are told, oh, but not yet. You can't do it yet. You still have things that you have to do before we can trust you fully. And so I am in support of LPC associates as well as LMFT associates being able to run a practice. And I think they can do it very well. Thank you so much.
Julia, I have a question. This is Janie Stubblefield. As an LMFT supervisor, what is your liability for your LMFT associates?
It's pretty much the same as the LPC supervisor, the LPC supervisors. I'm held to the same standards. If I have an associate that has to go before the board, I go with them, and I have to explain what was happening as well and what I know about it. I've gone to several different, every year I go to CEU about what it is to keep my supervision practice going. And it's almost always LPC and LMFT in the same update. And we have very similar rules. There's few nuances. LPCs don't have a limit on how many supervisees they can have. I have a limit of 12. It used to be 8, so now it's 12. But it's very similar. And right now I'm part of a group practice, and I do offsite supervision with my supervisees. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person we have is Brittany Hudson.
Hi, my name is Brittany Hudson. I am an LPC associate and member of LPC Associates of Texas. Like some others have mentioned, I've been very fortunate to have a wonderful supervisor. I do work at an agency, so there are some differences there, and I'm also a doctoral candidate, and my work is part of my education. So I am very privileged in that. But I have to say, as I've read these comments and been involved with LPC Associates of Texas for many years, it's just very disheartening to see the exploitation and abuse that is happening. And so 3 things have come to mind as I've been hearing these comments. And so the first is that, of course, supervisors can create boundaries around which counselors they choose to supervise, as they already can, based on various considerations to include their work setting. They can also choose to adjust their supervision fees and policies for LPC associates who wish to utilize their education, training, and hundreds of hours of experience to own and operate their private practice, knowing this does necessitate specific guidance and support and incur additional liability. Second is, as the written comments indicate, many LPC associates are, for all intents and purposes, running their own business. They are just being financially exploited in the process. So the 2 options for addressing this are to create new restrictions for supervisors or new freedoms for LPC associates, and both will have implications to consider. I support the latter. Finally, as has been shared, there is no clear explanation for the differences and restrictions between LPC associates and LMFT associates that is not based on the discomfort and complexity of any change or move toward parity. Again, I thank you all for your work, and I thank you all for changing LPC intern to LPC associate. It seems as though we're moving in the right direction. I know this is complex, but I think the path towards parity is very clear, and I hope that you all consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next person, Jay Hull.
Good morning. Wait, let's see. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jenna Hull out of Houston, Texas. I'm a licensed professional counselor supervisor, and I'm not in favor of what's been presented, simply because I think the origination of the change occurred when the board went from accumulating all the hours, then testing, to now taking the tests, then accumulation of the hours. I think many times interns are still in need of training. I think it has the appearance of, well, I don't want to say entitlement, but many are still working toward a profession. They're having to pay their dues like all that have gone before. And I think it's an opportunity for them to gain strength in the profession so we won't have increase in complaints if they were to go into private practice. And I think the mere stance of them being able to take the test, then accumulate the hours, have resulted in us having this dialogue today. So I am not in favor of the interns being able to practice independently. And I've had probably about 5 cycles of interns, and I question a few of their readiness for private practice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to give public comment on this topic? Okay, I have.
Tina, we'll also want to catch the phone callers to make sure, since they can't. I don't think they can raise their hand.
Okay. Next one I have is looks like Denise.
Yes, good morning. I am in agreement with the last lady who spoke. I feel that there was a great deal of training that we get when we are in supervision. I can say that I would not have been able to run my own practice with what I knew prior to supervision. I think they need to finish all of that before they're able to do private practice.
Thank you. Next person. Oh, they go away. Looks like I have one phone call. Let me jump on here. Caller, if you're interested in public comment on this topic, you can unmute yourself.
*6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, and it looks like we have another hand up. LaShanta Bell.
Hi, yes, it's LaShasta. Thank you for taking my call or taking my comment. I am a licensed professional counselor supervisor for LPC. I'm also in private practice. I do hire LPC associates W-2 in my private practice. And I agree with someone previous that said there are several issues happening at one time. I do believe that for the equitable of things that LPC associates should be able to practice and independently, simply because LMFT associates are being allowed to. However, as a supervisor, I would not likely take on a LPC associate that is independently practicing, as I've upgraded several, and the only one that I would say was readily to practice out the gate was coming from another profession, had already owned a business, and had invested in training to run a business. None of us were trained in our program to run a business. And so if it's allowed without any requirements of training, then we'll have LPC associates trying to pursue their 3,000 hours and run a business, and it makes for a disaster. Even in my supervision, I've had associates ask about running a practice, and I've explained to them that it's my job to make sure that you're clinically ready, that you're ethical, that you're competent. And in the last quarter of our time together, I'll spend time teaching you what I know in private practice and running a private practice, but by no means have any of them been ready to run a practice out the gate. And even some who have inquired when they're getting their hours, they still weren't ready. We're still focusing on how to write a proper progress note, but they're asking me to talk in supervision about running a private practice. So that's a concern for me, that they're not, that there's some type of requirement of proper training, evident of training for entrepreneurship. And also, where is the line for my responsibility as a supervisor? Because I would not want to be responsible for anything that takes place in their private practice that they're running. And it seems like right now that would be the case. I do understand where they're coming from. I've had associates come to me from supervisors who were unethical, but I also think we need to gatekeep those supervisors and encourage those. Thank you. Encourage those associates to file complaints. None of my associates would file complaints on their supervisor, even after leaving that supervisor. So I think there's several moving parts, and there's going to take more than one action to solve all that's going on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have Brooke Blanton.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, board. Thank you so much for taking my call. As you mentioned, my name is Brooke Blanton. I'm currently a graduate student in a program that is designed to prepare students for the LPC licensure. And I'm new to this conversation, but I did think it was important to hear from a member of the future counselor population. I only have one quick comment, and it's just that a reflection and listening to the arguments this morning has started to, if this measure is not passed, if these changes are not made, it has encouraged me to perhaps switch over to the LMFT track because I'm still early enough to make that decision. I'm only saying that just I would hate for some of my fellow students to leave this track because they're seeing that it's a not great road ahead for us as associates. That is my only comment. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brooke. Your application might get approved faster that way too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Looks like next caller is A Psych Center. Is the name that came up?
Yes, that's me. I'm Valerie Kirkendall Rogers. I am an LPC supervisor, as well as having my own private practice. And I am really not in favor of LPC associates having to be able to have their own private practice. I agree with some of the previous comments that had stipulated or stated things regarding the operation of a private practice, and the steep learning curve that is involved with that and how that can interfere with their learning clinical competencies during this time. I also think that we can address it in a different way, because what I'm hearing and what I've also read is that a lot of LPC associates are concerned about how they are hired and how they're being treated. So perhaps the recommendation could be a more specific, I guess, terminology regarding that they cannot be hired as independent workers, and that there should be some type of, I don't know, penalty or consequence for those agencies that do hire LPC associates to avoid or to help overcome some of the misuse and abuse of LPC associates as they're being hired by private practices. I definitely let my LPC associates know that it's against the code of ethics for ACA to be engaged in fee splitting. I also let my LPC associates know that I don't recommend that they work for private practices that do not hire them as W-2 employees. So I definitely advocate for my LPC associates to not get involved in those types of practices. And so maybe if we had also a better advocacy for that and maybe clearer guidelines with regard to LPC associates not being able to be hired as independent workers and some type of retribution for those who are breaking those rules, then we can have a little bit of this less types of abuse that's going on with LPC associates and how they are being treated in private practices. And thank you for your time, and thank you for everything that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. That's actually the 1099 thing is definitely something I want to get into here when we're done with public comment, because Texas Workforce Commission would definitely regulate and does punish individuals that misclassify workers. So thank you for bringing that up.
Anyone else who would like to do public comment through Zoom? Otherwise, I'll check the other 2 phone numbers that are up. Please raise your hand if you do. Okay. Looks like Denise GLT, we'll take you one more time. Again, just make it quick since you have already spoke.
Hi, I'm Denise Guillory, and I have a question more so than a comment. I've already commented how I feel about it. If an LPCA, from my understanding, cannot accept insurance, and so how is that being billed?
All right, thank you.
I didn't understand the question.
Okay, can I speak again? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
My question is this: if you have a LPCA that you hire into your practice, they're seeing clients, but they're not fully licensed yet. So my understanding is they cannot file on insurance. how do they get paid? And who is filing insurance as the provider?
I mean, I would direct you to the insurance company in question for that. My understanding is that they cannot file insurance.
Correct.
But
My
I
understanding
would direct you to the insurance companies themselves.
Well, I'm wondering if we're putting associates in a situation, an illegal situation, an insurance fraud situation, if they're allowed to bill.
Ms. Guillory, from reading the petition from Dr. Allen and the LPC Associates of Texas, it is their intention. They're aware that they're not allowed to bill insurance and don't have any intention of doing that. What I read in the petition is that they would just have to go the private pay route for all of their clients and would then probably offer some kind of sliding scale is what was in the petition.
Nice.
That's a great question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next person, Anisha Baxter.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anisha Baxter. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys today. I just wanted to give a little insight. I am recently applied, hopefully soon to be LPC associate. My experience and I guess my comment that I'd like to make is while going through the process of applying, it was brought to my attention that it's necessary to make sure that the supervisor that you hire works for you as well as them being able to work for them as well. And so it's a interactive process between the two of you. So in the sense of being able to own your own business and your own practice, I feel as if the supervisor should be able to state if they feel as if you're ready to own your own practice. So I'm in favor of giving the opportunity of having LPC associates having their own practice, because we each operate individually and not all of us are at the same level and have the same competency as it pertains to us being able to practice. And so if the LPC supervisor is at a point where they feel as if they could supervise an individual through their private practice, it should be at least something that they're afforded the opportunity to do. And it would be on the LPC associate to either gain the competency to get an LPC supervisor to sign off to be their supervisor while they're in their private practice, and basically just have to that entire process of finding someone who is willing to sign to be their supervisor. And that would be the requirement of the LPC associate. That's their goal and that's their job and that's what they're trying to get to. So if there's something that they're missing, it's going to be evident and obvious to those LPC supervisors that this is something that they need to work more on and that they need to become competent with in order for that supervisor to feel more comfortable with being willing to supervise them. But to table everyone at the same spot and say that no LPC associate is competent enough to be able to own their own business is unfair and it's unreasonable, because there are some who have who run their own business currently. There are some who are competent
30 seconds.
to do so. Thank you, sir. I'm pretty much done with that. I just wanted to be able to put that out there that we are all individuals. And I think that we should be afforded the opportunity for to be looked at as individuals in our competency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christina, are we almost done with public comment? We need to get moving ahead with our board discussion.
Yeah, when we get pretty close and then Mark jump in. So that's kind of what I'm running into. Right now I have 2 and then 2 phone calls that I don't know if they want to take, but I only have 2 pending right now.
Mr. Chair, you can put a cap on it and just say either raise your hand right now so that we know how many we have, and that way we have a static picture of who's up for public comment. And anybody that raises their hand after that, we'll just have to wait.
Okay. Christina, we're going to limit this to the ones who have raised their hands at the moment and the 2 that are on the phone. And I would ask those commenters if we do need to get into our board discussion on this topic, and it's going to take some time. So if I would kindly ask if you can limit your comment to maybe something that we haven't heard already instead of just voicing support, yay or nay.
All right, so the first of the two is Z Braze.
Hi there. I'm an intern and I'd like to just take a moment of fresh air to recognize some excellence I've noticed throughout getting my master's degree. I've done a lot of community service work, and the work that they've done at Capital Area Counseling has just been really incredible. The executive director has been so willing to connect and help nonprofit organizations and ones that are really struggling to stay alive and stay afloat and connect other entities to help me help people. And I think it's just important to remember that area counseling and the people that we're serving. And I'd just like to dedicate my appreciation to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last person will be Mary Jackson.
Hello, my name is Mary Jackson. I am an LPC associate at a private practice, currently hired as a W-2, and I would say that I have a lovely supervisor who is supportive and is in favor of us trying to make a livable wage. I would like to respond. I'm sorry, I don't remember the caller's name, that indicated that we need to pay our dues and that opening a private practice would be a distraction. I find that highly dismissive and condescending. I do have a business degree as well as my LPC associate. So for somebody to make that blanket statement, I think is very unjust and it's uncredible at this point. And I really agree with the caller that stated it should be up to an LPC supervisor whether they feel they can take on an associate in a private practice. So I do support LPC associates being able to open a private practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So let's see.
Two callers, correct?
Correct. So the first caller, I have unmuted you on this end. If you would like to speak, please go ahead and do so now. And it's *6 to unmute yourself. Okay. And this last caller. Okay, I have, let's see. If you would like to speak at public comment, please unmute yourself. Okay, I think we are good on this end.
Okay, that's going to conclude our public comment at this time. We're going to now move into our board discussion on this matter. I'm going to start this off with, before we begin, with an acknowledgement that this is primarily going to be a discussion most suitably for our professional members. But before I kind of hand that off, I would want to acknowledge that as a public member, after hearing the public comments, after reading the written comments, from the public member perspective, it seems like there are issues here, that there are legitimate concerns. I am sympathetic to the concerns brought forward by our Texas associates. This is an issue that I was not really aware of prior to seeing the petition submitted. And after listening to the comments today, I think there are concerns here that need to be addressed. My question for our professional members is, do you agree? Is this a problem? And if it's a problem, is it isolated or is it widespread? Let me know what your opinion is on it. And if it is a problem that needs solutions looked at, then the proposal brought forward in the petition, is that a solution that could solve these issues, or is it going to create other problems? And the bottom line for our board, the bottom line for me and how I feel my role as a public member is do any of these potential changes, do they lead to a greater protection of the public, or does it dilute the protections that we have in place with the public? That's the most important consideration for me, and that's what I want to hear in the discussion. But I'm going to turn it over. I know Dr. Taylor wants to get started here, but that's my perspective coming from the public members. If they want to add anything to that, we want to hear from them. But I understand you guys are the authority here, and I think this should be a discussion between all of y'all. But that's where I'm coming from as a public member. These are concerns that I was not aware of prior to the submission of this petition, but now they're on my radar, and I want to hear about whether you agree, what you disagree with, and what you think. If you think there is issues, what solutions do you have in mind, and where we should go from here? Dr. Taylor, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Holbauer. Dr. Allen, are you still around? Don't want you to go very far. Thank you for this very detailed survey that you sent us and this information. The first thing I want to say is reading through some of this, I mean, definitely extremely painful. A lot of associates in here feeling exploited, feeling taken advantage of, which is something that I find to be egregious and absolutely don't think should occur. Our associates are the future of our profession, as are our students. They need support, they need encouragement, and they need to be nurtured and grown so that they can become great clinicians and then great supervisors. And then hopefully we have a positive cycle instead of a negative cycle. So I do want to get into a lot of these issues one by one. Dr. Allen, I got several questions for you as well. So if we can find her and get her back up here, that'd be great. And then I also definitely want to hear from all of our public members and our other professional members as we kind of go through these items one by one. So before, Dr. Allen, before we get to you, I do have some questions for you, but I just wanted to ask, is there anything anybody else wants to just kind of voice right now before we kind of get started into this process?
I would like to voice two things that I asterisk, and I don't have the answers to them. I the doctoral course in supervision here at the university, but the two things that I asterisk is which avenue will protect the public, because I think that is a charge that we can't forget. And then I don't have the information on this, but what might be, if we go avenue A or B, the unintentional consequences that could arise from a decision. I think as we do our discussion, these two things, not the only things, but we've got to keep that in mind, or otherwise we're going to go down a wrong avenue, because let's face it, we don't have a lot of data. We don't know, for example, what percentage of supervisors do this. And I agree, that's horrible, you know, what the associates have experienced. But we don't have a lot of concrete data. And I can tell you, I'm a data person. I want to know what percent and so forth. So those are the two things I would say is, how do we protect the public? And number two, as we make these decisions, we've got to be careful that we don't get into any unintentional consequences.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley.
This is Dr. Elder. I would just like to add that we be sure that we are looking at any decision that we make from a larger contextual perspective, in that how would a decision one way or the other affect Texas in the larger picture of what other states are doing and what is kind of the national standard, because one way or the other, I wouldn't want to disadvantage our LPC associates. And so we need to kind of be certain, particularly if we're entering into this compact, how our decision would ripple through our connections with other states.
Well said, Dr. Elder. Jane, anything you wanted to add? Anything you got there?
Whenever we engage with Dr. Allen, I have a couple questions for her.
Gotcha. Brenda, anything from you?
Yes. Okay. So I've listened to everything, all the responses, all concerns. There's a lot of things that are running through my head. I think if, as a professional member, I think the first thing that we confront is salary, just across the board. When mental health and anyone outside of that views LPCs, we are almost not on the same level as a social worker, salary-wise. Maybe in some cases they are, but pretty much we're not. So I think that's the first thing. And because we're not viewed at this standard, this high standard, our salary is defined by the importance that they give us as LPCs. So let's just say, for example, that clear across the board, 25 an hour is what anybody starts off with. That already is a problem just for somebody who's licensed. When you talk about a licensed professional associate, well, of course, it's a lot lower than that. I've even heard $14, $15, $16 an hour. So that's difficult to live on. It's also difficult to live on as a fully licensed person, right? I've heard people mention it's great when you have a companion, then they kind of supplement that income. Then if you don't have that, then you find yourself working 3 jobs. So I'm listening. All of it, I understand. So I think that's the first problem that we have. Number 2, when I think about experience, this is the way I think about it in my head. So you have a residency doctor, then you have the doctor. And so here they are all doing rotations, right? They come by, they see you at the hospital and you look at them, you're like, hi, how you doing? You know, but you know that they're just starting residency. And in your heart of hearts, you want them to go through the rotation. You're trying to trust what they're doing because they've been through the same schooling, minus the experience, minus hands-on. So at the end of the day, you look at the MD and you say, okay, you are who I'm entrusting my health with, okay? So when I think about an LPC versus a licensed professional associate, it's not that we both don't have math. We do. You have all the criteria. The concern is the experience, okay? You have the clinical chops. You have it. You can open up any business. You can have any LLC. Anyone can do that for $250. You can do that and get whatever you want. But we're still talking about experience. This is why we chose for you to have an LPCS, because these are the people who have met the requirements, they're seasoned, and they're going to guide you through this process. Remember, we are here to advocate, to protect the people. And so we cannot forget about that. So I have concerns about that. Absolutely. Liability. Again, I know that we all have, malpractice insurance. There's differences in fees for liability insurance, student versus fully licensed, so on and so forth. But I still think at the end of the day, what's the liability for an LPCS overseeing an associate? Well, there's liability. It's a choice that we make when we take on someone to supervise. When I take on someone to supervise, I give them my all. Every bit of knowledge I have, everything I can do, I provide for them because I want them to be ready so that on day one, when they're fully licensed and they get the individual who says, I've been molested since I was 3 years old, that you're comfortable enough, experienced enough to be able to know what to do. I want you to think about that because we all go through school. You passed all your exams, you're book smart, you're ready, but the experience is not there yet, which is why you're being supervised. These are true cases. These are real cases you're going to get. Real issues, difficult issues. And this person is entrusting you to have enough experience under your belt to be able to know what you're going to say and what you're going to do. You don't get a chance during session to pull out your book and to open it up and say, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me go to chapter 4. You get that chance. You have to be ready. You have to be polished and you have to be on your toes. That comes with experience. And even after having been licensed for 150 years myself, I still run into cases where I scratch my head and try to figure out what I'm going to do. So I'm worried. I want every associate to get the experience that they need. I love that you're going into this field. I love being in this field. But I want to make sure that before, as a board, we deliberate, we vote, whatever it is that we do, that Dr. Elder said, we're looking at the bigger picture. Remember, for some of you who have sat on the complaints committee, and we remember things that we've heard, we've listened to, we have to think about those things as well. The question at the end of the day is, as an associate, are you ready? Are you ready to take on the hard cases? Because people don't know if you graduated first or last in your class. They just know they have your name and they're bringing your issues or their issues, and you're supposed to come up with the answer. And you tell me if you're ready. So that's about all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Steve, just to echo what you said earlier, do our public members, who I care about very deeply because I think they have such a unique view, do they have anything to add?
Garrett or Vanessa, is there something, your impression after hearing the public comments, things that are sticking out to you, questions you may have for our professional members about why things are done a certain way, or why do we have a difference? Why are our rules different from LMFTs, or what do they do in other states, or any of those questions that kind of stick out coming from the public perspective, similar to the questions that stuck out in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, the question that kind of comes to mind to me is, and you just raised it, is what are other states doing and how do they handle this? And so that initially popped out to me, and I'd love to see some examples of what just other states are doing and how they handled this. That was one that popped out to me.
Here, that is a great question. Dr. Elder and I have actually done some research on that. Dr. Elder, do you want to share that?
Well, and Dr. Bradley, it sounded as if you had some different data to offer, but in speaking with Mary Alice Olson, who is working on the Interstate Compact, her initial response when I brought this topic to her and asked what she thought is that she reported to me that only one other state, to her knowledge, allows LPC associates in full independent private practice, and that is Tennessee. So that was news to me, and I have not done the data, I have not done the research to back that up, but that is what she shared with me from her national point of view. And then I would also like to add, because this has come up in the public comment quite a bit, and I just heard Chair Hallbauer ask it. As an LMFT, my understanding and the rationale that I have heard from day one about why LMFT associates are allowed into private practice when LPC associates are not, is that it comes down to there is equivalent experience and education. The difference is the exam. So the NCE is the knowledge-based exam that is designed for entry-level clinicians, fresh graduates. The AAMFT-RB exam that LMFT associates take prior to beginning to accrue their clinical hours is normed on clinicians who have been in practice for 2 years. It is an extremely difficult application-based exam. And so the rationale is that if you can take that and pass it at the beginning of your associate period, you have demonstrated competency that is equivalent to a practitioner who is at the end of their associate period. And so the exam demonstrates a higher level of competency. I know students who say, there's no way I'm taking the LMFT exam. It is too hard because it's clinical scenarios and answer A and B could both be right, and you have to use your clinical judgment. Whereas with the NCE, it is which theorist came up with the psychosocial model of development. It's clear the answer is A. It's a very factual based exam. And so that is my understanding of the difference between the exams, and that is the basis for the rationale between the different practices.
Who got his dog to drool all over him? Yeah. Who did that?
I think that Jody is exactly right. I have both LPCS and LMFTS. Now, there is something here to consider. NVCC, the more knowledge-based exam is the NCE, but NVCC has another exam, which is the clinical mental health exam. Ohio, for example, has tier levels of licensure. And for one of their tier levels, they require that. And I've seen both exams, and I can tell you the other one is more application than NVCC has. And most people would say, my students who've taken it, and there's not been a great many, but I had a student move to another state, and that student just swears that it's much more difficult because, as Dr. Elder said, it's a 4-choice format, but it refers to your more than just knowledge at a recall the facts type of knowledge that Bloom would say in his taxonomy. To pass the other one, it's a higher level knowledge. It's an application in which it's much more than here are the facts and I know the facts. It's more what would you do in this situation if confronted with it. So we have, I think there's a difference, and it's been so long. I've been licensed as an LMFT for several years, but I do remember, I think I remember that exam is a more difficult exam, and I'm not sure what exactly that much about it, years ago, but I think we've got to look at this whole process. And as I said earlier, what's in the best interest of the public? And we cannot forget that part.
Yeah.
We cannot forget it.
Yeah, Dr. Bradley, I appreciate that. Sorry, Jane, if you don't mind. I appreciate that very much. Because that we had a big discussion about this last year, I think, when we allowed the substitution of the NCE for Well, I'm just going to throw it out there. NMHQE. I don't even remember now. The test is, the name's way too long on this thing, which is probably part of the reason why nobody wants to take it. It's too long. But yeah, so we did allow that. So that is an interesting option that therapists, that the students do get that option now. So yeah, Janie, what were you gonna say?
Well, Christina, do we see a number of our new applicants coming through that alternative testing route? Or do we have a pool of people who we could inquire?
We could probably, because you're talking about to determine who's taking which exam.
Right.
Yeah, I think we do track that now. Tim, if you're on, can you confirm that?
I'm on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
We can find that out. We don't have that data readily available. Anecdotally, it's going to be pretty small in comparison to the NCE.
I agree.
The NCE.
We went to NVCC. I know that they keep data and they publish or developed both exams.
Yeah.
Why don't we ask for some data from them? I would think that would be public information. And what percentage? There must be some sample questions that they, they're not going to share the exam, of course, but there must be a way for us to do like an item analysis with as much as information and determine, what, is one exam. My impression is very definitely that the NCE is more skill-based, oriented, knowledge-based, whereas the other exam, and I knew the name of it, and now, Chris, I've forgotten it.
See, everybody forgets it. Everybody forgets it.
It's so long, but it is the clinical mental health exam, and it requires higher cognitive skills.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just rote knowledge, memory, and I don't mean to put down the NCE. I think it's a good exam, but the other one, anyone that you ask about it will tell you in most, at least that's what my students have said that have taken it, is that the other one is much more, requires a higher level cognitive skill. What would you do if faced with this situation? Choice A, B, C, or D. It's still format, 4-choice, multiple choice question. But I think NVCC might be a source to help us understand at least the two exams. They'd have to have data on them.
This is Jody. I would be very interested in finding out how the different tests are normed. So who is the NCE normed on versus who is the CMHC normed on, because that will tell us which groups are appropriate.
Right. And Ohio might be a good group. When I was going through information, I tried to look up information before this meeting, and Ohio appears to have a 2-tiered licensure process.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is my interpretation. We'd have to speak to someone there. And depending on which tier that you're being licensed for, there's a different exam. Now, I'm not in any way saying go to a tier system, but Ohio might have some information.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dr. Bradley. We actually looked at that, I think, a few years back.
Did you? Okay, I wasn't on that committee.
Yeah, and you were absolutely correct. It is a 2-tier system. So in Ohio, you become a licensed professional counselor, and that's pretty much equivalent to our licensed master social worker, right? Here in Texas, pretty much, not directly, but pretty much. They can't bill insurance. There's a lot of stuff they can't do. And then when you're ready, and you can be that forever. And then whenever you're ready, whenever you decide you're ready, you go under the supervision of an LPCC, you get your 3,000 hours, you take a test, and then you become a licensed professional clinical counselor. And now you can operate independently, you can be in private practice, you can bill insurance, all that stuff. My understanding is that when the legislature passed the bill creating the Licensed Professional Counseling Board, they were pretty clear, and Daryl, correct me here if you know better, they were pretty clear. They did not want a dual license system, that they did not want 2 tiers of license. That was my understanding. So I think that's kind of why we adopted the intern, now associate, temporary license into full licensure.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning, Dr. Taylor, to say I want a 2-tier system. I don't want that. I just was pointing out that there's an exam for tier 1 and another exam for tier 2. And is it possible for us to go back and get any data from Ohio as well as NBCC? I need more information is what I'm saying.
I agree with you there for sure. All right. Anything else anybody wants to bring up before we discuss with Dr. Allen? All right, Dr. Allen, are you here? Can you hear me?
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I just want to clarify really quickly, because we heard it in public comment quite a bit, is that there is a difference in supervisor liability for LMFT supervisors and LPC supervisors. If you go pull the rule and you look at the wording, LMFT supervisors share the responsibility for LMFT associate actions. So if there is a sanction, the LMFT associate can be held accountable. And if the LMFT supervisor can say, I told them not to do it and they did it anyway, or I have documented that we reviewed that rule, the LPC supervisor is protected and the sanction falls on the LMFT associate. That is not the case in our rules for LPC supervisors. They assume full and complete liability for all LPC associate actions. And so I do think this supervisor concern about how much am I going to be held liable for something that somebody's going to go do in their independent private practice is going to fall on me. And I think we also need to consider that we're all, as clinicians, very much aware that practicing in isolation is a recipe for ethical violation, and that we need to be very careful when we consider that. I'm not saying I'm against private practice. I'm saying that independent private practice offers the opportunity for more isolation, because you got once a week to come out and meet with your supervisor. Otherwise, you're on your own and you don't walk out of session going, oh my gosh, I need to consult or talk to somebody about that. There's not anybody there to do that if you are in sole private practice. So that could potentially contribute to a higher likelihood for ethical violations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
I think I also would like to make the distinction that concerns with some supervisors who wouldn't, probably meet a standard that most of us would agree that supervisors should be meeting is a different issue than what we're discussing in terms of LPC associates practicing independently. I really want to encourage and empower LPC associates to really find that professional that they can look to as a mentor, not somebody that they feel is being so oppressive and things like that. And and I don't even recall the supervisor that said that there was a group of supervisors that got together and are concerned. Yeah, I mean, there's bad apples out there. And so, but those are two different subjects, in my opinion. That what we're really talking about is the independent practice of associates, not the questionable concern about supervision.
No, I agree. And
Agree.
In my mind, it's like the difference between hard and oppressive, right? Like what's the difference between it? Well, it's just tough. Like being associated is just tough. It's a tough time versus being taken advantage of. Yeah, absolutely.
But I do think we've heard things here today, and I agree they're two different topics, that this oppressive situation is horrible and should not be allowed. I'm totally against what I'm hearing in that. But I do agree we have two different issues here.
Absolutely. Great. All right, Dr. Allen, I've said your name like 20 times now. I'm sure you're there.
I am here. I was ready to start my weekend. I didn't know you were going to call me back up. So, Dr. Taylor, do I have just a minute or two of permission to address a couple of things? The first one, the data about the states, because I think everybody has asked about that.
Sure, because these are questions I'm actually just going to ask you, so that's fine.
Okay, great. So I spent the last 4 days, as you all are probably aware, I'm pretty invested in this issue. contacting state boards across the country. And I think that the stats break down to right at 50% of the states are allowing non-fully licensed counselors to own and operate a private practice. I think it's important to note that in these phone calls or outreach, a lot of this has changed in the past 2 to 4 years. Dr. Elder, I did want to point out the individual at the Interstate Compact that you spoke with about Tennessee. Actually, Tennessee, and I'm respectfully pointing this out, the Tennessee website has an FAQ, and it directly states that they cannot own and operate a private practice. And so Tennessee is not one of those states. I have sent the data that I collected. I did not hear back from 4 states. With full transparency, some of the yeses or nos came from either LPC supervisors in other states that I have relationships with that are involved with the boards in their respective states, and counselor educator colleagues across the country. And so this is as accurate as I can provide at this moment, given that it was collected in the past 4 days. I did send that over to the general email. I'm also happy in academic researcher speak to triangulate this data and ensure the accuracy when I have a little bit more time. Then I woke up Monday and thought, I think we should probably know how many states are allowing this. And so I was in a bit of a time crunch, but I did send the data over to the general email. So I just wanted to address that.
Thanks, Dr. Allen. I think the confusion we're going to have with that is what type of language was discussed, which rules were discussed. Like Rodney brought up earlier, being able to accept payment directly for services versus being able to operate your own private practice or operate a business. Like in the state of Texas, anyone can open up a business. Anyone can operate a business. Even as an LPC associate, you can operate a business. You just can't be in business. You can't be in your own private practice, right? So like what kind of vagueness occurred there? So I would really love to get more of that information. And maybe that's might be what we need is kind of more of a formalized study or formalized examination of the other states and what they're doing. And if their license is equivalent to ours, because there's always a concern of how different is their license from ours and that sort of stuff.
I completely agree. I am happy to enter into that data collection process in a much more thorough way than emails and phone calls, although I worked really hard to clarify what I was asking. This is specifically what I need to know. Yeah, so I agree. We need something that's a bit more thorough. The other comment I wanted to make was about the what I'm understanding is that the biggest concern here, well, perhaps not the biggest concern, I should not say that. There are a lot of big concerns on the table. The biggest difference is the examination for LMFT associates. This makes complete sense to me. Unless I'm mistaken, our state now allows the NCMHCE, which someone's going to look into that data around how many applicants are utilizing that exam. And so it leaves the question for me, then if we have applicants using that exam, then does that then mean that we have a pool of applicants that are definitely qualified, as are the LMFT associates? And I'm not asking you to answer that. I think it's a question. So even if you all do not implement these suggested or proposed rule changes, it would still leave me with the question, but what about the associates that did pass from what I also understand to be a much more rigorous and clinical exam? Then what can they do? And in terms of the liability, Dr. Elder, thank you. I live in the LPC world. I'm not as familiar with LMFT. I was unaware that LMFT supervisors and associates have shared responsibility in terms of liability. I am hopeful that should you all move this to the Rules Committee, that you strongly consider adopting the language from the LMFT board around that shared responsibility. I will be hopefully an LPC supervisor next year. And so I'm kind of in between. I definitely support and understand the concerns around liability. I do believe that it is within the LPC board's regulatory authority to somehow replicate what the LMFT board is doing. And finally, I would just like to add around the concerns that were mentioned in public comment. We have a board that's doing this. Yes, with a different exam. And so the exam issue will have to be worked out. However, when these concerns come up, we can look to our colleagues at the LMFT board and replicate those efforts. I think that was it. I was trying to take notes as people were talking. I'm sure more stuff will come up.
No, thank you, Dr. Allen. So let's talk about parity for a second before we get into the results of your survey, which I do want to discuss. So the foundation of your argument for changing the rules, at least what I'm understanding, is that LMFTs do it this way, so we should be able to do it this way. Is that correct?
I think that at a quick glance, yes, absolutely. I'm also concerned with protecting the public. And I have a bit of a rhetorical question around that for everyone here. Sure. Are you okay every day? Do you feel like the public is in harm because LMFT associates own and operate private practices? And so I consider that too.
Nightmares every night. Nightmares every night.
I hope not.
No, not really. No. No, like Liam Neeson style nightmares. No. But okay, so great question. So my question, Daryl, if you can help me with this a little bit. LPC associates, licensed master social workers, licensed psychological associates, and licensed psychologists all must go through some sort of supervision where they cannot practice independently right out of their educational program. Is that correct?
Psychologist, yes, on the postdoc year.
Which is different. It's unique, but it's more structured, but it is a required thing. Yes.
Yeah. Psych associates don't have a postgraduate period of supervised experience. They're required to undergo all their supervised experience within their training program.
Even the 3,000 hours?
Well, no, they would have to be under the supervision of a psychologist, but there's nothing in the rules that preclude them from owning their own business. So, they don't have that.
Are you sure about? Can we double check that? Because I read that last night. I'm pretty sure I read cannot be in an independent private practice. Patrick.
Well, yeah, they just can't. They're under supervision. They're not an independent practice, but there's no prohibition against them owning their own business. And I'm hearing y'all. Everybody's using different terms. That's one of the things I was going to kind of talk to in a minute. Y'all are using those interchangeably a lot of times, and I don't view them that same way. I view private practice. I view you can be in private practice, but you're still under supervision. And I think there's been some conflation of those terms there. But master level social workers.
Wait. I need clarification, Daryl. So when you say independent private practice, are you talking about operating your own private practice, not being under supervision? Is that how you're conceptualizing that term?
If you said independent private practice, you would own your own business, you would not be under supervision. But if you just allowed, say, LPCA or the associates to have to own their own business, own and operate their own business, they would still be under supervision. They're not practicing independently, but they do have their own practice.
So the wording would be that we would allow them to own and operate their own private practice under supervision during their associate phase.
Correct.
So it would be a completely independent practice.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I wanted to make sure we're using the same terms.
Yeah. And then Dr. Taylor, on the LMSW, I don't know off the top of my head. I probably ought to know that. I just don't know it off the top of my head. Patrick, do you know how to answer his question there?
Yeah, I mean, that one is really kind of an apples and oranges comparison when I look at it. You have to, for an LMSW, they have to have the independent practice recognition for that. And so it's really not, I think the better comparison is the LPA and the under supervision of the licensed psychologist and also the LMFTA. But the social workers are not quite as it's not as good of a comparison, I think.
I understand it's different and that all the boards are different for various reasons. That's why we have independent boards. If they were all identical, we would just have one board, obviously. Well, hopefully, right? In my understanding and reading these rules is that they're very similar to LPC associates in the sense that it's saying they cannot operate their own private practice. Now, when we get into the minutia of if they can accept cash for payment directly for services rendered, I think that's a separate argument, right? But they cannot be an independent practice. Now, nothing in the state of Texas is stopping you from opening your own business, right? That's not what we're saying. There's no question that you cannot own and operate a business. We're just saying you can't own and operate your own private practice. Does that check? Do I need to just like resign at this point? Am I like totally wrong? Like, what's going on? Daryl?
I was actually reading an email while you were talking, so I'm sorry.
The way I would understand what the LPC rule currently prohibits is it would prohibit an LPC associate from owning their own John Smith LPC LLC practice and then subcontract out for supervision, much like what an LPA or an LMFTA can do. So they could open that business, but they couldn't run it and provide professional counseling services through it, is what I see that particular LPC rule prohibits.
Right, exactly. Okay. So Dr. Allen, that's kind of my concern with the LMFT associates do it this way, which is a younger board, a newer board, far fewer LPC associates, right? There are only, I think, 502. We said earlier, something around there, 500 plus, and then there's 4,500 LPC associates. So I have a fundamental concern with the argument that LMFT associates do it this way, so we should be able to do it this way. That does not mean that I disagree with your conclusions. I'm just saying I disagree with the premise for the argument. Does that make sense?
Yes, it absolutely makes sense. I mean, I think that in the petition that I submitted 2 or 3 years ago about this issue, and then in December, and then the letter, point to other things as well, the clinical competency, the rigor. I don't think this is as easy as saying they get to do it, so we should too. Clearly, this is rather nuanced. I don't want to forget to mention, I believe in my letter, I did ask the LPC board and or BHEC to consider somehow amending or clarifying the rule around what it even means to be an independent practice. So I'm happy to hear you have that conversation. I just wanted to remind you, I think I may have even given some suggested possible language that I came up with, because I do think there's so many issues here. That is one issue. I understand independent practice to mean no longer under supervision. And I just equate that to supervision. I think if there was some more clarity around that in the board rules, it might be helpful to the potential exploitation and what, quite frankly, I believe is abuse.
Thank you. So it sounds like, Steve, Mr. Chair, we need to.
Wait.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Sorry, Dr. Taylor, I do have a few questions for Dr. Allen.
I do as well. I just wanted to clarify this one.
Oh, sure.
I guess we should probably keep a running tab of things we want to look at, right, Mr. Chair? So I'm thinking probably language defining independent practice, yes. Looking at the ability to charge for services directly. And I'd like to see this as well at the BHEC level too, Daryl, if we can add that to our next Behavioral Health Executive Council meeting, just so we can start to look at that stuff from a council-wide perspective, because I would really love for all of our professions to be on the same page about this kind of stuff.
I think if we look at it at the count, remember, this is, we're now in one of those areas where you guys have the exclusive, what I call original authority,
right?
Original jurisdiction. This type of stuff has to come from the member boards. So about the best the council can do at looking at this is to task what I hope will be this ad hoc work group we're going to put together at the May meeting, is task them with looking at how do we standardize this across the board.
That's exactly what I'd like to do. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, Janie, go ahead.
Dr. Taylor, we want to look into the language defining independent practice. What was the second item?
Mm-hmm.
And what was your second item?
Language regarding accepting payment directly for services. It seems to me that those are the two rules that are causing the most confusion.
Okay.
Well,
Does
as
that-
like
does
the
that
data
sound-
about the clinical mental health counselor exam and how that's normed and the difference between that exam and the NCE. I think that would be great data to collect.
Yes. And that exam, I now have the information. It's the NCMHCE, National Clinical Mental Health Counselor Exam. So that's the acronym.
It's way off.
What?
I was way off.
Yeah, Dr. Taylor, you had a Q in there.
There's no Q? Oh, God.
Well, I couldn't, I've dealt with that exam and I couldn't remember the acronym. So we're all on the same page on that, but that was it.
I would like the questions on the exam analysis. I want that sent to professional development. And I think Rules Committee can take up the original two, the independent practice and direct acceptance of payment.
I like that very much. Okay, Dr. Allen, questions on your survey here. I know Janie and I both have questions on this. Janie, would you like to start?
Well, so I am wondering a couple of things, Dr. Allen. Possibly you could go back to your membership and start to get an idea of how many of them have taken that alternative exam. So we can, start to see what the pool is out there in Texas. That would be one. I know you surveyed LPC associates from your membership is what I'm understanding. Have you surveyed LPCs and LPC supervisors to just kind of start to collect data in terms of the professional, thoughts on how we're moving. And I want to be very clear, the young new graduates are definitely the future of our profession, and want to look at, you need to be able to make a living. And so my alternative questions are then, I don't know if this is Daryl or how this goes, but for LMFT, social work and psychology, where are those individuals being employed? And is there income disparity between, those types of things? I know Brenda brought up that social workers, kind of have a higher base salary than LPCs. On some of those things, and then how do we as a professional board start to advocate for all of our members to have some equity in terms of payment, wherever that's, however we choose to do that, and things like that. So I don't know where those other boards or their members are being employed, and any income disparity between what we're doing and what they're doing. So lots of questions.
I will tell you kind of what sounds like you're talking about is workforce study data. We don't have a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
I know I couldn't tell you what obviously LPAs are going to make less than what a licensed psychologist would make. They're, I think, billing, they bill out at 70% less if you look at like Medicare, Medicaid type stuff, but I'm pretty sure insurance is the same. But beyond that, we're not going to have the data to be able to tell you on any of those other boards, MFT, social work, or psychology. So I don't know what I could get you there. I'll have to do some digging to see about, I think you'd mentioned something about kind of the employment relationship. I'll have to do some digging on that to see what I can find there.
Yeah,
because are there, new graduates entering the field having the same struggle that ours are? Is what I'm wondering. Is this an LPC issue, or is this something that all the boards are seeing, and maybe always four heads are better than one? So
I will tell you this. This is very reminiscent of some of the arguments we heard when the psychology board kept LPAs under supervision for their life. It was a lifetime supervision component. You could never gain independent practice authority. And a lot of the arguments I'm hearing here are what we have heard in that situation as well. And that was something that came up in Sunset. Since we have created the independent practice pathway, I haven't heard that as much, but I've also haven't been quite as involved on the psychology side because BHEC has been here and I've had my plate full with that. I will say that I do recall in psychology, we've heard a lot of the similar things from just postdoctoral fellows in psychology, some of the same complaints you heard from these folks here today about the exploitative relationships. Those are not unfamiliar arguments. Psychology has some of those same issues as well. I don't know about social work. I'll have to do some checking on that.
But. I have a question about it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Bradley.
Well, that's okay. I can follow.
Well, one of my questions is just how much of this, I think as a board, we need to create a distinction. How much of this is a culture in the field in general, where LPC associates are not valued and are not viewed as being able to make significant contributions, and therefore their pay reflects that? And how much of this do we actually have jurisdiction over changing? We have to think about how much of this is within our jurisdiction to do anything about it. Because I agree there's some unfair practices, but is that within our ability to change is my question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I was getting ready to say something very similar, except I was terming it professional identity, because within a profession, you have different professional identities. And along that same line, could TCA or TASES be of help to us in obtaining any of this data? I don't know why, but I know at TCA, you have to be an LPC to present at a conference because of CE credits. I just like to know how that came about. I'd like to know if either TASES or TCA, if they have any information or can help us obtain information on this issue that we're dealing with. And a lot of it is professional identity. If you look at it, you have identity within a profession, and then you have identity external to the profession. And to me, this is a reoccurring theme. What is the identity of each, whether it be the LPC or the LMFT associate? I'm licensed both ways. So I want to say that, but I do agree with Dr. Elder that the liability is definitely different between the two groups.
I also want to bring up the issue of, I think that LPC associate income potential is significantly limited by not being able to bill third-party payers, not being able to bill insurance. And so even if they were to go into private practice, I'm concerned that there's a belief that their income would significantly increase if they owned and operated their own private practice, but being not able to bill insurance and then private pay only, that can be difficult too. And so I'm wondering if the issue is an advocacy issue about getting them the ability to bill insurance, which is not something we have jurisdiction over.
The one thing I would say and kind of caution about that is if you've got two impediments to them being able to do that, I don't know that it would be viewed necessarily as fair if our justification for not removing our impediment is, well, you couldn't get it anyway. Because one of the things that we looked at on the LPA side, whenever we created the pathway for independent practice, was, okay, here it is. We're gonna give you the ability to practice independently, but insurance, they ran into that exact same thing, insurance billing. But at least the board, the state was out of it. we had removed ourselves as the impediment, and that's what we have to watch out for, because I'll just tell y'all, there are some antitrust implications in all of this, and we've got to be very careful and keep that in mind whenever we're kind of going through and making these decisions.
Dr. Allen, this is just curiosity. I know you're advocating on behalf of the LPC Associates. You yourself are fully licensed, and I believe I heard you say you operate a private practice. Are you employing LPC Associates in your practice?
Hello. Yeah, that's a great question. I am not, but that is on my list because I think that might be another opportunity for me to create change for our counseling profession in Texas. Employ an LPC associate as a W-2 to stay out of trouble with the Texas Workforce Commission, and then pay them a fair and living wage. And so when I have some more time, I am planning on sitting down and thinking about what that might look like, because I can employ them. And I think your other question was about additional surveys. I'm trying, I don't live in board meetings, so I'm like taking notes furiously so I don't lose track. Our next round of surveys, so there will be more reports coming your way, will actually be going out to LPCs and LPC supervisors next week. This is just one survey. We do certainly recognize it as the associate voice. This is also the private practice associate voice. And so on our advocacy initiative also includes agency issues, which many of our organization members were saying, hey, what about us? Your survey didn't give me a chance to share because it didn't apply. And so, along with that, I do believe that this is almost, some of this is related to the profession's identity. I do think that there are issues across the country around this. Otherwise, ACA would have never had to come up with the 2020 vision and initiative. I mean, that was all driven by the need for a more solidified professional identity. And so our other advocacy initiatives are around employment advocacy. And so I have more data that I did not share with you, but I've been reaching out to potential employers over the past 6 to 8 months, asking them 3 questions. Do you hire associates? Yes or no? Do you provide them supervision? If you don't hire them, why not? Are you providing on-site supervision? Those are my 2 big things. I have received concerning responses. No, we don't hire LPC associates because their LPC supervisor has to be on site. No, they're not allowed to see clients without a supervisor in the session with them. And so this is not, I think Dr. Elder spoke to this, how much of this is within your jurisdiction and how much of this is a national cultural issue. I think there's a lot of education that needs to happen. And organizations such as myself, and of course, TCA and TASIS, can lead that charge and educate these potential employers, and also educate LPC associates. If you are allowed to own and operate a private practice, this doesn't mean you're making 6 figures by the end of the year. I mean, there is a process that will occur. I think what it does, though, is potentially reduces the predatory behavior that we did see in those survey results. Although not a fix, because these are multi-layered. So that's my answer for the survey, and then a couple of other things that you probably didn't ask about.
First of all, thank you. I very much look forward to seeing some of that data. Love that's already kind of coming down the pipeline, because that's great.
Wonderful. So, Dr. Allen, I have some questions regarding your survey, if that's okay. So on here, you mentioned you guys have over 3,000 members, or 3,000 members strong. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I'd like to clarify those are graduate counseling students, LPC associates, or individuals that have not been fully licensed for longer than 1 year. Those are the 3 things that need to happen in order to be a member of our organization.
Okay, so essentially it is people that will become associates at some point in the near future, 1 to 5 years from now. It's people that are associates now and people that were just associates. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, and then did you surveyed this entire group for this, or just a portion of this group?
I wasn't expecting methodology questions today, but I'm happy to answer them.
Send me data. I'm going to ask questions.
Yeah, so I created an anonymous survey, as you all heard in my initial comments some hours ago. The fear of speaking is definitely a real thing. And so what happened is that I put this anonymous survey together. There's no way for me to track anything about who actually completed this. And then this link was shared into a private group that all members have access to. And then, if I'm understanding correctly, many members in true snowball sampling fashion did share the link with other LPC associate colleagues.
Okay, you put this in like a Facebook group, essentially?
Yep.
And then those people took it and handed it to others. Okay, got it. And you had about over 200 fill it out, is that right?
I think it was 233. However, I did have to delete some comments. Even though it was listed as anonymous, there were some things as I read through these several times that I believe to be possibly incriminating. So I just had to take them out altogether.
All right. And then you only asked 3 questions, is that right?
That is correct. I believe that I copied and pasted the questions that I asked. Yeah, you do have that?
I'm looking at it right now. To be very clear, I'm not trying to cross-examine you at all, so I hope you don't feel that way. I'm just trying to understand so I can clarify. I leave that to Steve. Steve's our cross-examiner.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to understand what I'm looking at so I can make an informed decision.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer all of your questions.
So the first question, what is the current financial arrangement with your LPC supervisor beyond supervision? And you said 115 of these people say that they take a percentage of a client fee. 103 of them said that they are a 1099 contractor, and 97 or is 123 of them said they're responsible for recruiting their own clients. Is that right?
Yeah.
Looking at. Okay, so that's interesting information. And then if you see clients solely through your LPC supervisor's private practice, either 1099 or W-2, what does your LPC supervisor provide the following? And you said only 2 people said health insurance. 11 of them said sick days, personal days, and vacation days. I'm just surprised by that. That's amazing.
That is shocking.
But you got 11 people that get that. I don't even get that. And then retirement benefits, which none of them said they get, which I'm not surprised by. Did you clarify this though? Were any of them logged as W-2s or 1099s? And if so, do you know which ones are 1099s or W-2s that filled this out?
Oh, that's a great question. Let me pull this up. Pull up my own document.
It just said either 1099 or W-2. So I don't know if you asked them to clarify that information or not.
Yeah, that's probably not clarified then if it says either one, although in retrospect, I suppose a W-2 would be much more likely to receive those benefits based on federal regulations.
Exactly, right, exactly. Did you also clarify if they worked 30 hours or more, which is the federal minimal requirement to receive benefits?
As a W-2?
Yes.
No,
hardly. You can technically offer it anytime, but they do require if you work over 30 hours a week and you have over 50 full-time employees, you are obligated to offer health insurance benefits at 30 plus hours a week.
Yes. However, I really now want to open this up so I can see.
Yeah.
Because I believe that the majority of these respondents were in fact 1099. Going back down to my data, you all have this survey there. I am a contractor 1099, 103, 49%. And so some of the questions that you're asking, Dr. Taylor, can actually be answered by 50% of these people are in fact 1099. And so if you kind of track that down to the other questions, I suppose in a reverse data analysis, you could come up with some informal guess around what percentage.
Yeah, but that doesn't really track though quantitatively, right? Because I don't know who filled out that question. 157 of them said none of the above. So I don't know if all the W-2s answered that one or all the 1099s. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
My point is that maybe we need work together to build better questions. Not to say that your questions are bad. I don't mean to say that at all. I just mean questions that are going to get us to the right answers, to the answers that we need. Does that make sense?
This makes sense. I am in full support of the LPC board and BHEC spearheading some of this data collection for the agency, having this for your own, because if you're driving it and you're able to know exactly which questions to ask based on what it is that you would like to know, I'm certainly happy to collaborate. I do think it's something that the LPC board and BHEC does need in terms of just additional data. Absolutely.
I agree. I like that. Would you like it done this decade? If the answer to that is yes, then you're going to need to take the wheel. We're definitely happy to work together to get you the questions that help us the best, right? Because sometimes someone comes in and they read a question and they give us an answer. One of your answers here is, this is the third question, which I'm about to get into, is somebody just said, this is unfair, right? That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. I hear that that's unfair. I don't know this person's experience. I don't know if they're actually in a really great place and they just don't understand that because they're brand new to the field and they think it's unfair. And so or if they're really being taken advantage of, which if they are, I want to stop that. I want to aggressively attack that. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. So the third question is, in what ways do you believe you have been taken advantage of, exploited, or treated unfairly by an LPCS without recourse from the counseling board? Yeah. That is a tough question to swallow there, Dr. Allen. Did you ask any questions about, did you have a great experience with your supervisor?
No, well, you have the document there and that question is not there. I did not. That question was asked very intentionally. That question was based on a plethora of our organizational members reaching out for support. I would say I help 6 to 12 associates a month.
Yeah.
Who are experiencing exploitation and they do not know what to do. And so, yes, it is a very targeted question. It was very intentionally asked that way based on the themes of our member experiences. In terms of the narrative responses, of course, we cannot and should not shape narrative responses, although we can certainly address that with clearer yes, no specific questions. And so if you or any of the LPC board members have very, very specific things that you would like asked, I am more than happy to put that together and kind of do a data collection 2.0 that's a bit more comprehensive and that might yield data that's more helpful to you.
Wonderful. So I think that's great. Now I would love to start working in some direction to ask some questions, because I'd like to know more about the experience that the associates are having, not just were you abused, right? Because I'm very interested in that. I very much want to know that. I want to be very sincere and genuine in telling you, everybody here, that I want to know that. But I also want to know if people are having good experiences. Mm-hmm. I also want to know what makes them good experiences. I also want to know what supervisors think. I also want to know if supervisors, because I hear a lot of supervisors complain about associates and their behaviors, right? Sure. So, and I don't want this to turn into a associates versus supervisors, because then nobody wins. Because then supervisors don't want to provide supervision, associates can't get supervision, and then our profession starts going down the toilet, which I don't want to see.
You know, I cannot agree more.
Great, good. So any other questions on Dr. Allen's survey? Okay.
You're not going to make me write the questions, are you?
Darren, I'm going to make you do everything. You're the only one that gets paid here. You and Patrick. Mary. Rayanne. Just going to name all the people that are getting paid right now. Christina, but not well. Probably worse than the associates. Okay, good. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the survey. Those are the questions I had. I just wanted to understand how this data was gathered so I can make the best decision possible. I do want to point out there were several positive comments in this survey as well, which I do enjoy. There are several things that really upset me, very much so. And some of this does look like price gouging from our supervisors, which I hope that nobody's engaging in, and that is tragic if it is the case. So from this, I had garnered a few topics I wanted to discuss and brought in generalities. One, the term fee splitting came up a lot in the survey and in public comment. My understanding of fee splitting is that it's an exchange for a referral, right? That I'm paying this person a referral because they sent me a client. If somebody's in a W-2 or 1099 relationship and they're being paid a percentage of the income, my understanding is that is a commission, which is different than fee splitting. Is that, my understanding of fee splitting is that it's supposed to be defined as two people that are in different relationships, that are in different business relationships. Am I following this correctly? Patrick, Daryl, am I understanding that correctly?
You know, the only thing about the fee splitting that, Patrick, does barratry, would barratry be applicable to this type of situation?
I think usually when they're talking about this fee splitting and how it's prohibited is when you're referring patients to another purely for that referral fee. And I don't know that that's necessarily applicable here. That's what you're talking about, Daryl, with barratry, I think. I don't know that that's the same thing.
Yeah, like my experience is, and I've had people approach me and say, you know, if you'll send your clients to our rehab, we'll give you, we'll give you $100 gift card or whatever. That's what I see as that not acceptable, kickback kind of
It's like
thing.
a kickback.
Right.
Right.
I know, like, just as an example, for the bar, for lawyers, we're not allowed to split fees with non-lawyers. So like I couldn't split it with a paralegal or office assistant. So I think that probably plays into what you're talking about there, Dr. Taylor, in that I don't know that fee splitting, I don't know that it would be necessarily a violation of fee splitting if you're in the same industry. Both of you are doing the same thing.
Right. I do want to take a minute. I feel like I probably should. Full disclaimer here. I do own a private practice, Taylor Counseling Group, and all of our employees are W-2s, and we do not engage in any of this behavior. Just want to throw that out there. So I'm not pushing. I'll have a private agenda here, but I do want to disclaim that just in case somebody is saying, "Hey, this guy is trying to make it work better for him." So just full disclaimer.
I think Dr. Taylor, I'd like to add, I think you're making an important distinction here between the technical terms for fee splitting versus commission. And I think if we call it a commission, it's still, they're getting a percent of the fees that are brought in based on the services that they provide. Right. And I think the ethical issue, and I read the same article that you shared about the ethics of fee splitting. And I think for those who are not in the profession, and for those who are, please help me correct my perception if I'm wrong. But the ethical concern about the commission, the getting a percent of the clients that you see, is that there is a potential for client A walks in the door and their insurance, they have behavioral health insurance, and the practice, meaning the practice owner, and make more money from that person if they're private pay or insurance. And the decision about who sees that client is sometimes not made based on who's the best clinician to treat that client's issues, but is based on which clinician in the practice can charge the most and generate the most revenue for the practice in general. And that is certainly an unethical way to run a practice. The best interest of the client should come first and should be the basis for all of those decisions about who's going to see which client. And I think that might be part of the exploitation, abuse, those words. That's the frustration that I think we were hearing from LPC Associates, is they feel they get the leftovers, whereas the higher paying revenue generating clients go to other people in the practice.
And Dr. Eller, I think that's a great point of view, because my fear is that they're getting the leftovers of the ones that are, is because the public is looking at it saying, well, I don't want the new therapist. I want Dr. So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so who's been in the field for 20 plus years. I want that person, and I'm willing to pay more to see that person. So that's always my concern with the topic of insurance. We do take insurance in my practice, and I don't want this to be a comparison to my practice, but clients will call in specifically because they have a $20 copay and they only want to see the person that can take their insurance, so that is kind of where those referrals get directed internally. But then that becomes a discussion of how do we tell practices how to do business? And that's just something I don't think is our responsibility. I don't think that's the board's responsibility to get in the to the micro weeds of free market and say, this is how we're going to manage your ability to run your practice. You can only charge so much. You can only do so much. You have to refer equally amongst people. And then we have to police that, which seems very, very difficult to do.
Well said.
Okay. Any other thoughts there? 1099 versus W-2. We've heard a lot of this today. Definitely wanted to talk about this for a minute. I only hire W-2s for this exact reason. I fully agree with anyone's interpretation that a 1099 LPC associate working for somebody else is probably misclassified. That is not my position. That is not my place to do that. I don't think that's the board's place to tell therapists how they have to hire people. The Texas Workforce Commission is very clear about those standards. And they have a whole process to deal with that, just like we do. So just like we do with complaints, right? Somebody says, hey, this is a bad therapist. I want to complain against them. We have a process for that. The Texas Workforce Commission has the same process for that, which is, this is a bad business. They've misclassified me, or they're misclassifying, all of my colleagues. I'd like to have that addressed. I think maybe that's the body that should be in discussion with, if that's the concern. Thoughts there? Anybody?
Yeah, my thoughts is, maybe us having this conversation and it going into our minutes and public record or whatever is any licensed clinicians who are employing other clinicians are going to educate themselves in terms of what that requirement is from the Workforce Commission, because I have heard of clinicians getting audited and having bid fines too, and don't want anybody to fall in that category. That's not what any goal is. And so looking at those best practices, if you want to employ people, what is it you need to do to be able to employ people?
Exactly. And I wonder how much that would clear up a lot of this as well. Just if that kind of became a standard practice amongst professions, or amongst our professionals, how much of this stuff might be alleviated.
One of my concerns, and I think here's where in my mind at least, where the 1099 independent contractor thing kind of comes into play is, in our rule, we talk about the associate may not own an independent professional counseling practice. I guess my question is, then how can you be anything other than a W-2 if you can't own an independent practice? Because as an independent contractor, you're independent. So when I see this stuff of I've been hired as an independent contractor, I'm like, how is that possible? They do not have the right to direct your day-to-day activities as an independent contractor. That it runs directly afoul of what an independent contractor is. So to me, that ties in directly to, do we allow them to own a private practice? Because if you want people to have the option, you really can't do supervision and be an independent contractor. It kind of, if you're under supervision, your supervisor needs to be able to tell you, hey, you're doing this wrong, fix it, do it this way. So anyway.
Yeah, Daryl, I guess my concern is that as a licensing board, I don't really know that we have the authority to tell people how they have to classify their employees, right?
Dr. Taylor, I agree. I don't think it's under our authority. I think, again, just hopefully, anybody who's out there who's like, oh, I wonder if I'm doing this right, you're going to go and check and make sure you're doing it right.
I hear what y'all are saying. I just, when people call in, they're like, hey, like I had a young lady email me the other day, and her situation was her and her husband have set up a practice, an LLC, and her question to me was, after they had set it up, she called and she got to thinking, she was like, I better call and ask. She said, can I own this thing? My first reaction was, it's your business. It's yours and your husband. You can do whatever you want to. And I started looking at her rules and I'm like, oh my gosh, no, she can't. She can't own this thing. So I had to call her back, deliver the bad news. But I told her, I said, the double negative twist that you get is, I said, you can't even have your husband hire you as a W-2 employee, even if you're supervised by somebody else, because in Texas, we're a community property state. So whether your name is on the formation documents or not, you're still an owner of that business. The not being able to own your own practice, you get into some really weird situations. You start getting into interweaving with business law and business organizations. And I'm like, I wish we weren't in that business of being so interwoven there.
Well, this to me sounds like a great job for our professional organizations to go out and really focus on educating their members and creating kind of this culture shift in the field in general, away from the 1099 arrangements, and with the understanding that W-2 is the best way forward, but that's not our jurisdiction. But we could certainly request that our stakeholders work really hard to create systems where that word gets out.
Great. Are we done with that one? Any other thoughts on that one? No. Another one I saw was a common theme was expediting complaints for associates who are issuing a complaint against a supervisor. Well, I like that, and those are expedited. There are so many complaints that the expedited ones that are more egregious are so many that even though these are expedited, they're still very far down the line, unfortunately. It's like we're at Disney World and there's the regular line and then there's the fast pass. You guys got the fast pass, but then there's an ultra fast pass. And there are still a lot of other bigger issues out there, unfortunately, like terrible sexual activity and fraud and Medicare abuse and these types of things that the state looks at and says, I'm sorry, your issue is important, but these issues are also important and we have to go with these. And if I would love for anyone to come hang out with me and Mary one day when we're looking at all the complaints, like there are so many complaints. We were working so hard. I spend probably, I don't know, every other Thursday with the complaints team, knocking out some complaints, and we're working as fast as we can. And those are important. So I want everybody to know that. And I want to make sure all the LMFTs listening today, LMFTs or LPC associates listening today, understand that it is not because you are not important. You are important, and we do believe that you are important. Those complaints are looked at, and if they need to be expedited as quickly as possible, they are. But it's a big world, and there's a lot of complaints. That's just what I want to make sure everybody understands.
And I want to encourage that our free market society use the power of the purse to also impact the supervision practices that we all have concerns about.
All right. Last thing I have, and then does anybody else have anything else they want to add? I just have one more thing I want to add.
One thing I'd like to piggyback off what Ms. Stubblefield just said. As an alternative, I know associates, you're in a difficult position whenever you're having to confront a supervisor about one of these problematic relationships. But to the other supervisors out there that are aware of these types of relationships that are ongoing, I've always tried to encourage licensees, as long as it hasn't been an individual that's actually hurt, and you have an obligation to report it right then and there. Just to be frank, sometimes it's a good idea to have a come to Jesus meeting with somebody to pull them aside and go, look, I'm aware that something's going on here. This probably doesn't comport with our ethics, the ethics of the profession. Stop or change, or if you need some help or assistance. What I'm trying to say is, I would just ask that the professional members, especially the supervisors, if you see some of this conduct out there, please reach out to your colleagues and kind of, I don't want to say confront, that's not the right word, but just approach them about it and see if there's some informal way to resolve it, rather than always trying to rely upon the state to have to do it. Because if you can do it that way, it's definitely the better way to resolve it. So that's my pitch for informal dispute resolution.
Then the last thing I just wanted to notice, or just talk about for a brief moment, was the process of finding a supervisor, which I think is extremely difficult. My process was challenging. I know any one of my cohorts' process was challenging. We do not have a system for this. We do not have a system for practicum students. This is a problem. I agree, this is a problem. I think the APA has done an exceptional job of developing, pathways forward for postdoctorates and those types of things. I would love to see our field have that. I would love that. I would love a more structured approach to getting people matched with better supervisors. I think, medical doctors, they tend to go to medical school and then have to apply to a bunch of residencies after, all over the country, right? I would love to see more a better process for getting people matched to supervisors, so they don't feel like they're stuck with one, right? So they don't feel like, well, this is the only one I know of, or the only one that I can find that's willing to take on a new associate. So again, I don't know that is inside of our scope. I think that probably is a much larger problem that the profession as a whole is going to have to tackle, that TCA, that the schools are going to have to want to get together on, and many other people to develop a better system for this, which I would love to see.
This is Loretta. One thing that pertains to this, I agree that there needs to be a better system. I did call HIPSO, which is a large liability insurance carrier, because I received several calls from different people, some in favor and several against the collection of money and so forth. But I wanted to see what the counselor liability insurance company, and that's the one endorsed by TCA and ACA. And they hadn't had this issue come up, but they said if they were qualified for what they were doing. I also asked them the question on distance counseling. And in both cases, if they're qualified for what they're doing, the woman said that she believed that this would qualify. I didn't speak to the president, whom I do know, Michael O'Loughlin. So if we need to pursue it further, I'll talk to him directly. But I think that is an issue for both the LPC associate and the supervisor. If something goes wrong, will my liability insurance cover me?
So well said, Dr. Bradley. Thank you. I agree. Okay, so those are my ramblings. I really just want to say, or observations, I guess, maybe more professional, that I really do, my heart breaks for associates if they're being abused and that are being abused, and I don't want to marginalize that at all. So I do want to know more about that. So if you are being abused by your supervisor and you do think there is an ethical violation that's going on, please file a complaint. I know it's scary. I know you're afraid to do it. But the more people speak out, the better. And the more conversations we have like this, the more we can resolve the problems that are causing it. And many of those problems might just be larger systems issues that we have to partner with a lot of people, and it's going to take a lot of time to get resolved, to get to a place where we need to be. The last thing I want to see happen that comes out of this is associates versus supervisors, and I am fearful that that if this turns into animosity and an argument instead of a civil debate, that supervisors are not going to want to work with associates, and they don't have to. Their careers are secure, right? So it's the associates that have to have the supervisor, and I don't want to see this turning into a nasty relationship, because I love my associates. I love the associates that I know. I love being an adjunct professor. I love nurturing, mentoring, and growing. I do. And so I know a lot of my supervisor colleagues feel the same way. And I know there are bad actors. I know there are bad apples. There are some bad eggs out there. There are some bad supervisors. There are also bad therapists. And there are also bad associates and bad students, unfortunately, and bad attorneys, Steve.
No.
Terrible ones. But you know, we got to work through it. We got to work to make everything better for all of us. So I definitely am so thankful for this survey and for these thoughts today. I'm so excited to get into them over the next several meetings and see what we can learn and develop and grow.
Dr. Taylor, thank you. Those are quality ramblings that you shared with us. Anyone else? I do want to specifically define objectives coming out of this discussion. But before we get those nailed down, does anyone have anything else to add or any additional questions?
Chair Hallbauer, I just want to make sure that it is on the list of follow-up items that we look at supervisor liability.
Okay.
That was an issue we heard echoed by a lot of the supervisors, that they're concerned about supervising an LPC associate in private practice when they are held fully liable for any choices that LPC associate makes.
And I want to also.
No, I was going to say, yes, Dr. Elder, I'm an attorney. We can talk about liability anytime that you would like. So Dr. Bradley, go ahead.
I just want to be sure that whatever we do, that we never lose sight of our role to protect the public. And also any decision that we make, I want to be sure that we take the broader picture and that we say, is there an unintended consequence that could come from this? I mean, we want what's best. And I certainly think it's horrible to hear what supervisors are doing. And teaching at a university, I have a lot of students out in practicum or internship. And some of these things are very new. I haven't experienced them here in the Lubbock community, although I will admit, out of many supervisors I can name on my hand, that there have been some that we don't allow supervise our students anymore. And that goes back to what someone was saying. There are good and bad within every profession, but I just found it horrible that the LPC associates are having to endure this. This cannot be tolerated. I don't know yet what the answer is, but I do want us to look not only, because sometimes we use a common sense approach to decisions. That's not always the best approach. I think we have to look at, even though it seems right, we have to go the next step beyond common sense and say, what could be an unintended consequence? And we can never forget the clients that we're serving, the public, and we can never forget the supervisor and the LPC associate. We have a triangle here, and we've got to make sure that all angles of the triangle work together. And that's what I want to see come out of this.
I agree with Dr. Bradley and would like to add to our list of research potentially. If we are looking at this from what we are tasked by the governor is a perspective of public protection. I want data about ethical complaints for LPC associates and LPCs in general, fully licensed, and if possible, LMFT associates in private practice versus LMFT associates who are, in an agency setting, who have the benefit of a site supervisor and an LPC supervisor. So I don't know that is tracked by our boards, but I am wondering if the larger, I know HPSO puts out a huge report every couple years that talks
Yes.
about here are the trends in the malpractice complaints. And here's where we see the most complaints. And so if we could get any data that would help us look at public protection, that would be helpful.
Well, I think we can get that data. Michael O'Loughlin, I know, and I'm sure some of you all may know, he's president of HIPSO, which is probably the largest counseling liability insurance company. And I think we need that data. I think Dr. Elder is correct, but I also think we need something about the difference from MBCC. I want to know something about the NCE exam and the MHCE exam, because this may help us move in a successful direction. I'm not sure, but I'd like that information, and I'll stop.
Dr. Bradley, I have that one that's going to be tasked to the Professional Development Committee. Patrick?
Yeah, Dr. Elder, to your point, I think that would be good information to get. I think one of the issues that Dr. Allen brought up and some of the issues we're having is a lot of those people, the supervisees, are hesitant or unwilling to file complaints against their supervisors. So the information we get is maybe not going to be as complete or as thorough as we would maybe get because of the hesitancy of supervisees willing to file complaints because they want their hours and they don't want to have it negatively impact their future application. So,
Mr. Hyde, I think you bring up an excellent point that when we're talking about we need to empower LPC associates to advocate for themselves, we have to consider the inherent power differential in that relationship. But the data that I was looking for was specifically complaints made by clients against an LPC associate versus an LPC, or an LMFT associate versus an LMFT, and what practice setting they were in. And that would help us look at it, not from a protection of the associate, but from protection of public, just to clarify.
Dr.
I'd like to take a moment to say that, we want to empower, but also charge that everybody in this profession has a responsibility to report bad behavior. And that's a part of our ethical requirement at every single level of licensure. And so I'm not trying to dismiss that you are concerned or afraid to make that report, but I just want to remind all of us that we are charged with that responsibility. And so, if you need somebody to help you consult to make that report, then, find that colleague who can do that with you. But every one of us are charged to report unethical behavior. So
I wanted to say too, let's see, yeah, I'm unmuted, that HIPSO, the insurance company, has a lot of information. I remember about 10 years ago, they did a study and looked at the states that required a separate ethics course as opposed to infusing it in another course, and what were the ethical violations. And as you might guess, those states that required a separate 3-hour course in ethics had fewer ethical violations than other states. And at the time, I looked at that data, and there's a state near here, not Texas, that had a large proportion of ethical violations. And so there's a lot of information that an insurance company may be able to help us look at and understand. And I'm not just pushing HIPSO, although it is endorsed by ACA and TCA. There are other insurance companies, and if they have information, that's fine.
Yeah, Dr. Bradley, I was about to ask, do you get $1 every time you mention HIPSO? Is that how it works? Oh, she's back on mute now. That's okay.
Oh, I was unmuted, Dr. Taylor. Don't I wish? I don't anything.
Don't I wish? Yeah, I know, right?
So there was something that was in the survey that really caught my attention, and I just feel compelled to bring it up and add it to our discussion. And that is the belief that was expressed by more than a few of the respondents in the narrative section, that they should not have to pay for supervision, that it is unfair that they have to pay for supervision. And that was confusing to me, I think, because while I fully believe that our new LPC associate graduates are very well prepared and sometimes have more education than those of us who graduated before that 60 hours was required, they have more education. There is an experience element that a fully licensed LPC supervisor who's been in the field and in the trenches brings to the table. And just like the LPC associate very much deserves to be fairly compensated for their competency, an LPC supervisor deserves also to be compensated for those years of blood, sweat, and tears in the trenches, gaining that experience. And so I just want to make sure that that is stated and is something that we all move forward with a common understanding about.
Okay, any final thoughts before I summarize our items that we're going to move forward with?
No, I just hope all the associates understand that we're here to work with you. We're absolutely here to work with you. There are limitations in rule setting and statute and jurisdiction, that does not fall with this body, but that we are here for you. Absolutely. Just as we are here for all professionals, but we're also here to protect the public, and we have to follow that course above all else.
Okay. All right, I want to, let me run through these. Please add anything I have neglected. Tasked to the Professional Development Committee. Number one is going to be a determination of a breakdown of the differences between the mental health exams and an analysis of supervisor liability. And tasked to the Rules Committee is going to be a review of language defining independent practice and an analysis of accepting payment directly for service. Is there anything to add to that?
Should on the Rules Committee, instead of independent practice, should it be private practice? Or do we want to leave it as independent?
I think that's part of the analysis, is defining independent and private, right?
Okay.
Okay, anything else to add to that? Okay.
I think that's a great first step.
Patrick, I believe that procedurally that we will not have a change to the initial denial of the petition. However, we intend to move forward, continuing on with this discussion with these specific action items. And as we receive more data in, things can change. And so this is, yes, there's not going to be a change to the denial of the petition, and that feels like closure. However, I'm viewing this as really more of a starting point on this new discussion. That's how I'm viewing it. If anyone else is seeing it differently, please let me know. But we've had a very productive discussion here today. A lot of issues that probably have sort of lingered under the surface and now have been brought forward. And it's my intention that we tackle them. These are going to be some tough decisions, but this was a great start.
Should we have a motion and a vote to reflect the commitment to pursue those items or those directives as you laid them out?
I would prefer that. I want that on the record that this is how we're moving forward.
And really quickly, should we add any kind of directive to the ethics committee to try to gather information about ethical complaint trends as far from a public perspective? I don't know if that's within the purview of the ethics committee, but it was just something we talked about gathering.
I think there's a trends committee.
Trends committee?
Well, it'd be great to have the Trends Committee work with staff to get a breakdown of complaints filed against associates, maybe before we went to the 3,000 hours and after we went to the 3,000 hours of supervision. And then are there any other trends and complaints that we would like to specifically look at?
Go easy, everyone, on how much you're tasking staff with here. We're still setting this thing up, so.
Sorry, let me clear my language. Just ask Daryl to find this information, please. Only Daryl.
Because the more y'all are getting granular, I notice you're getting more granular in what you're asking for here. And this
but we need the information. We need the information to make an informed decision.
Just a reminder that there are some things we won't be able to report on, like what type of practice they're in, that type of thing. So we can say that there's a complaint against an associate, but we won't be able to say if they're working for a group or whatever.
Okay, so additional specificity on this, a breakdown on ethics complaints in relation to both associates and supervisors?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Chair Hallbear, one of the things that might be helpful to us, and I'm saying might, Dr. Kathy Yabanez, who spoke earlier, I believe is on the ACA Ethics Committee, but I know they have to keep a very thorough list of information. If we could see some of the categories of ethical complaints, that might give us a starting point. And I believe that information would be available to us and it would already be collected. It's no more extra work. It's just a phone call.
And that's on the ACA level?
Yes. Mm-hmm. They have.
Dr. Bradley, that's a good point, because if we have 50 states that do things one way and 50 states that do the other, it would be nice to look at data on a national level, especially if it can be broken down by state.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of states, man.
Well, apparently 50 do it one way and 50 do it the other, so should be.
And it's data that's collected. It's not like staff has to obtain additional information.
Great idea.
Can add in the Canadian territories as well. Gotta get those in there.
Okay, then I believe that I need a motion that we make no change to the denial of the petition from the LPC Associates of Texas. However, we have identified 5 follow-up items, 2 in professional development, 2 in rules, and 1 in trends that we are going to now task ourselves with moving forward on this issue.
So moved.
Thank you, Janie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley. All in favor, please raise your hand and signify.
Aye.
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 Okay. The motion is unanimous. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to take about a 10-minute break this time. If you brought your lunch, or if you're working from home, go run to the refrigerator. Let's take 10 minutes. I'm sorry it can't be longer, but we still have a lot to get to. So 10 minutes and I'll see you back here. Thank you.
Christina did tell us to bring a snack pack, just saying. So I got my snack pack.
That's my supervisor.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you had a very satisfying lunch. We're going to go ahead and move on. But before we did, I meant to send out a special recognition to Dr. Allen for the incredible work she did on that petition. It was thorough. It was well thought out. It was very well done, and I hope that we gave it the attention that that she expected that we would. But no, incredible work on her part. We're grateful. I know she wants to make this profession better, and I appreciate that. I wanted to recognize the work she did. I'm not sure if she's still on here or not, but I meant to do that before we wrapped up. But that was incredibly well done, and you can tell that she cares for the associates in the state, and she cares for this profession as a whole. So that being said, we're going to go on to agenda item 10. That's we've got one order that we need to vote on. So Christina, will you present that, please?
Yes, this is for complaint number 1061-17-0045. And this order was presented in front to you all in your board packet. Dr. Taylor, you are part of this informal settlement conference, so you will have to recuse yourself from voting on this case.
Oh, okay. I get more time for lunch. Thank you all.
Okay. If you have a chance to look through the agreed order briefly, and then I will entertain a motion that we accept this order.
I so move that we accept the order.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Janie. All in favor of accepting the agreed order, complaint number 1061-17-0045, please vote with an aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. That order is accepted. We will note the abstaining of Dr. Taylor. Maybe I'll get that sent to you later. Number 11, orders from the first quarter. Also, Christina?
Yes, so you guys have already seen at your last meeting some of the orders that were already for this quarter. So this ends the first quarter of orders. You have this is all public information, so these board does not need to take action on, as these were already executed by Daryl, the executive director for the Behavioral Health Executive Council.
Okay. And no action is required on our part, correct?
No action, it's just to present to you all.
Okay, thank you. Item 12, reports on enforcement actions, dismissals, and status report.
So you all did receive a supplemental for the dismissal report late last night or yesterday, I can't even remember. So there were a total of 92 cases that were dismissed since the last meeting by the enforcement department. So that's great. They're working, super hard on this stuff and, getting through it as quickly as possible. And the second report.
Oh, Christina.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I was gonna, and this is Mary and Rayanne. Do you guys find that you're getting a lot of support from those folks you're asking for information?
I don't think I understand.
To be able
from whom?
To be able to work through these complaints.
From whom?
Whether it be the complainant or the respondent, or
it varies. In some cases, we've lost the complainant.
And some complainants we've had a lot of help from, and it just depends. It really does.
I mean, we've worked through some very, very old cases, and some of them are like, well, yes, this was important to me some time ago, but I've moved on with my life. Do whatever you want. And in other cases, and especially the newer cases, they're more engaged, and we have contact information on them.
Mary,
I would agree.
Mary, Rand, Daryl, would there be any value or any way to do maybe like a all day, like task force or strike force, if we want to get dramatic about it, and just like clear up everything from 2012 to like 2017? Is there like a way to just, maybe even just 2016 where it's like 32? So you have like 2, 2, 13, 8, 32. If we could just like knock all those out, maybe over a day or 2 days or something. Is that something we could do?
Well,
I
I was
think that
gonna say, some of those older ones, it's not that we're not trying to knock them out. Some of them are going to SOA. And I think that's taken some time too. But we're trying, and we try to get all their cases together too, because some of these folks are coming up with more cases or cases that they've had, and we're trying to get all the cases together, and the process seems to move a little slow. But I think Mary Kay especially, she's hammering. We're trying to hammer it out.
Yeah, we can't resolve a case that isn't in our office. So if it hasn't hit the lawyer's office, the lawyer can't fix that case.
Well, I guess that's what I mean, though. Cases from like 2015, surely we have those. Like those aren't still in investigation.
They're not in my office.
They're not in my office either.
I hear what you're saying. Okay, I got you. Whose office are they in? Daryl's office? Where are they?
I assure you they are not in mine. They were probably, let me just say, the case files weren't in the best organizational style when we got them. And so it's a hard, we're still trying to sort through it and organize the stuff.
I got you.
As far as the task force goes, Dr. Taylor, you really, as the board members, y'all don't need to be involved in the investigation side of it.
No, I don't mean investigations. I'm saying, though, if we have cases from 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016 that are this old, there's not that many on here. There's like, a total of like 50 something, 60 something.
Right.
You guys know me. Like, I'll come down there and camp out for a week if I need to. I'll bring Steve with me, whether he wants to or not. And then we'll just crush them, just karate chop them all, karate chop action, and just get those done. So they're gone.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm wondering if maybe pending is not the right category, but they're in processing. Like we've done everything we can do to this point and we're waiting for something else.
Yeah, that's a great question, Janie. So are these 108 cases or 33 of them processing to SOA, or is that just a whole different category?
I think that category represents things that are post ISC that are either being negotiated or getting geared up for SOA. And so to take the example of the oldest cases, we try to make sure to identify those very old cases and try to get those assigned so that they can be worked through. I think, if I remember correctly, I think Rayanne had the short straw of some of the very oldest case on that list that you see. And
I had one short straw. Don't exaggerate, Patrick. I had one short straw. I'm working on it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get them through.
But I think unfortunately that was something that the other side was not agreeable to resolving it, and so we're left with taking it to SOA and getting it geared up for SOA, and those are just going to take longer. So we're definitely focused on getting those older cases out and getting these numbers down and not having as old of cases. The problem is I think they're all working through the process right now to try to get them resolved as fast as possible.
So let me ask you a different way. Is there any way that I can help accelerate this process aggressively as possible?
I think if we can come up with something, we will definitely give you a call. If there's any way, I'm all for making this more efficient, and I think we're slowly making things more efficient as we work through them. But I can't think of something right now off the top of my head where we could utilize you further. But if there is something, we will certainly give you a call. I think.
Okay, because Daryl's couch looks very comfortable.
Continue to be available for them. That's it.
All right.
They'll get them to you as quickly as they can.
Well, the list of dismissals was phenomenal. So thank you all for your hard work on getting these processed through.
Dr. Taylor, we're scheduled every Wednesday and Thursday for the next, I believe, 5 weeks to resolve cases, just the ones I'm handling. So we're going to have a rough next 5 weeks. So your Wednesday and Thursday mornings are taken.
Rough for you guys. Little do you know, it gets me out of watching the kids.
Oh,
Pandemic madness. You know, you got to work from home all the time. You got 3-year-olds knocking at your door. This is important work. So I'm happy to do it.
Oh, and your wife, Dr. Taylor.
Don't even. She is just like the best person on the planet.
So yes, related to the reports, you guys do have the status report as well. That does have the breakdown of cases for you all. The only report that you guys didn't get this time that you did in the past was the annual report, and that's just going to be every year you'll get that to see where we're at.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to our committee reports. Handling professional development, I believe it's going to be Janie.
You're on mute.
Sorry. I know I have and is this a jurisprudence?
Yeah.
Is that what? Okay. So the Professional Development Committee met and reviewed the current jurisprudence exam, and then the opportunity for new questions to be added to the exam. There were some questions from the old exam that were edited, and new questions that were added to really kind of look at some of the things either that we're seeing in complaints and or to make sure that we've got some of the new rules being covered in that. And so that was done. One of the things that came out of that committee meeting is would like to suggest that the Rules Committee perhaps start to take up the thought of, do we need a rule regarding social media for professional counselors, social media behavior, I don't know. Any ethical standards around social media for professional counselors. I believe there's been some complaints and some struggles coming through that, but we don't have a rule to then be able to do much about that.
Well, it's my understanding that that's addressed under the dual relationships rule in a more broader context. So if you went to a boundary or dual relationship ethics training, that's where you would hear the information about here's how to handle connections with clients.
Yeah. What kind of stuff do we see on there, Jane? I hate social media. I think nobody should ever use it, but
I'm going to direct that question to Mary and Rayanne.
What? Oh,
I think that some of the awkward ones that I'm seeing is a couple who's divorcing, or there's a custody battle, and the therapist has an active Facebook presence and is friends with one of them. And it's like, well, it's not really necessarily a rules violation. The therapist comes back and says, but I accept every friend request. So, it's the problem is it creates a complaint. And then, the therapist who, has taken a screenshot of her dog, looking at the computer screen, and there might be confidential information on the computer screen that no one noticed until you notice it. So some of it's silly. Some of it is
some of it is just plain stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I know, but they just don't know. They just don't realize their computer screen's up or whatever. It's unfortunate.
No, what I meant was some of the things that they post are just plain stupid. Like they're posting about how they have problems and they're setting up a GoFundMe page for it. Things like that.
Yes, that one is also awkward. The sort of sexually questionable posts that just, if someone says there's a boundary violation and they have with really provocative photos on Facebook, it doesn't help, and the angry ex-client or ex-spouse or whatever gets screenshots of the therapist, holding a glass of wine and posing provocatively with a dog. It's absurd. And I'm wondering what people are thinking. And I just wish they would not use Facebook like that. But I also understand that is a marketing tool for therapists, and it is a way to maintain a presence, and they have every right to do that. But it takes an enormous amount of time to go through those sorts of complaints and go, well, this is really awkward, but do we set it for an ISC?
Psych board at its meeting yesterday settled upon some guidelines for social media use. They haven't adopted the guidelines. They're not rules, so they're not enforceable, but it's just gentle, friendly reminders of, hey, don't do this because this could bring down the kind of heat that like Mary and Rayanne are talking about. Those are going to go out for public comment from psychology here. We're going to get feedback from the stakeholders there, but I don't know if y'all are interested. That may be something you could build off of, take it and make it your own.
Thank you. So that's my report. Like I said, we've updated that jurisprudence exam for all clinicians. And one of the things that I think that is still being germinated is a specific jurisprudence exam for supervisors. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. Moving on, Rules Committee met on January 13th. We came up with 6 proposals. Ordinarily, I would say let's go through them all and then vote on them as a group. However, in this case, I think we're going to do them individually because some of them can be kind of substantial. And so let's see which ones that we can get approved. Starting small letter I there, it's 681.2. What we did was change the definition of art therapy. Currently reads, a human service profession facilitated by the art therapist and using art media, the creative process, so on and so forth. We changed that to now read a form of counseling in which clients use art media, the creative process, and so on. The concern here is that we didn't want to sort of wade into what we called a scope fight. And so that's why we made this change. Is there any discussion? All right, Dr. Elder, Dr. Taylor, you guys were part of this process, so feel free to supplement anything I added there.
No, seems pretty clear. Move that do you want to take them one by one?
Christina, I realize ordinarily we do them all at one time, but I think we should do these individually if you don't mind.
Move that we accept the changes to the definition of art therapist as described in proposed rule 681.2.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Rule change passes. Moving on to .II. Here, what we did, we took out the 5-year window requirement under 681.72A3.
Chair Hallbauer, I apologize for the interruption, but I think that rule, this is a mistake on staff's part. That was not something that we talked about at the Rules Committee. You're actually looking at the wrong version, or it has additional language stricken that shouldn't be. That language that's stricken in A3 and in C4 should not be stricken. The Rules Committee didn't vote to make those changes, as I recall. The only changes the Rules Committee voted on were in F, to strike F.
Oh, just the substantial equivalent?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was a mess up on our part to include those other strike throughs. I didn't want y'all.
I gotta be honest, Daryl, I thought it seemed a little strange when I was reviewing this.
Yeah, I was fully expecting one of y'all to go, wait a minute, this is not what we did.
Okay, so there are no change there.
No.
Just to F.
Okay, then I will jump forward to my notes for F. On F, we removed the substantially equivalent. After much discussion, we basically took it out and trying to make it a non-issue.
Doesn't E address the substantially equivalent? Am I?
Yes. We don't need it in both places.
Okay.
Yeah, Janie, basically the governor's office was saying that there is no such thing as substantially equivalent. You're either equivalent or you're not. So.
But so maybe we need to go back and look at E. I mean, the line above that also says substantially equivalent, not just equivalent.
My understanding of the governor's office objection was that when you look at what F says, it's licensure requirements that either match or exceed Texas requirements are considered to be substantially equivalent. The governor's office objected because if it matches or exceeds, it is not substantially equivalent, it is equivalent. And so they were saying, take out the definition because they didn't really agree with what the definition was expressing. They didn't have a problem with the wording substantially equivalent being used in E. They had a problem with the definition in F.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah, exactly what Dr. Elder said. Exactly that.
Okay. Let's go through these. Move that we accept the proposed change under subsection F of 681.72.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. All in favor of the proposed change signify.
Aye.
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 Change passes. Okay, third item gets back to art therapy. What we just added in a clarification here because there is either has been confirmed or there's a rumor that the American Art Therapy Association is being replaced as the accrediting body. So we, just thinking ahead, added in or its successor afterwards in order to not have to do that change later on.
Which document?
681.73B.
Okay.
And all we did there was add or its successor. This should be the easiest decision of the day.
My document's not coming up, so I don't want to make a motion on something I'm not even looking at. So
I was just giving you a hard time, Janie. Again, right now the rule says the American Art Therapy Association, but it is our understanding that they are being replaced or renamed. And what we did is, while we're making rule changes, let's just add in some flexibility here. So we put or its successor.
I'm going to leave it to somebody else to make that motion, just because I don't.
Okay.
I move to adopt.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Bradley. All in favor of the change, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Change passes. Okay, 681.82. What we did here, we added in some clarification on the approval for out-of-state applicants. Under 681.82A 1 and 2, we believed that inadvertently, by leaving out counseling in the phrase counseling or a counseling related field, that we created some unnecessary confusion. And so now, instead of reading in a counseling related field, we added in a counseling or counseling related field. Okay, so that was, the word counseling was added twice in subsection 1 and 2 there. Okay, and then later on, we added some additional clarification on 681.82C. If you'll read those, that bottom line, or the second half of that paragraph, if the applicant can demonstrate 3,000 hours of supervised experience and has completed at least 48 semester hours of coursework in a graduate degree program in a counseling or a counseling related field with 300 clock hours of supervised practicum. This was to add some clarification on what's acceptable and remove ambiguity, and ideally get staff out of the business of trying to verify if something is acceptable or not. Dr. Taylor, Dr. Elder, anything to add to that?
Move that we accept the proposed changes to 681.82.
Thank you, Janie. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Elder. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Change passes. Okay, 681.83. This is item 5 in our rule changes. These are proposed course content changes. The reasoning behind this, number 1, streamline application review. Number 2, make sure fundamental courses are taken. And number 3, allow for certain electives and specialty areas. Patrick or Daryl, I think that I noticed some changes on the rules that you proposed here that we didn't make, and I wanted to clarify that. The first one is being, we have under 681.83B2, right after psychopathology, I have that abnormal human behavior was supposed to be struck out, and we still have it in there. That's from my notes, and I need to verify it, but I had that abnormal human behavior was to be removed, and it was only to say psychopathology.
And I was not a part of that group, but I do know that some institutions still call that course abnormal. And by the way, I'm very glad to see this change, because before it said they needed a course in abnormal and a course in psychopathology, and they are actually, they have the same content, if you will, because that's the DSM learning. So I don't know if maybe a parenthesis of abnormal human behavior. I know sitting on the applications committee, I've had several questions where staff has said, is this the same as this course? And so I see psychopathology and abnormal.
If you added an or in there, would that be okay?
I'm good.
You know, that's not true, Jamie, at all institutions.
Not all,
example,
but I'm saying
yeah.
some still use the abnormal label.
We have 2 separate courses, one called dysfunctional behavior, which is abnormal, and we have a separate one in pharmacology, because this group told us that we needed that.
Right, we're not talking pharmacology right now.
Okay.
Psychopathology and pharmacology are 2 different courses.
2 separate courses. Mm-hmm.
Well, the psychopathology that I'm understanding is where they're learning the DSM, which is
that's
abnormal.
part of it, but they also
Right.
learn medical medication and the effects of that you don't necessarily get in abnormal.
So in abnormal, what's your text?
For abnormal, we just, it's the Sioux text. And for the psychopharmacology, it's this, I can look it up, take me a minute, but I've got it. It's a different text.
Which course are you doing your DSM and learning?
Well, we'll hit the DSM in both, but the major emphasis is in the abnormal dysfunctional behavior, some people call it.
Right.
We call ours dysfunctional behavior. And we use the Sioux textbook and we use the DSM. Then for the psychopharmacology course, I've got the information here. Pull it up probably too on my phone. We use a separate textbook.
Well, I agree with what Ms. Stubblefield is saying, is that we're not requiring two separate courses. And so what we're saying now is that they both qualify for this one type of course you need to take, and I absolutely support changing the wording to be either psychopathology parentheses abnormal human behavior or psychopathology or abnormal human behavior, so that there's a clarification. It's not two separate courses. Right. And I want to do whatever is possible so that the staff doesn't have to do a review of the syllabus to make sure it meets the criteria. Whatever wording is most common, we want to include to avoid any of that trouble.
Yes.
Right. Agreed.
Christina, do your notes show, were we supposed to have stricken the abnormal?
What
I understand what I understand where Chair Hellbauer is coming from.
Yeah.
It would seem
I showed
abnormal
that we
to-
were going to strike it.
Yeah.
Abnormal on what y'all originally sent out.
Yeah.
And it's not struck here.
Right.
And it can be left in, especially if it contributes to clarification. I thought it was an error in what we received.
I think it probably is, but
Yeah, and that would have been on me. I don't know how I made it not with a strike through in it, but originally the copy you received did have a strike through.
Okay.
So really, I guess we just need y'all to tell us, do you want to leave it in? Do you want to put an or in it? Or do you want to take it out and just go with psychopathology?
So if we just go with psychopathology, what are the implications for a transcript that lists that same class under the term abnormal human behavior?
Just through staff training, we'll know what that means.
Yeah, we'll know.
We'll know that that's a synonymous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my fear is that we'd have to do that for dysfunctional behavior, like at Texas Tech or whatever the school wants to call it. So yeah, we'll just have to train staff that those are synonymous. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with just one term.
Yeah, I don't see any problem either.
And I would suggest going forward with Dr. Hallbauer's good catch of striking abnormal human behavior and leaving it psychopathology with instruction to staff that those are equivalent coursework.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Mr. Hallbauer, I made the change to the rule.
Who was that?
That was Brenda, I think.
Oh, hi, Brenda.
Yeah.
My next one, and I need Dr. Elder, Dr. Taylor, y'all that were there on this rules committee, I need y'all to double check me on this. If everyone would turn the page and look at C on page 2. C is going to be where we listed our elective courses. Okay, in my notes, I had that 1, 2, and 4, group counseling, couples, marriage and family therapy, and research. I have that all of those were being moved to fundamentals and out of electives.
Okay, that is very similar. I'm really glad you're catching this because I too saw this and thought that doesn't jive with what I remember from our meeting. I remember that group number 1 and research number 4 and career number 5 were moved to the required. And then we were going to have a robust discussion during this meeting about couples and family counseling, about whether that belonged in the elective or the required section. That's what I recall.
Okay, so we're on similar recollection here. We're not deadlocked in, but I had that 1, 2, and 4 were all getting moved to our fundamentals. Dr. Taylor, do you recall?
Oh, I recall. I recall begrudgingly agreeing to it is what I recall.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it. So Dr. Elder and I had quite the debate about this last time. So yeah, but we are adding.
I'm going to propose that we have this discussion based on your recollection. So go ahead and proceed.
Would it be possible to take each of those one at a time? Because I would be in favor of one, certainly being a requirement that we all need to do group.
Well, before we go one by one, let me say I went and did additional research after the meeting.
I don't know. We've got just a couple more rules to go.
Brenda, you're on.
Brenda,
You're live.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
So I did some additional research, and part of our reasoning for moving some of these from the elective to the required was because the staff was kind enough to provide the information that you were all provided in your packets about what other states require, so that we could be sure there's more portability. But also in speaking with Mary Alice Olson about the LPC compact, the 8 core KCREP areas are in the compact. So if Texas wants to participate, we need to require those 8 core courses for our licensees in order to be eligible to participate in the compact. So that's something to bring to the table now. And the 8 core areas would include group, research, lifestyle and career, and professional orientation. Those would all be now part of the required, so that we would be on board with KCREP and the NCE exam, other states that are similar to us, and the compact.
I was going to wait to make this statement, but I also did some research on this, and I downloaded what the NCE exam covers. So you're going to have to be careful if you take out some of these core areas and universities then eliminate that course, you're going to have a higher rate of people not passing the NCE. And I can't say much about it, but I'm on the national committee that's revising the NCE exam. And I can tell you, you know, if you go online and look at what's there, I mean, I've seen it and I've seen the new exam, and you better be very careful. You're going to have people failing the exam, because whatever we do in the NCE is definitely aligned with the 8 areas of KCREP.
Now, hold on, Dr. Elder, my understanding that these are currently in the elective section and we're proposing to move them to the required section?
It is my understanding from our discussion at the end of last Rules Committee meeting is that some of these courses that are now listed in the elective section were supposed to be in the required section in these proposed rule changes. And that's the 8 core KCREP.
That's what it is. That's what it was, but this is not the document that we agreed to. So, I mean, I think we either got to go line by line here and get the correct document done, or we need to table this until we can get the correct document done.
I gotta be honest with y'all. I think it makes more sense to kick this back to rules, because what everybody has in front of them, it's not my understanding or Dr. Elder's that that's what we agreed to in our Rules Committee meeting. So basically, we're going to have to redo the work that we did, and this is not the meeting. This is not time or place to do it.
Yeah, I agree. And so let's I like that plan, and let's get Dr. Elder's research available for us, and let's get Dr. Bradley's research available for us, so we can structure the best route forward for everybody. That's what I would like to see. Yeah.
Where do I send the draft compact? Who do I send that to so that it can go to all of the board members?
You can send it to me.
Okay.
How far do you need a motion to table the adoption of this rule? What do you need?
Yeah, I think that's our best choice right now. This is some extensive stuff. This isn't what we have right here is not what we originally agreed to. Plus, it sounds like we have additional information now. So I will need a motion to table.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I don't think you actually need a motion to table. That's correct.
No. Okay, then I will do it on my own. We're going to table this, kick it back to the Rules Committee, and next time we come back to you, we will have a little more information to present. Okay. One more.
May I answer Janie's question she asked me earlier? It'll take 1 second, Steve.
No, go ahead, Dr. Bader.
Okay, I looked it up. The book we use for pharmacology is by Ingersoll and Rack, 2016, Psychopharmacology for Mental Health Professionals. And then the supplemental book is the DSM. So we use 2 books.
Psychopharmacology is a different class than psychopathology.
Yes, we have 2 separate classes.
Right. We were talking psychopathology.
Oh, okay. Well, that one is the Sue book.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley. We've got one more. This is the military service rule. What we were doing here is establishing guidelines on substantial equivalency. If you'll take a look, 681-114B, this has been added, the substantial equivalency determination. Patrick, I may need you to chime in a little bit here because you're going to know more about the occupations code than everyone else here.
Sure, I mean.
And then later on, Patrick did some tricky math and came up with this 125 hours of credit. So if you'll explain to everybody where that came from, because I remember the Rules Committee liked the reasoning on it. So go ahead and explain that to us.
Sure. The subsection, currently subsection B just says substantial equivalency. And so what the new subsection B does is it makes that substantial equivalency determination. If you've been licensed and in good standing for 2 years, you're substantially equivalent. Because of the statutes in Chapter 55 of the Occupations Code, there's some exceptions we can make for military applicants. So they can come under, we don't have to necessarily look at all of their requirements. And so this is the substantial equivalency that we would determine in the rule. The very difficult math was basically taking 3,000 and dividing it by 24, the 24 2 years of the months. And so if somebody doesn't have a full 2 years, but they have 12 months or what have you, we could then do the math and then know how short they are on their hours. So then they could do the whatever else is needed to fulfill that requirement. And this is just, it would make, this is also kind of stole this idea from what we did with MFT, although they did months. And we felt like the hours was probably better or easier for staff to do a comparison when we're licensed, going through an application and licensing someone.
So that's the logic behind the 125 hours. Like I said, this whole thing is just making everything clearer, not only for the applicant, but for staff that's reviewing it. Is there any questions?
Okay. No, but once we have that interstate pact, then a lot of this will not be necessary, right, Dr. Elder?
That's the hope.
Okay. Move forward then. I move that we accept the changes made to proposed rule 681.114.
Thank you, Janie. Do you have a second?
Second, or Dr. Elder.
Thank you, Dr. Elder. All in favor of the change, please vote aye.
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 Aye. And change has passed. Thank you. Okay, item number 14. This is our new standing agenda item, the BHEC update. BHEC met on January 12th. At that time, we passed 2 of the LPC rule changes. These were 2 one was on criminal convictions, and one was a lingering reference to intern under experience requirements. That one had been held up at the governor's office. Those 2 rules had passed. Also, online licensing has become effective as of February 1st for both LPCs and LMFTs. That is an incredible change and very welcomed. I did want you guys to know, I want Texas LPCs to know, BHEC hears you regarding licensing and renewals. We know that there's frustration out there. We know that it feels like everything is held up. People are confused and frustrated. Sometimes they reach out to me to express that frustration. I wanted you to know, the board, and I wanted to Texas LPCs to know, BHEC hears that frustration and they're working on it. An example that I did want to bring to you for how they're treating this, in our last meeting, we did vote to reduce the percentage threshold for automatic audits on license renewals. Right now, originally it was 10% on any renewal, 10% of the renewals got audited. We voted to reduce that threshold to 5%. And why that may sound kind of trivial, it's not. That is, it was a determination that is a change that we could make that did not increase any risk to the public. So yes, that's a small change, but it is really indicative of BHEC paying attention and being aware that there is frustration out there and that they are working on it. Just overall and kind of a general standpoint, BHEC's focus is standardization. They're looking at things like definitions, and they're looking at rules that can translate across our sister boards. A specific example is each board has different rules on file retention, and they're looking for standardization on that. So if you need just a general view from what's happening at the BHEC level, know that they're working to get the licensing process sped up, and they are also looking at organizational aspects such as standardization. Daryl, is there anything that you want to add to that?
No, sir, that's pretty comprehensive.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for me on BHEC?
I could just add something.
I have no questions, but I was going to make a comment just to make sure that the public at large knows that the professional members on the board are not held to a different standard, as in when I had to renew my license this last year, it was audited. So.
Janie, it's funny you bring that up because Daryl made this proposal. He explained what the benefit of it was. And my specific question is, Daryl, can we go from 10% to 5% without a increased risk to the public? And he said yes. He said it's not very often that these automatic audits find anything. So problems come up in other ways. So is it a big change? It's not, but I think it helps. And I like to trout that out as an example of we're looking at what we can do under the rules to make this process better.
I'll tell you one additional thing that we're looking at that Mr. Spear and Ms. Nowak, our CFO, are working on, and that is taking online the ability to list who your supervisees and supervisors. We're going to try to get all of that fully functional online so that there's no more submitting forms and that kind of jazz. If we can get away from that, I think everybody'd be happier.
Be great. And
No,
Mr. Chair, if I can, I'm fortunate enough to say BHEC is the professional member. And so that's been wonderful. It's been a wonderful experience watching our professions sit together and work together at a common goal. I know there was a lot of trepidation and fear going into this process, with fear that one profession might try to steer in a certain direction or one might try to monopolize. And I got to tell you, it is such a beautiful process to watch all of us equally represented and equally working to make mental health better for the state. So I love it. I love being a part of it, and I love watching it grow.
Yeah, I'll echo those sentiments. Okay, if there's no other questions.
Well, I just want to say, I'm just so excited we're taking everything online. I know the transition process can be painful, but once we're there, I think it's going to be so much more beneficial to licensees and the Texas public at large.
Agreed. I'm glad that we were, along with the LMFT, we were the first to make that change. Okay, item number 15 is the board chair report. I'm going to start off with the implementation of our expert witness program. This went into effect back in December. The thinking behind it is that occasionally in ISCs or SOA hearings, we need an impartial therapist who is an authority on a certain matter to be able to provide expert witness testimony for a specific case. There is not a huge budget for this. However, you would get paid a small amount, but you also get some generous CE hours for your participation. Last I heard, we had already 101 people apply to serve as expert witnesses. I don't know if we've actually initiated anybody of completing the process yet. Christina, have we used anybody yet? Unmute.
Not yet, but it's definitely there when they need it.
Okay, so this is an exciting change. I'm glad that we were able to get that up and running, and I hope it's very beneficial.
Can I be an expert? Can I be one? So I can get paid? I don't get paid.
Why do we want to pay you when we can use you for free?
Okay, next, just a reminder, your personal financial statements are due the Texas Ethics Commission by April 30th. I went ahead and mentioned that here since we don't have another meeting before that due date, so be sure to get those done. If you have not completed your cybersecurity training, then that was due at the end of January. If you have not done that, please get that done. And finally, we are going to lose Dr. Elder, and she's moving over to our sister boards at LMFT. It is our loss and their gain. Dr. Elder, even though you were here for just a brief time, you contributed in so many ways, and I'm grateful for the time that we had you. You were awesome, and you're going to be missed. We will have a new professional member, and when we know more about that person, I'll reach out to them, welcome them to the board, and let them know that we're excited to have them, and let them know that, man, we actually do a lot of work on this board, so they're gonna hope that they know what they're in for. So Dr. Elder, unfortunately, I still have not met you in real life, and maybe someday, considering I think my office is probably like 2 miles from where you're at. So maybe someday. Thank you very much for everything that you contributed to this board. We will miss you.
It's been a joy working with all of you, and it is very bittersweet. You know, having been the liaison for the MFT board for 8 years, that's where my already established relationships are. So I'm excited for that appointment, but we'll also miss working with all of you and wish you all the best. So thank you.
Thank you. We will miss you.
Thanks.
That is a great tragedy. I'm so sorry to have you leave, Jody.
Yeah, I am too, Jody.
Oh. Thank you. I
That's,
appreciate that.
Congratulations, and one sense, condolences to us.
I feel the same way. Thank you for everything.
Daryl, how quickly can we undo everything that she's done? Like what do we need to start passing motions like that?
If y'all all write your senators, they might could stall her confirmation, and she's stuck here in. So you can still derail it.
I will miss sparring with you, Dr. Taylor. It's been fun.
That's my report. Are there any questions? Personal note, thank you we've done a lot of work recently, and thank you for everything that you've been doing to support this board. With that, I'll hand it over to Christina for the administrator report.
All right. So a quick overview about the program operations. Currently, we have 3 staff members for LPC. They have been approved working overtime, so we do have a couple who are working from 7 in the morning, 7 in the morning to 7 p.m. They're still doing the rotation on phone calls, so returning calls once a week or answering calls that once a week. Other days they're working on applications. The application timeframes we're doing really good. LPC for new licenses were at January 20th. Out of state applications also January 20th. The license upgrades January 25th. And again, this data is online, so you can see it. I think it updates every Friday or Monday. I don't remember.
I try to update it on Monday. Sometimes it's not till Tuesday that I get to it.
So, so yeah, that information is there. Staff are continuing to work as quickly as possible. Again, they're having to make sure all the requirements are met. So, one big thing we wanted to just make sure that individuals who may have submitted an application prior to the dates that I just listed off, you probably have a deficiency. Staff are sending the deficiencies by email. So check your emails that you were giving us with your application. If there is no email given to us, then we will be mailing the deficiency. When they're sending the emails, they are including the links of, depending on what that deficiency was, if it was for fingerprinting or whatever it was, it needs to go specifically to one person, and that's how they're able to kind of expedite that process once the response is sent back to us. Let's see. So customer service, they talked to Chair Hallbauer talked on a little bit earlier. As of February 1st, we have gone 100% online for all applications. So hopefully that's going to help us in the long run, not so much paper to have to go through. It's all there online to go through. Renewals, processing times, we are still in, we are actually already in February for renewals. Again, if you were audited and you had to submit the continuing education, that can put you behind. So if you submitted your renewal prior to February and haven't been renewed, that's probably the case. Reminder to everyone that with the renewals, you do need to also make sure that you complete the 1 hour of human trafficking CE that is required now. So just a big hit on that one. I think we've had a couple people who just didn't realize it was due, and that's something you have to actually complete and submit now with your audits.
Christina, let me interject real quick there. Sure. If you're not under audit, you do not need to submit proof of the human trafficking prevention training to us, or really any of your other CEs. It's only those individuals who are under audit that need to submit that. I want to make that clear to everyone, because a lot of people are confused about that. You don't need to submit it to us unless you're under audit.
Correct.
But that you still have to have it. Just you don't submit it to us. It's not a free pass.
Yeah. And you can submit all that online. So you don't have to send it to email through us. You can submit it right online to your record, to your account. Okay. We do continue to have volunteers come in and assist with scanning. So we are still in that process. And again, I just want to clarify for the supervised experience forms. Supervisors can go in, upload those hours into the their supervisor portal, but at this time, we still need the supervised experience form to be submitted. That's what rule requires. Supervisors, if an associate has their license, the supervisors can go ahead and make changes, adding them as a new associate under them or removing them. You can do that process, but if it's the initial part of them being licensed, you won't be able to do that process. It's only after they've obtained their LPC associate license. So there's a lot of processes that can be completed online to avoid the waiting time on submitting the form to change your supervisor or to remove your supervisor. So just look into that, and the associates that are on here, just get with your supervisors and make sure that you guys are on the same page about getting that done.
Christina,
The other
really quickly is that
yes,
no, it's okay. I had several colleagues who are LPC supervisors who had trouble locating the LPC supervisor portal on the website. I'm not exactly sure where it's at. I looked, and so I'm just wondering if it would be.
It's the online renewal portal. It's the same thing, right, Daryl? It's the same. Correct?
The online licensing and renewal system. It's all the same system.
Correct.
Thank you.
The other report that I have to give you guys is a compliance report from enforcement related to agreed orders that are being monitored for compliance. So currently there's 21 cases that are being monitored for LPC related to the agreed orders. Only one of those cases has been referred back to legal. And that's just, if anytime it goes back to legal, it's concerns with them not complying, or maybe they're not able to, go to that supervisor anymore, or something to where it may change the stipulations on that order. And so it has to go back to legal and go through that process. So each meeting you guys will be receiving just this type of update. We can't get you guys too involved in it, because if we ever needed to bring it back to the board in the future, you won't be able to vote on it if we needed to go a different route. So we have to just keep that in mind, but I'm going to continue to give you guys a report on it each meeting. Any questions for me?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you noticed since the February 1st online application began, are any of those, like, is that decreasing y'all's workload? How is it working over there?
Tim, Daryl, you guys got any feedback on that?
I haven't checked with Maury or Ms. Woodruff yet to see, because we're 12 days
Too early
into
to
it.
tell.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I figure after February's over, we'll be able to see what's happening, because we ought to start seeing a decrease in the mail and emails at that point.
Okay. Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right.
Every time. 17, operations manager report and update. And this is going to be Tim, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes,
Aggie football recruiting update.
Oh, okay. That'll take a lot longer. No, thank you, members. I'm not going to take too much of your time. I just wanted to point out that as part of the online application process for LPCs, we have a suite of user guides available on the website now. And so if you go on the BHEC main page along the right-hand side and find how-to user guides, and you go to it, it will tell you how to create an account, how to adjust your supervisees, that kind of stuff. And so those will be really helpful, I think, in the future for folks getting that done. Thank you guys very much for all your work in looking at the rules and looking at ways to help our processes. I think that's going to pay a lot of dividends in the future. But most of the stuff that I would speak to has already been covered by Christina and by Chair Halbauer.
Thank you, Tim. Executive Director report, Christina. On legislative updates.
I guess that would be me, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Daryl. Apologies, Daryl.
That's all right. That's right. I've given you a printout of all the bills that I'm currently tracking. I've got 50 or so, I think, in the list. It's really so early in the legislative process. Nothing's been assigned to committee. No action's going, so I can't tell you which ones are viable or not. Which ones I think are going to have some steam behind them. The big ones that I'm kind of really paying attention to, if you look on page 2, there's House Bill 70 by Swanson. Right now, that one doesn't apply to us. It only applies to rules with an economic impact of $20 million or more. I don't imagine we'll be passing too many rules with that kind of an impact. But the reason I watch bills like that is it's very easy to reduce that kind of a number during an amendment on the floor or what have you. So I try to pay attention to those types of things where it could be changed very quickly on the floor. But right now, you can see where it sits. It's just been introduced. The next one, if you look on page 3, House Bill 260 by Representative Thompson. That one is pretty big for you folks in the profession because it changes your that. And let's see, it's also on page 4. Representative Thompson has another bill very similar to it, House Bill 549. Those are very similar. They expand your ability to disclose confidential information. And they also include some liability protection language. it's kind of weird because you've got one representative who filed 2 bills on the exact same subject matter, but they're worded differently. The wording is ever so slight, but I'm not sure why she did that. If it's in case one gets axed or somebody doesn't like one, they can go with the other immediately without having to do amendments. But I'm watching those because I think those would probably be pretty important to the profession. I would want to know about that if I were an LPC or whatever, mental health provider. So I'm watching those pretty closely. Back on page 3, you'll see House Bill 327. That's one I'm watching as well, Representative Howard. You'll see later on, Senator West has the exact same bill. Basically, what this bill would do, if it becomes law, it would require us to post audio recordings of our meetings online, which kind of ties into the minutes issue we talked about earlier. So it may very well become law that we have to post an audio recording online. Now, I'll tell you all, this bill has been filed since about the 84th legislative session, and it's never made it anywhere. Why it hasn't, I don't really know, because, candidly, it kind of seems like a good idea to me, but there's probably a pretty significant fiscal note attached to it from the other the big agencies that it would apply to, is my guess why it hasn't gone anywhere. Just fun fact, if you look on page 4, House Bill 550, pretty sure that one arose out of the incident over at the Attorney General's office that's still in the news. I'll let you research that on your own time. Look on page 5, House Bill 706 by Representative Moody. That's one that this discipline in particular will want to pay attention to. I've noticed that the bill still references intern instead of associate. So if anybody knows Representative Moody, you might want to call over and let him know, hey, we don't call him that anymore, so that he can have Ledge Council change it. I think that bill deals with Medicaid reimbursement. I haven't sat down to just really study it in detail because it doesn't impact the agency. It's just just y'all. So if it doesn't impact me, I'm not as concerned about it. I hate to tell you that. That's just the way it is. On page 6, House Bill 887 by Shaheen is a parity bill, just forcing people to pay you the same amount for telehealth that they would pay you if it were in person. I know that's been very problematic. House Bill 1384 by Theory, that is a suicide prevention CE requirement or suicide prevention training course. So this comes up every now and then. I've always noticed that any kind of mandated CE or continuing education is always kind of met with, I'll say, a lukewarm welcome at best. I know people don't like being mandated. You got to go do X number of hours in this. Well, that's not even my area. Why do I have to go do it? So that's the argument I hear all the time. But I know there's a big concern going on over the legislature about the level of suicide in the state. So this is a pretty big, I've been contacted by the legislators on this exact subject. So I know this is percolating over there. I don't know if they know how to address it right now, but they are working on it. I'm not going to go over the appropriations bill because it's just so massive and we don't know where that's going yet. I will tell you, I have to go. Ms. Nowak and Chair Canseco and I are going to go over before the Senate Finance Committee on February the 18th. I still don't know when I'm going to appear before the House Appropriations Subcommittee, but I get to go stand out in the cold and get COVID tested on the 18th, which is, I guess, next Thursday. So that'll be fun. That's it for what's pending in our legislature. Now, there was one federal bill that I want y'all to know about that I just learned about yesterday. Senate Bill 4421 is probably one we all ought to start paying attention to. It's a repeat of something that was filed in the 115th Congress, but it's back now. It's not Chris Coons, and I can't remember now the senator that filed it. But anyway, basically what it is it's a federal law that would allow practitioners to practice across state lines, regardless of state licensure requirements in the event of a declared disaster. Now, because it's federal, it's tied to whether or not HHSC declares the disaster and whether the president declares a disaster, and then how many jurisdictions, like 12 jurisdictions, have to declare a disaster. So it wouldn't be something probably that a hurricane would ever trigger, but COVID-19 certainly would trigger it. If the bill were to become law, basically what you would see is people would just be able to crisscross state lines without any worry about it. It would be the ultimate licensure compact is what it would be. When I first saw it, I thought it was broader than what it was, but now that I'm looking at it a little closer, it's it's a little more narrowly tailored to disasters like COVID-19. It's not going to cover forest fires, landslides, or anything like that. That would, you know, allow Californians just to practice all over the place all the time. They've always got all kinds of disasters going on out there. So it's not going to open the door to that. But anyway, that's all I have. If you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer it.
What does it matter, Daryl? They're all moving to Plano.
Thank you, Daryl. SOA cases, Christina. You're on mute.
Did get with the board attorneys, and they have about 1 or 2 kind of pending right now. Possibly one going sooner than later, but they're still working on them. So it's the only update at this point.
Okay, thank you. Number 20, public comment. We have done, I believe, most of the public comment earlier on. I would ask any of our public commenters that these be different from the ones that we've already had. The usual rules apply. 3 minutes, and you'll get a 30-second warning. So Christina, do we have people with hands raised?
They are starting to. So anyone that is interested in public comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom functions. And just for the record, the board members were provided 4 written comments related to public comment as well. Okay, and I will go ahead and start with the first person, who is Tom Kennedy.
Yes, this is Tom Kennedy. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm the ethics chair of the Christian Counselors of Texas, and just want to say thank you for this long day, but you've dealt with some really significant issues, and we're glad that we have all of you to do that. Sandra Martin, who's normally here to represent Christian counselors on the Government Affairs Committee, had to step out earlier, and so she wasn't able to make this. I think the one thing that we would like to say is we did not submit earlier an announcement about our annual conference that will be coming up next week, February 18 through 20. It'll be done both virtual and hybrid, and in the hybrid, of course, being present, as well as could optionally do virtual, and mask and social distancing would be required. But we're going to have Dr. Les Carter, who's a worldwide famous psychologist, and it'll be talking about a Christian perspective on narcissism. And if anybody is interested, you can find out more information from cctx.org. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom, I'm probably gonna have to sign up for that. That sounds like me.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm gonna have to sign up for that.
Okay, good deal. We'd love to have you.
Next person is Kathy Ibanez Lorente. I'm sorry.
There you go. That's okay. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate you trying. My name is Dr. Kathy Ibanez Llorente. I am an associate professor at Texas State University. I'm also a licensee and a board-approved supervisor. I wanted to thank the board for taking up the issue of interstate compact. I was lucky enough to be invited to serve on the advisory group that created the compact for the nation. And so there were 17 of us who came together initially to discuss it. And so ended up being 17 people from different states. So I wasn't there necessarily to represent Texas, but I certainly kept Texas's requirements in mind and kept those in mind as we went through the different rounds over more than the past year. If I'm able to, I'm happy to provide information to Christina, but the person who is leading the compact, Dan Logston, would also be available to meet with the board separately if you all were interested in having a meeting separate to discuss any of the compact issues. But I'm glad to hear that everyone is on board with it. It would be a great thing for Texas and for portability of licensure. I only see it as being beneficial. And so again, was very pleased to see that all of you were as well. I appreciate all the work that you do for professional counselors, and again, we're happy to be a resource as well if you need any additional information on the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Sharon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Ward. I'm an LPC in private practice in both Fort Worth and Aledo. And I wanted to express my appreciation for these broadcasts. It's helped me really understand the process much better, and I hope that you will continue to do that. I did have a suggestion regarding the marking the time as each entry is discussed. I think it wouldn't be too difficult to just note of that as the meeting is going on, and then publish that to go along with the recording. So such and such started at this time, and that would be easy to do during the meeting. Regarding the issue of business, 1099s, all of that kind of thing that you were discussing earlier, I have a concern, I've had a concern for a long time, that there are many therapists who do not have any kind of training in tax law or finance or business or anything like that. And I think that works to the detriment of our profession, because those things can really bog down a practice. And when you've got great clinicians and there's not, any kind of training. And so I would just love to see that added as part of what therapists are required to learn about, because it's such a critical part of our practice. I also wanted to ask the question, for those people who really are technologically impaired, will there still be an option to do some kind of paper license renewal?
We will look into that, but thank you for notating it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have Catherine Bacon, Dr. Bacon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to do public comment. On behalf of the Texas Counseling Association, we just appreciate the board. We know that you're all volunteers and you give up a lot to be here and to advocate for the public and everyone involved. To speak to things that we did not address in public comment earlier, we did want to emphasize that what was discussed regarding the compact earlier, those things are accurate. We do have legislation and we are still looking for a sponsor. That is true. And we believe that an endorsement from the board would really help with that. So something for you to consider. Also, the reference to, the very narrow focus of the legislative session due to everything that's going on. Also, we are feeling the impact of that also. So we know that that is impacting our advocacy efforts regarding the compact legislation. It is, like we shared several meetings ago, one of our top legislative priorities for this session, and we are continuing to work hard to do what we can to be successful with those efforts. Additionally, in speaking to access to the committees, we do want to advocate for a way for stakeholders and to be able to re-engage with those committees. So if there's a way for that access and engagement to occur again, we would really appreciate that opportunity. Thank you again. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bacon. Dara, are we legally allowed to endorse? that compact?
Well, I think when she says endorse it, my understanding is after visiting with y'all this morning that y'all are supportive of the idea. So to that extent, if I'm asked about it, I can say, yes, I visited with the board. They are supportive of the idea. They're not opposed to it. I can do that. Or if you, I mean, you could take it a step further and, have a vote to support it. Generally, I like to actually have the compact and see it. That way you're saying, this is what we're backing. We approve of this. We like this. I just haven't seen it yet. I don't have a draft of the actual compact. So.
Right. Could we draft a formal letter or something like that? Says that we support this after we see it, of course, and we all agreement, but
you could, but candidly, Doc, just a vote on the record is how I've handled it in the past.
Daryl, when Dr. Bacon is saying that they need somebody to sponsor the legislation, she's talking about one of our senators, legislators, something like that. So that would be something where the public at large needs to reach out to their representative.
Correct. Yeah, we cannot do that in our official capacity. You guys can. You don't lose your First Amendment right to petition the government for redress, but you got to make sure that you're doing it without your government hat on, your board member hat. So
I just don't know that the public at large knows that what we're saying is go contact your legislators.
Yeah, call them, email them, reach out to them. If you want to see it happen, that's what it takes.
I may or may not be around for the next time that this comes up. However, I'm wondering if it would be a good idea to have an agenda item addressing the compact. Once the board members have all had a chance to review it, then you could discuss it and really be in a better place to make an informed kind of vote, like you're saying, Daryl, on record that you're supportive of it.
Well, kind of what I have in mind is I suspect I'm going to come into possession of a copy of it here pretty quick after this meeting. And then we can put it on the agenda for the next one and y'all can do just that.
To Dr. Pickett's second point, Daryl, are we able to invite people to our closed meetings or?
Well, remember those committee meetings aren't open meetings under the Open Meetings Act, but just because they're not an open meeting doesn't mean they have to be closed meeting outside the view. So yeah, you can. For example, the issues that Chair Hallbauer has referred to, professional development and rules committee, the chairs of those respective committees could say, hey, Christina, once we get the agenda squared away, post the meeting link or the webinar link on the website and blast it out on the email. We can do that. What I don't want to do is just post it with the Secretary of State's office as an open meeting, because it's not going to be a meeting with a quorum of the board.
Right.
But we can have people come and go in those meetings. Absolutely.
Now, in some of those meetings, in the interest of time, are we able to invite just stakeholders or only a select few, or do we have to?
You could. Yes, sir. You could. Because remember, it's not subject to the Open Meetings Act. So it's at your, I guess, at the chair of that committee's discretion, how they want to handle that.
Wonderful.
Okay. Next person is Jessica Bollinger.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you able to hear me?
We are.
Yes, I'm a private practice solo practitioner, LPC NCC in San Antonio, Texas. And thank you for pronouncing my name right, Jessica F. Bollinger. I have recently come to be aware of one of the new rules adopted as of February 9th. And I have had 3 LPCA associate applicants contact me in reference to this, because I have been licensed since 2014 and I'm still getting used to the new board laws and rules and still going through the rule book. And I've had 3 people come to me. So I wanted to bring this to y'all's attention, and I don't think it can wait till the next meeting or to be put on an agenda, because it really does perturb me. And I'd like to read what one of the 3 applicants wrote to me. They said that in reference to the new rule adopted that is now in effect on February 9th, the rule being licensing of persons with criminal convictions following directly related to the duties and responsibilities of a license, specifically number 13, 3 or more drug or alcohol related convictions within the last 10 years, evidence evidencing possible addiction that will have an effect on licensee's ability to provide is direct conflict with Title II of the Americans Disability Act, which applies to the state and local government entities, stating in Subtitle A, protects qualified individuals with disabilities from discrimination on the basis of disability and services, programs, and activities provided by state and local government entities. They also reference Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 as amended 29 USC 794 to all activities of state and government and local governments, regardless of whether these entities receive federal financial assistance. In Subpart B of the American Disabilities Act, the law states in 35.130, general prohibitions against discrimination that no qualified individual with a disability shall, on the basis of disability, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of the services, programs, or activities of a public entity or be subjected to discrimination in any public entity. And then it gives the definition of the disability, of what a disability is per the ADA, which can be found on the website. And this is what they said. What is problematic is that this new rule by BHEC does not take into account time served for convictions or rehabilitation and limits access to qualified individuals, especially when we're in dire need of counselors to accommodate the masses of the general population during
30 seconds.
a pandemic, as well as a national health and financial crisis. It also opens up the board for lawsuits due to it being directly in violation of the ADA. It's also listed next to sexual predators and violent perpetrators when it is a subjective morality rule. And this also, a new ruling, as I interpret it, but I need some clarification, could potentially cause many current LPCs and LPCSs to lose their licenses when it comes time to renew their licenses based on the new criminal background check. I just wanted some feedback.
That's 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted feedback, whatever you all could give me, or how we could address this, because I know 3 LPCAs currently, or associates currently, with applications pending that may be declined based on this factor.
The board can't respond to you. This is public comment. We can't talk about anything that's not on the agenda, so I'm afraid we're not going to be able to respond to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, last person that we have is Mario de la Garza.
Hello, everyone. Mario de la Garza. I'm the liaison to the board for the Texas Association for Counselor Education and Supervision. Thank you again for all of your work today. I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to try to keep things short. I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Bacon said earlier about thanking you for your support of the compact. TACE is also, we're looking for that support, and we know that TCA is working hard with legislators to find a sponsor for that bill. So having your support and voicing it like you did today is good. We would also, and I like this conversation that just happened about having people be able to go to the committee meetings and making those links available. Like, for example, with the academic requirements in terms of the rules, as a counselor educator myself, I would like to be in those meetings and see what's going on in order to really go back to my university and be able to say, hey, this is what they're thinking about for the rules. So having that open is really something that we want to see, in that transparency to continue. Historically, this board has been an educating board. And so having people to come and see the work of the board and to be educated, even in the, I know this isn't happening anymore, but in the complaints meetings and ethics, things like that was very beneficial to the public in terms of learning. Finally, I just want to, I want to say also that I know that you took up or looked at the letter for the non-discrimination statement, and I know we're waiting for the opinion from the Attorney General that BHEC has requested. I think that's something just to keep in mind, to know that you have practitioners that are looking at that and are concerned about that. And so thank you for continuing to to look at that and for waiting for the Attorney General's response, but to keep that on your radar because we have practitioners in the state of Texas, licensees, and for the protection of the public, people that want to see that wide non-discrimination statement. Thank you so much for your hard work. And I think I have another time to invite you or to say, hey, y'all are coming to our conference, which is at the end of this month. Thank you so much.
No phone calls, so I believe we are finished with public comment.
Mario, are we gonna have any chicken at this thing? Is there gonna be lunch? Are you guys gonna like Uber Eats me? No, probably not. It's okay.
Items for consideration for future committee and board meeting agendas. Does anybody have anything that they would like to suggest? Hearing none. And number 22, announcements. Our next meeting is May 7th. And as Mario just kind of alluded to, TASIS Midwinter Conference is February 25th and 26th. The board will be presenting at 1 o'clock. I'm correct on that? 1 o'clock on the 26th? I know it had changed once.
Correct.
Yes, so Dr. Taylor can eat his chicken prior to our presentation at 1 o'clock.
Eat it at 1.
Followed by scotch at 2 o'clock.
You know me so well, Steve. You know me so.
Any other announcements? Those were the two that I had made note of. There was the announcement that Christian counselors, that was next week. Was that correct? I did not catch the specific date on it.
Next week is what I had.
Next week, okay.
Yeah, he said, let me see, he said 18th through the 20th, I believe.
Okay.
I will not be able to attend the 20th. I have to decorate cookies on the 20th, just so everybody's aware.
Okay.
Do you want the recording to note that spot on the in the table of contents? It should be decorating cookies.
It should. It's very important. You know, you got to spend time with your daughter. You got to decorate cookies, you know. It'll probably be Cinderella cookies. We're really into Cinderella right now. So I'm very excited.
Any other announcements? All right. Thanks, everybody. It was a long day, but a very productive day. Thank you for your effort and attention today. It was very appreciated. At this time, I will ask for a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So move.
It's my last
I'm
one.
going to let Dr. Elder do it because it might be her last chance. And a second?
Second.
And Dr. Taylor with the second. All in favor, please vote aye.
Aye.
Our meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Stay warm, stay safe, and I will talk to you soon. Take care.
Thank you all.
Jody, I feel like you did this like intentionally, like to get away from me. I feel so